definitely brought a sigh of relief for the MVA. Shruti, am I audible?
Am I audible? Hello? 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 Yeah.
Yeah.
So this whole agitation, I think, was against the ruling party because they could not give a reservation to the Maratha separate reservation because legally it's not possible. It went to the court twice and it didn't happen. Jharkhand Party has been constantly threatening the ruling party, of course, BJP, that they are not giving Maratha agitation. At the same time, they have mobilized, as Mr. Vinod Sharma said, that they have mobilized OBCs on the other hand. So there are clear-cut groups that we can see, two groups, Maratha versus OBCs. But the OBC votes or the Maratha votes, they are not consolidated in a particular constituency. They are spread across the constituencies. So all the Marathas are definitely not going to vote against BJP. So there will be some votes which are in favor of BJP. So it's very difficult to say right now, yeah, but the certain regions like Marathwada region, that might get affected, but it is not only the Jarange Patil factor, it is also the agricultural problem. Like you see the soybean prices, the cotton prices, the constant rainfall. So these factors are also government has not really the government has failed to basically answer these problems, the agricultural crisis. On the other hand, they have given like a cylinder, 3 cylinders free. But if you see the inflation in Maharashtra or even in across the India, the pulses are rupees 200 per kg in a family of 4 people in rural Maharashtra or even in urban rural pockets. How can they afford 200 rupees per kg pulses? So on one hand, the government is giving Ladli Bahin Yojana, that scheme, and giving 1,500 rupees to women. But what about the overall inflation? That somewhere they are not addressing. And unemployment rate is, it's really high. It's 3.4% as per the government numbers. So these factors also affect. People are happy that they are getting that 1,500 rupees money. But what about the unemployment? What about the overall inflation? So we have to also take into consideration these factors. And unfortunately, the opposition parties, the MVA alliance, has not addressed these issues enough, the way they should have addressed it. So it's totally on people that whom they are now going to choose. Are they going to choose the Ladli Bahin scheme or the overall inflation that they are going to talk about?
Okay, so you're saying that the MVA alliance, the opposition has not been able to cash in on these issues that exist on the ground, especially in regions like Vidarbha and Marathwada. I'll just come back to our guests. Let's just quickly take you through what the trends are pulling up at the moment. The Election Commission website, obviously, playing it safe because they have to go by, of course, as the numbers start coming in from the counting center. So it's not updated at the moment. But just like to give you a sense, we're looking at various websites, and you can go to our website, Hindustan Times, as well, so you get a sense of which way things are headed at the moment. But remember, these are only trends. Results will take a while coming in. So at the moment for Maharashtra, if you go to the Hindustan Times website, it tells you that the BJP stands at 25 leads, the Congress 3, and the PHJSP at 2. This is what is saying. 25 for the BJP. For the Congress, it stands Congress plus. So I'm talking about BJP plus. 24 at the moment. Of course, the number stands revised. 24 at the moment, and Congress plus at 3 at the moment. Now I'm looking at the website of India Today as well. It says similar numbers at the moment. 35 for the NDA in Maharashtra, and okay, the numbers are being revised. 6 for the India bloc. In Jharkhand, let's take you through the Jharkhand numbers. In the Hindustan Times website, if you look at it, the numbers stand at about 8 for the NDA bloc, and for the alliance led by the ruling Jharkhand Mukti Morcha, it stands at 3 at the moment. On India Today, it says, as far as Jharkhand numbers are concerned, the NDA bloc is leading at 10, and the India bloc stands at 5 at the moment. We're looking at ABP at the moment in Maharashtra, 42 for the NDA, 22 for the Maha Vikas Aghadi. And as far as Jharkhand is concerned, 20 for the NDA and 16 for the India bloc. CNN News 18, if I'm looking at the website right now, in Maharashtra, BJP has 6. So they've broken it down as far as numbers are concerned. So what they're saying is currently, we'll try and pull up the numbers. What they're saying is that the MVA stands at about 14 and the Mahayuti at 22. And as far as Jharkhand is concerned, the numbers stand. Okay, they are still revising those numbers. So Jharkhand, they don't have the numbers at the moment. So in both states, we get a sense from taking an aggregate of
You
the
see,
trends that are showing on
okay.
overseas websites, including our own Hindustan Times. It shows that the NDA bloc is doing well in both states, so Jharkhand and in Maharashtra. Shruti, if I were to come across to you before I go to Vinodji, what would you think worked, if at all? I mean, again, we're not calling anything. It's too early to say anything. It could all turn, but if at all, it was, as we look at the results, as we look at the trends at the moment, Mahayuti in the lead at the moment. What is it that worked for the reigning alliance?
I think it's just too early to say that why these trends are there, because these are, I think, postal ballots. We have just
Yeah.
started counting. But if anything works in favor of them, maybe these schemes that they have floated at the last minute. Also, the coordination among Mahayuti was better than MVA, I would say. The seat alliance, the seat sharing, the friendly fights. Whereas in MVA, there was a little confusion till last moment about the seat sharing. So that might go in favor the strategy of poll that might go in favor of BJP. I think.
Okay, Vinodji, if I look at the Jharkhand numbers at the moment, because Shruti mentioned about the coordination between the partners of the Mahavikas Aghadi in Maharashtra. Certain reports even said that as far as the Jharkhand campaign was concerned, the Congress didn't seem to be present on the ground as far as the campaign was concerned. Their two topmost prominent leaders, Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi, did only 11 rallies over there. Their manifesto was released just a day before the first phase of polling, which is, of course, a violation of the model code of conduct. So it seemed very haywire. What are your thoughts?
Well, first of all, this allegation of violation of model code of conduct, because the manifesto was released during the model code of conduct. I mean, if you pick up the recent trends ever since the last 10 years, BJP has done it n number of times. So let's not get into that. This is a minor violation. Political parties should adhere to what has been laid out by the Election Commission. But Election Commission is too weak and too fragile, and at times too partisan, comes across as one, to be able to enforce it. My personal reading about Maharashtra campaign is, and this is what some people told me, that the India Alliance had decentralized the campaign. There were no rallies held, big rallies held by all those leaders appearing together on the stage. It was decentralized and largely confined. It was these minuscule campaigns, constituency specific, left to the candidates and influential leaders of the area who would go there individually and campaign. Whether this works or not, I do not know. But this was caused by the financial constraint that parties were facing. If you have noticed that the opposition mostly and Congress mainly, they start their campaign, aggressive campaign, only in the final days of the campaigning. They are not able to afford a long drawn out campaign. That's what they claim. Secondly, the Bharatiya Janata Party is able to launch a campaign and sustain it for a longer period of time. Now, whether this is on account of resources available or whether it is on account of the cadre available and the enthusiasm of the cadre and the lack of enthusiasm of the Congress, This has to be found out. But yes, the campaign of India Alliance in Maharashtra was not as tangible as that of the BJP. Similarly, in Jharkhand, the driver of the campaign was Shibu Soren, and even in the surveys it has come out that he's a popular Hemant Soren, that he was a popular leader, he was a popular chief minister, and that people liked him for his schemes and the way he conducted himself and what kind of treatment he got from the central government. As chief minister, he had to resign. He was sent to jail and then was released. So there is quite clearly, I agree with Smriti that the campaign of the India Alliance in Maharashtra wasn't tangible. And if it wasn't tangible, then how could the voters be mobilized in favor of the alliance? We'll have to see, but the initial trends show that BJP 30 plus and MVA 03, I mean, it seems a rout, but I don't think this trend will sustain until the end. If this sustains, it'll be a washout for the MVA, and maybe then India, my axis, is turning out to be right in its prediction, if insofar as Maharashtra is concerned. Likewise, in Jharkhand,
you mentioned Access My India. I was just listening to Pradeep Gupta, and one of the reasons, like he mentioned, the Ladki Bahin Yojana in Maharashtra. He mentioned the Maya scheme as well when he, of course, gave those numbers for the India Alliance in Jharkhand as well, where he predicted a clear win for the GMM-led alliance as well. We speak a little bit more about that, but remember, there are by-elections as well, Lok Sabha by-elections, and two of those results are being counted at the moment. At least the votes are being counted. Wayanad and Nanded in Maharashtra. Wayanad, of course, a big prestige battle now. Rahul Gandhi, of course, vacated that seat. Priyanka Gandhi is contesting from Wayanad. So this is her big electoral debut. We have a soundbite which is coming in from Wayanad. Let's play that out. Okay, we will try and play that out for you because remember, again, Wayanad is going to be very crucial, as far as, of course, a national headline is concerned, because it is going to predict Priyanka Gandhi's future. She's taken the political plunge after the electoral plunge, if you may, after a very, very long time, a lot of persuasion, a lot of back and forth, yes, no, maybe not. And she finally decided to take that electoral plunge. So her fate, of course, will be decided by the people of Wayanad as well. They've decided it. We'll only know the results today. Again, quickly taking you through the trends as they're trickling in. The Election Commission website still not saying anything. So, we'll go back to that at the moment, because obviously these are very, very early trends. As Shruti pointed out, postal ballots are being counted at the moment. So let's not jump the gun over here. We're just trying to get a sense of what they're looking like at the moment. So if you go to the Hindustan Times website at the moment, viewers, you will see that for Maharashtra, it stands at NDA 34, Congress 3 at the moment. And as far as Jharkhand is concerned, Congress, I mean MVA. So NDA 34 and 4, the number revised to 4 right now for the MVA, the Mahavikas Aghadi, the opposition alliance in Maharashtra. In Jharkhand, it stands at 15 for the NDA and 6 for the alliance led by Hemant Soren. Okay, so that is what the Hindustan Times website says at the moment. Quickly taking you through before we play out that soundbite from Wayanad. We have that ready at the moment on the India Today website. As far as Maharashtra is concerned, NDA 44, India Bloc 7 at the moment. So lagging far behind for Jharkhand. India Today says 10 for the India Bloc, 25 for the NDA. On the ABP website, it says 65 for the NDA in Maharashtra, 50, so that's very close, 65-50 for the MVA. And in Jharkhand, 20 for the NDA, 21 for the India Bloc. Again, very close. So ABP is still not sticking its neck out.
65 is somebody's flight of imagination. I mean, somebody can't be counting that faster than the others. You see, this is what was pointed out by the Chief Election Commissioner, that we don't know from where you were getting the figures. That we had no idea about those figures, and the television channels were running away with those figures. The fact is that in the early stages of counting, there is scope for speculation, there's scope for adventurism, if I may use this word, and this is all for gaining TRPs. We are not doing that. We are a serious channel.
Absolutely, absolutely. So this is just to give you a sense of where things stand. Remember, it's a slow and it's a tedious and it's a meticulous process. Several rounds of counting later, after which the results are declared. You'll see those results very late in the night. 288 assembly segments in Maharashtra and 81 in Jharkhand. And of course, there are the by-elections as well. Wayanad, here is what's happening in Wayanad. Here is one of Priyanka Gandhi's rivals in the contest speaking out. Listen in.
Elected this mandal and just trying to retain Raebareli, and the people is having a higher evasion towards this bipole also. And you could see that the election poll rate had come down for around 8% this time. Yeah, around 8% lower voting percentage has turned up this time, because the people in this pathetic situation where the landslide has hit, the people of Wayanad are not actually in a mood for facing an election. That's what we understand from the lesser percentage of this vote share. Yeah, the Wayanad people just had a habit of just voting for a particular symbol only. No matter who the candidate is, they would just go for that symbol only. But this time they are really looking for a change. That's what we experienced throughout the election campaign. Wherever we go, we were getting higher good response from the public, and they were coming to me and telling me that there should be a change in this Wayanad Mandal, and they need really a person who could understand their language, because the Wayanad Mandal is the 10% of them is, belongs to the SC/ST community, and 90% of them are farmers, so they speak only the local language. For the last 5 years, they were having a communication gap, because they couldn't address their problems to the MP.
So are you confident to win?
Definitely we are, yes. If the people really need this development of this Wayanad Mandal and all these developments that is put forward by the central ministry, the NDA government, then they should definitely select NDA. That's what we strongly believe.
So that, in fact, was Navya Haridas, the BJP contender in the Wayanad by-poll race. She, of course, challenged Priyanka Gandhi, and those results are being counted as we speak at the moment. Of course, the big, the headlines will be which way Maharashtra goes and which way Jharkhand goes today. A big battle there for Hemant Soren in Jharkhand. He was incarcerated by the central government on corruption charges in January earlier this year. He was then out in June later on bail, and then of course he has led the campaign since then. There have been defections from the JMM since as well. Champal Soren, who he installed as the interim chief minister in his place after he resigned as the chief minister, immediately joined the Bharatiya Janata Party, saying that he cannot work with Hemant Soren. Same goes for Hemant Soren's sister-in-law, Sita Soren, as well, who is, of course, one of the contestants in the fray in these assembly elections, who quit to join the BJP as well. Hemant Soren is banking heavily on the Adivasi factor. Remember, there are 28 reserve seats, ST reserve seats in Jharkhand. So there is a reverse consolidation, as Vinodji was earlier pointing out, that the BJP is trying to do in Maharashtra in terms of getting OBC groups together as well, after, of course, the Maratha agitation, which did create a dent for the Mahayuti in the Lok Sabha election results, where the MVA just ran away with the results as far as the Mahayuti was concerned. So it shocked the Mahayuti. And as far as Jharkhand is concerned as well, they're hoping that they are able to pick up from the blow that they received in the Lok Sabha elections earlier this year, where the JMM was able to secure only 3 seats. So the alliance, the India bloc, was able to secure 5 in total out of the total of 14. 9 went to the NDA bloc. It has been, of course, Vinodji, uphill task for Hemant Soren to come out of jail and then, of course, lead the campaign again. He's, of course, we were talking earlier about the Maya scheme as well. He has introduced certain schemes. He's hoping that the Adivasi vote on block both for the GMM as well. But the BJP, of course, has been also setting a counter narrative on ground as well, especially the one which has been led by Hemanta Biswa Sarma about illegal infiltrators, about illegal immigrants who are going to take away your mati, your roti, your beti.
Listen, this is the BJP campaign charges of infiltration. Where does the charge rest? On whose doorsteps? The state government. I mean, it has become fashionable to be blaming the state government for these kind of incidents and this kind of phenomenon. And infiltration. From where have they come? How have they come? Who's guarding the borders? These points were raised by the opposition, by the India Alliance, as a rejoinder to what the BJP was alleging. I think these are the issues which are raised during election time to make people to lose their equanimity of mind and vote emotionally or out of fear. And this works at times, unfortunately. And that is why political parties have made it a habit to put an element of fear in the minds of the electorate, which I think, vitiates the basic sentiment, the basic spirit of democracy, of electing a government or delivering a mandate to a government to govern. I mean, frankly, there has been, unfortunately, no serious study or investigation by a sociologist or by a news organization to empower the people on this issue. And I think that after the elections are over, there would be some effort in that direction. Because why you and I are having this freedom of speech? That we have to purvey the correct information which empowers people rather than disempowers them on issues. And I think that these are instances where people are sought to be disempowered and misled sometimes on exaggerated claims. I have not heard any serious infiltration charge. In Jharkhand, people who went there, they were saying this is not an issue which is relevant to the people there. Maybe 1 or 2 instances happened, but this was meant to, in fact, one of the prominent BJP leaders called the opposition an alliance of infiltrators. Now, you see, this is one such issue. We'll have to see after the figures are there, results are out, as to whether it worked or not. Issues which will be working there will be the waiver of electricity bills by the chief minister. The issues will be working there will be Maya Saman Yojana. And the issues which will be working there are the schemes promised by the NDA Alliance. People these days are being swayed by DBTs, direct benefit transfer. And, we have seen that happening. If Maharashtra, the BJP wins, it would be Latki Behna. It will have a major, because there's been a larger turnout of women, and Smriti can perhaps throw better light on that. There has been larger turnout of women, and women turn out in large numbers. They swing the election. It happened in Haryana. They swing the election. Wherever they turn out in large numbers, this is a good trend, because this is the best empowerment women can have anywhere in the country, anywhere in the world, in fact. But the impulse is what? Easy money. That has to be thought through, no?
Right. Shruti could take that. In fact, Shruti, if you heard Vinodji over there, he spoke about DBT. He spoke about, of course, he was referring to the Ladki Bahin Yojana in Maharashtra. Women, of course, turned out in very good record numbers in Maharashtra, is what we believe. Of course, Maharashtra set a record for itself in the voting percentage in these assembly elections, its highest ever in 30 years. But how do you see that? Because at the end of the day, it's about the promise of 1,500 rupees monthly in your account. But there are the larger issues, as you were mentioning earlier: inflation, the price of soya bean, for instance, in Marathwada, cotton. When you're speaking of rural agrarian distress in Vidarbh, in Marathwada, you're talking about soya bean prices, cotton prices, onion prices. How does that play out?
Can I add to your question? Smriti, can you
Yeah, sir. Go ahead.
can I add to her question?
So you're muted.
You see, Maharashtra.
Yeah, we can hear you now. We can hear you now, sir.
Maharashtra is largely
An urbanized state. Yes, it has large chunks of agrarian pursuits, people with agrarian pursuits, and they are upset with soya prices, they're upset with cotton prices, and other issues relating to the farming sector. But the BJP has been focusing on urban areas, and there is one analysis which says that the BJP may gain too majorly in urban areas and be able to obviate the impact of the farmers' distress, farm sector distress, which is going against it. Could it be possible?
It could be possible. One thing is that the first question that you raised about the women voters, I think they have really come out in huge number. Like in Mumbai, the percentage was they were 1.3% more women voted this time. In Pune, 10% of women voted more this time. So 10% is a really huge. And in other many constituencies, if you see, the trend is really growing. And also, understanding the implication of the scheme, even the MVA has announced 3,000 rupees for women in their manifesto. So they are just double the amount. If they come to power, they'll give 3,000 rupees. So the scheme will definitely have some kind of impact, because this money, the women will have the say in that money, where they are going to spend this money. That is, I think, very important for women voters right now. Second thing about the BJP in urban areas, I think they are trying to attract people through infrastructure work. For example, in Mumbai, if you see, the entire city is dug for metro work, and simultaneously 7 lines, work for the 7 line is going on simultaneously. So we can imagine the amount of loan that the state has taken, but it looks really fancy when you say, oh, we are working on 7 line. One is underground, which is connecting the city. We have come up with a coastal road, which is a huge infrastructure. We don't know the environment implication of that coastal road. Then we have come up with the Atal Setu, which is connecting Mumbai and Navi Mumbai. So Mumbai was basically a landlocked city that they have opened up, and they have connected it. The island city has now been connected directly with the Navi Mumbai. We don't have to pass through the suburbs to go to any area of Maharashtra. So these schemes are really attractive for the urban people, and that's why maybe the urban people vote more for BJP, and they think that it's a stable government. In center also BJP is there, in state also, if you vote for BJP, then the work become faster. So BJP, I think
BJP in any case is a urban party of the urban electorate traditionally.
Absolutely.
And about Vidarbha, you see, Vidarbha is a crucial battleground.
Yes.
Bawankule contest from there, Fadnavis contest from there, Nana Patole contest from there, Gadkari contest from there. Now, how is it going to be for them? I was told that Fadnavis was in some kind of a fix in his constituency, but he had some underhand dealing and arrangement with Nana Patole. So Bawankule, Nana Patole, and Fadnavis, they reached an arrangement for easy victories. Is it true?
It could be true because if you see Lok Sabha results in Vidarbha, they were not definitely in favor of BJP, and it is usually said that if Vidarbha, whichever party gets more number in Vidarbha, that party gets the chief minister's post. So there are 62 seats in Vidarbha, followed by Western Maharashtra, which has got 70 seats, assembly seats. So Vidarbha will be a decisive factor for no doubt that they will really decide the fate of the.
Even Gadkari is contested. Gadkari
Yes.
has his constituency there.
Yes. And as you see that Fadnavis has been already sidelined by his own party. So he's facing that wrath everywhere in his constituency in Vidarbha also because he's not given the full authority of
He too had his little revenge. Vinod Tavade is in a fixed. Some people are
I
saying
almost that's exactly the thought I had in my head when
Yes.
you were
I think this is
about
the
how
first
Fadnavis has
time
been
that the
sidelined.
kind of money was flowing in Maharashtra that was unprecedented. I mean, the numbers people are quoting randomly from different constituencies, I think it has surpassed the Lok Sabha expenditure. It's huge and unbelievable.
And they say,
And ultimately, it is
isn't
going to
true
cost
about
us our
Maharashtra,
pockets.
Shruti, that if
I
you
know,
don't
I
have the
know.
bucks, if you've not got the money, then it's very difficult to contest elections in
So the
Maharashtra.
1,000
You
crore
really
notice
need,
has been slapped by Tavade. Is it true?
Yes,
yeah.
Vinod Tavade
yes.
Against Priyanka Gandhi,
1,000
Rahul
crore
Gandhi,
defamation
and
notice.
Mallikarjun Kharge. I just quickly, because I just mentioned Priyanka Gandhi, let's bring our viewers up to speed with what we're learning at the moment. Priyanka Gandhi is leading in the Wayanad Lok Sabha by-poll. At the moment, you earlier heard from one of the contenders in the fray, BJP's Navya Haridas. Also, just quickly through leads, Devendra Fadnavis leading in Nagpur Southwest at the moment. Aditya Thackeray leading in Worli. I beg your pardon, Milind Deora trailing in Worli at the moment. Nana Patole is leading in Sakoli. So these are some of the trends that are coming in at the moment. Remember, very early to say anything. It could just swing the other way. But Priyanka Gandhi on your screens right now, she of course had some little time to campaign as such as a contender in the fray in Wayanad, but she'd had some experience of the ground, having of course been on the ground with her brother previously, who of course was a parliamentarian from Wayanad, recontested this time round, won, but decided to vacate that seat to make way for Priyanka to possibly enter parliament. So we'll find out about that, of course, by the end of the day. But of course, the early trends telling us that Priyanka Gandhi Vadra is currently leading in the Wayanad Lok Sabha by poll. So, of course, we were talking about so many interesting issues. Maharashtra, of course, continues to be a very, very interesting state because of everything that's at play over there. Let's unpack some of that, because you touched upon many issues, Vinodji and Shruti. Take off from what Vinodji and I were discussing earlier, Shruti, about Jharkhand and infiltration charge by the BJP against the India bloc and how polarizing that campaign was. In Maharashtra as well, we saw a polarizing campaign by the BJP, batenge to katenge by Yogi Adityanath, ek hai to safe hai by Prime Minister Modi, who tried to, of course, temper down from batenge to katenge. Which was, of course, picked up by the BJP leaders as they campaigned across the western state of Maharashtra. But how much of an impact, because the BJP, of course, clearly was trying to consolidate its core Hindutva base in these elections, how much of that, resonated with the electorate on the ground, Shruti?
Okay, I don't think so. BJP leaders have accepted this at local level. If you see statements by Pankaja Munde, by Ashok Chavan, then by Ajit Pawar, they just refuse to accept this kind of a campaign. And Pankaja being a BJP member, Ashok Chavan at least switched to BJP, is from Congress. But I don't think so. This communal politics will work in Maharashtra, not at a larger constituencies. And that's why none of the local leaders have accepted this. In fact, if you see at the local level, they have their own issues pertaining to their constituency. As Sir mentioned earlier, that the campaign was left with the local leaders rather than having big rallies. Even Prime Minister Modi's rally at Shivaji Park, the seats were empty. I mean, people did not go. So people are really not responding to these big rallies, which were organized by either BJP or by Congress. So these are basically local issues that people are talking about, or even the local leaders are talking about, which are related to their constituency. So this communal aspect, yes, they tried to do it, but I don't think so, because when this communal aspect doesn't work, they do the caste politics. But this time, even that caste politics doesn't seem to be working. So they again tried to went back to their core communal issues. But I don't think so. They'll be takers for this kind of a politics, at least at this time in Maharashtra.
How big of a a troublemaker is Ajit Pawar as far as Mahayuti is concerned? Clearly, you mentioned him that he clearly stated that he doesn't agree with the batenge to katenge narrative. He, of course, during the Lok Sabha elections, I remember Devendra Fadnavis expressed his reservations about Ajit Pawar NCP votes being transferred to the BJP and the NDA bloc as a whole. How much? How do you see it, Shruti?
See, the thing is that Ajit Pawar's politics as a NCP leader, former NCP leader, has always remained anti-Brahmin. So when he joined BJP, the core voters of BJP didn't like it. If you see in especially areas like Pune, from where even Ajit Pawar is partly belong to. So there was a huge reaction. As long as they are breaking the Shiv Sena and Shinde becoming the chief minister was still okay for the BJP voters. But breaking NCP and especially giving Ajit Pawar as the deputy chief ministerial post really did not go down well with BJP voters and even the BJP party members. So there were so many statements that these votes were not transferred. So then Fadnavis had to clarify, no, we got the vote because of NCP, and NCP really helped, Ajit Dada really helped us. And this time, of course, they are contesting together. And if you see some things like some candidates like Nawab Malik, for example, so BJP alleged him as anti-national and so many things. But today he's contesting from Ajit Pawar's party, and that is an alliance. So BJP has no explanation for this. So these are all political adjustments, I feel.
But how comfortable are they going to be, keeping on making these political adjustments? Vinodji, how do you, read into this? Ajit Pawar, someone who has harbored ambitions to become the chief minister of Maharashtra for a very, very, very long time now. But what are his options? Today, say he doesn't perform very well. He got 50 odd seats to contest on. I believe, Shruti, you can just correct me on the number, if at all I've got it wrong. But
59 seats, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So in case he doesn't perform very well, what are his options? He can't go back, I presume, to his uncle, because uncle has been snubbed very badly. I'm not sure he's going to treat him very well even if he takes him back. And as far as him being here in this alliance is concerned, his ambitions of becoming chief minister are going to have to wait, despite that poster, I believe, that went up in Pune, which of course announced him as the next chief minister of Maharashtra, which had to be quickly pulled down as well.
Never put anything beyond the pale of possibility, especially when it comes to a state like Maharashtra. Look at the architecture of the Mahayuti. It's inherently risky engineering, isn't it? Devendra Fadnavis demoted and made chief minister. Ajit Pawar, against whom Devendra Fadnavis' chakki piecing comment, the Prime Minister himself was in the forefront of ridiculing and hurling allegations at both Sharad Pawar and Ajit Pawar. They stopped in their tracks and were not all that shrill about Sharad Pawar, because they realized that it is not paying political dividends. Actually, it could boomerang. You see, the engineering in Maharashtra, insofar as power sharing is concerned, in the Mahayuti, it's flawed. And you see, if the numbers demand, I wouldn't be surprised to see Ajit Pawar returning to uncle and both, kissing and making up. They are still keep on recalling the family is united, politics is different. But his wife contested against Supriya. Now his elder brother, his younger brother or elder brother's son is contesting against him. Real brothers. You see, it's a very close family, and at the same time, it's a very malleable, politically very malleable family, if I may say so. So anything can happen, and you see, like in plaster of Paris, you can create any shape in no time, and then change it and put it in another form. This is what they do. And because they are BJP, because the BJP historically has never won an election in Maharashtra on its own strength, entirely on its own strength. Never. BJP has never won an election entirely on its own strength. So it needs these little cogs in the wheel. And if a cog comes off, the wheel doesn't move. So I think that, you see, the people have to decide in Maharashtra whether the transfer of power has to be smooth or whether the government formation has to be smooth. People have to decide. Politicians there will actually, if the mandate is tilted in favor of one alliance slightly, the politicians are quite capable of violating the mandate by post-poll
Switching the
manipulation.
parties.
So already there have full preparations are on for transporting MLAs to other states, and as has often happened at many other places. So you can, if there is no clear mandate by the people, you can see mockery being made of our electoral process.
Is that
I
true,
would-
Shruti? Have arrangements already been made to transport MLAs away to resorts
Yeah.
near Mumbai or outside of the state?
I mean, Sanjay Raut has given that statement yesterday that they are flying out all the MLAs at one place and keeping them in a hotel. That may happen because, as I said, it's a tough fight. I think the interesting question would be if Mahayuti wins in case. And as BJP is contesting, of course, 149 seats and Eknath Shinde 81 seats. So BJP will get obviously more numbers. So who will be the chief minister? I mean, will it be the same arrangement that Fadnavis will be the DCM despite getting more seats second time, or Eknath Shinde will be the
I think that question
I
chief
think
minister
is true
once
for the
again?
MVA as well, for the Mahavikas Aghadi as well. If they come out
Fadnavis,
trumps
Yes.
in this
Fadnavis,
election,
Fad-
kaun banega Mukhyamantri is a question for the MVA also.
Fadnavis may become a pawn in the game. You see, Fadnavis says, I rule him out. I may be wrong, but Smriti, I need your view on that. I rule him out for the simple reason that he has ceased to have the ear of some important people at the center.
Can he be ruled
See,
out, Shruti?
I'm not sure at this moment because if you see, he's the strongest leader in BJP at the moment. He has ruled for 5 years single-handedly. I think he's the smartest leader right now. If you see, he's young and he has a strategy at his place as
He's
compared
a
to any
Brahmin.
other BJP leaders. Sorry?
He's a Brahmin. He is a Brahmin who was propped up to
Yes,
cut Gadkari
yes.
to size.
Yes, so it's difficult to completely sideline him. Though BJP has just, clipped his wings, but it's really difficult to completely sideline him. We can't just sideline him like that.
Okay.
Okay.
Or
Okay.
I
I'd request our
think
guest to. Yes, sir.
Vinod Tavade was being built into an alternative, no?
He is, but you must have seen the last day pictures that he was caught with the money and the
That's what I'm
case was
saying.
filed against him. So it was very unlikely to understand that why such a tall leader in BJP is
Is
getting
distributing
involved in
money.
such things. Yeah.
And then allegedly it was said that the tip-off came from a very senior BJP
It
leader
could
Yeah.
well be.
about Vinod Tavade.
It could well be our man,
Anyone.
So that was practically everyone's guess at the moment, at the time that they saw those pictures.
Who
Very
gains?
interesting that
You
these
see,
pictures
if
are
the
coming
murder
in just the day
happens,
before.
the inspector comes and asks who will gain from this murder. So that's the natural suspicion you get to
Yeah.
suspect, number one.
Right. I just request our guests to continue to stay on with us. Let's give you a sense of who the key contenders are, where the key battles are being fought in Maharashtra. My colleague Abhishek will take you through that.
relationships made sense to describe the Maharashtra election outcome. Because this Maharashtra election is not just about narratives and counter-narratives, ideology versus ideology, political party versus political party, or an alliance versus another alliance. In this case, Mahavikas Aghadi versus Mahayuti. But about relationships, the political kinds. As you know, in this election, last election's political enemies are friends now, and those who fought together are opponents. And the other reason things are complicated is because depending on the reporter you speak to and the region he or she might have covered, region-wise, very different stories are emerging. But the overarching theme in terms of the predicted outcome is that BJP-led Mahayuti is likely to continue to stay in power, and the Congress, which went into these elections, Uddhav Thackeray-led faction of Shiv Sena and Sharad Pawar-led faction of NCP, will be facing a serious blow. Now let's take a look at some of the key battles. And of course, one of the biggest battlegrounds within Maharashtra is the Kopri Pachpakari seat, where of course Eknath Shinde, who is leading a faction which broke away from the original Shiv Sena and which is now fighting the election in alliance with Congress. And from that seat, Eknath Shinde is up against Kedar Dige of Shiv Sena, which is of course led by Uddhav Thackeray. This is a key battleground, and this is a battle which we will need to keep an eye on, in terms of leads as per various exit polls. Eknath Shinde is expected to win this seat. Now, keep in mind that the Shinde faction of Shiv Sena is not very strong in Mumbai on itself, but BJP and BJP's popularity in Mumbai is helping it. It's giving it a leg up, and it might just be enough to make sure that Eknath Shinde ends up winning this. Now, the next key battleground is, of course, the seat from where Devendra Fadnavis is up against Prabul of Congress, and this seat is Nagpur Southwest. Now, moving to the next one, in terms of the key battlegrounds, the next seat that we're looking at is Bandre East, where Zishan Siddiqui, whose father, Baba Siddiqui, was recently murdered, is up against Varun Sardesai of Shiv Sena led by the Uddhav Thackeray faction. And of course, Zishan Siddiqui is fighting from NCP or the Ajit Pawar faction. Now, the next key seat is Worli, where Aditya Thackeray is up against Milind Devra and Sandeep Deshpande of MNS. It's a triangular contest. It'll be interesting to watch who's going to emerge as the winner from this seat. Moving to the next key battleground, it is Baramati, where Ajit Pawar himself is up against Yogendra Pawar. And Yogendra Pawar is, of course, fighting from the NCP faction, which is led by Sharad Pawar, his uncle. Now, that is in terms of, some of the key battles, big battles from the state. Now, for those of you who are interested in comparing what the exit polls are predicting versus what actually happened in 2019, which is, of course, the last time when assembly elections were held in Maharashtra, then here are the numbers from 2019 for you. In that particular election where BJP was in alliance with Shiv Sena, like I said, this time around, elections are complicated. But having said that, in those elections, BJP fought in alliance with Shiv Sena. BJP 105 seats, Shiv Sena 56. INC, which is of course the Congress, 154, and NCP, which at that point in time was undivided. Sharad Pawar, Ajit Pawar were together in the same party, and NCP had 154 seats. Quickly take a look at what happened in the recently held Lok Sabha elections in Maharashtra, because that will give us a bit of a clue. I mean, not necessarily that the Lok Sabha election results are going to have an impact on assembly elections. Often we have seen in case of different states that the results have turned out to be very different from Lok Sabha elections. But just for those of you who are curious in terms of what happened, here is a little reminder. So out of the total 48 seats in Maharashtra, NDA had emerged as a winner on 17, India Alliance on 30, and others had backed 1 seat.
Give you a sense of what are the prominent and the key battles that are being fought in Maharashtra. The Election Commission website now finally has updated some of the numbers. Sunetra Chaudhary, who's political editor at Hindustan Times, is also joining us at the moment. Good morning, Sunetra.
Morning.
So this is what the Election Commission is saying at the moment as far as Maharashtra is concerned. It says 7 for the NCP, 6 for the BJP, 5 for the Shiv Sena, which is the Eknath Shinde Sena. NCP Sharad Pawar 2, and Congress 1 at the moment. So clearly an edge for the NDA, quite an edge at the moment, is what the numbers on the Election Commission website are saying for the Mahayuti, Sunetra, in Maharashtra.
Well, it is quite an exciting election, and I think till yesterday, and I've had phases, if you've been speaking to both sides in the run-up to the elections, from when it started, the campaign started 2-3 months ago, and when they were announced to right now, I've seen very definite phases of huge buoyancy on the Mahayuti side to not so much in trouble when the tickets were announced and there were lots of rebels and things like that. But if there is one thing that has been consistent throughout for the Mahayuti, and since, of course, it's very, very early right now, I think about a percentage of votes have been counted. So it's until we get 10 or 20%, we won't know exact leads. But what I can say about the Mahayuti's work is that they went in there in battle mode, and they got a huge boost from the results in Haryana. The fact that they were able to pull off Haryana, which were against the odds. So a lot of the workers who were sitting at home for a long time, when they saw the results at Haryana and how things had completely turned around, because Haryana, they knew, was totally stacked against them. They'd had a tough time last time around in 2019 for this time. So when they were able to pull around Haryana, then things completely changed for them, and there was this buoyancy that came about, which I talked about. Also, let's see the people who were assigned Maharashtra for the Mahayuti, for the BJP's campaign. Bhupendra Yadav, I remember speaking with managers over there in the strategists in Haryana, in Maharashtra, right from the beginning. He went in there knowing and working out with a clear strategy on how to work this thing. And his strategy was, if what happened in Haryana was the consolidation of the votes of the non-dominant votes. So in Haryana, it was the non-Jat vote. They went in there saying, we are going to work on the non-Maratha consolidation. This, of course, was a task which was very, 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 very complicated. Because in Maharashtra, as we know, the OBC is broken up into so many segments, right? You have the Kumbis, you have Sangars, you have various segments. But what he did as soon as he went there was that he had meetings with various OBC community leaders. And this was in September, early September. And he went in there, had community, and he gave them, each of them, a job. So when someone comes in there with this attitude of, look, I have a clear idea of what we need to do to win this thing, and telling and leading from the front and doing that and meeting everyone, meeting all the rebels and things like that, then the message goes down to the community, to the entire party worker, that look, we can do this if we put it in. So there is a fight that was put in. Let me tell you from the other side, which is the MVA side and the Congress, because as we know, in a chunk of the seats, it's a direct Congress versus BJP. So what happens in Maharashtra is going to be a thing of how Congress fares against the BJP. In the Congress, of course, one of the things that they went in, they had the morale took a huge beating about what happened in Haryana, and they were very aware of that as well. They, of course, decided that, look, our problem there was we had too much of a strong man leader, which was the Hudas. So here, our advantage perhaps is we have regional leaders. So they had various people. So he had Nana Patole in one side of the area, you had Balasaheb Thorat, you had all these people working at various parties. So they thought that let's take our disadvantage that we don't have one big face and work on the fact that we won't have that much factionalism, because as we know, not being united has been a problem with them. However,
Sunita, we'll just come back to you because I think there's some trouble with your audio line. We'll try and fix that as far as Sunetra's audio line is concerned. I'll quickly, take a question with Vinodji. As Sunitra was pointing out, there are 76 seats in Maharashtra, to be precise, where there's a direct fight between the BJP and the Congress. And, as far as Bhupendra Yadav was concerned, I was speaking to one of the BJP leaders after the exit polls, and they said that if at all, we win, the Mahayuti wins, our man of the match has to be Bhupendra Yadav.
Yes.
As far as these assembly elections are concerned. Vinodji, there is also the RSS factor. As far as Maharashtra elections are concerned, the same BJP leader that I was quoting right now, we know about the role that RSS played in Haryana as well, and they've apparently had at least close to about 6,000 meetings in Maharashtra. Small meetings, small groups, small, prominent citizens, intellectuals, various such groups as well. And they've played a key role as well. And this BJP leader said that, if after Haryana we pull off Maharashtra as well and we get Maharashtra in the kitty as well, then, well, that's RSS's answer to JP Nadda, apparently.
No, may I say one thing that, yes, of course, part of the credit always goes to the man assigned by the center to be the points person in the states. But if the Mahayuti wins this election, major part of that would go to Eknath Shinde. Okay. Because he has emerged as a leader. It would be a confirmation. Right now, it is a reading. It will be a confirmed reading if he wins, if the BJP wins, if the Mahayuti wins with him as the prominent face of Shiv Sena. You see, in these elections, there are two people who are marked. There are two faces who are marked by the RSS, the Hindutva forces. One is Ajit Pawar, and the other is Mr. Uddhav Thackeray. They not just want to win, they want to make sure that they win despite these two. Now, that is going to be the big answer to the big question. Secondly, RSS provides always the foot soldiers to the BJP. It's a force multiplier. And that gives BJP, when they are actively campaigning, a distinct edge over its rivals. So not only will this give them an edge within the alliance, it will give them an edge pan Maharashtra, and they will stake a claim for the chief ministership. And that could be perhaps a friction point post-election if everything works properly for them, so far as Eknath Shinde is concerned. Because this is not, if a sitting chief minister is leading an alliance into an election, you can't change him that easily. And that will be the choice, difficult choice, the Mahayuti will have to make, the BJP will have to make. Insofar as the
but will the BJP be content with playing second fiddle again as far as the government is concerned if they were to win, despite probably emerging as, say, the single largest party in these elections? So there was that one time in 20, after, of course, when they brought Eknath Shinde on board in 2020, there was that time, of course, but then there is 2024. And this time, if they emerge as the single largest party, would they be okay with playing second fiddle?
They are playing second fiddle already. Devendra Fadnavis is what? Deputy Chief Minister, no?
I mean, will this arrangement continue? I mean, I'm talking about earlier when there was this majburi, you want to form government by hook or by crook, you bring in Eknath Shinde, you break the Shiv Sena, you bring in Eknath Shinde with his 40-odd MLAs, and then, of course, in 2022, you go after the NCP, you break the NCP, bring Ajit Pawar back on board with the BJP coalition. There is all of that, but this time round?
I personally feel, and I may be wrong for all you know, we are just sharing perspectives. You see, I think that they will be better off continuing with Eknath Shinde because Devendra Fadnavis at the end of the day is a Brahmin. And you see, there are, there is a risk factor there. And what stops Eknath Shinde from crossing over to the other side? It has happened in the past, no? So what I'm saying is that it will be a difficult choice for the BJP and for the Mahayuti on the whole. As of today, I can see it that way. Secondly, insofar as the India Alliance is concerned, India Alliance is most fragile if it is not having the numbers to form the government. It will be most fragile. And India Alliance, as of today, looks most incapable of stitching together a government despite being short of numbers. If it is short of numbers, very few numbers, if both sides are equal, neck and neck race is there, then in that case, BJP has the advantage, both in terms of experience, in logistics and resources, and the power they have at the center to stitch together a government, even if the numbers are short. So this is all going to happen. We get to know in the evening, by the evening, as to how things are going to play out in Maharashtra. One only hopes that there is a clear majority for one formation or the other, so that there is no post-poll dealings and sort of underhand dealings and buying each other, and then cuts a very sorry spectacle actually when it happens.
Absolutely. It's a very sorry spectacle, and for the sake of the constituents of Maharashtra, the electorate that went out and voted in Maharashtra, everyone wants a stable government. They want a clear majority for one or the other alliance, whichever way it goes by the end of this evening. They want a stable government, and they hope that, like Vinodji was saying, there are no post dealings or any sort of underhand dealings as far as the scenario in Maharashtra is concerned. Vinod Sharma, thank you so much for joining us this morning and giving us your sense of where the numbers stand at the moment, because let's take you through where the Election Commission say the numbers stand at the moment. Some of the updated figures over here. Jharkhand, JMM 1, Congress 1, CPI MLL 1. Maharashtra, it says BJP 20, Shiv Sena, the Eknath Shinde Sena 14, NCP, the Ajit Pawar NCP at 11. So clearly the Mahayuti has a clear edge, because the NCP Sharad Pawar has opened its account with 7. These are trends. These are just trends. These are not results, viewers. Congress at 4 at the moment. No numbers for the Shiv Sena. UBT at the moment on the Election Commission website. Sunitra, I'll come back to you and take that point which Vinodji was referring to. Of course, he feels that Eknath Shinde will be a better administrator, and obviously the chief minister who's, at least, the norm would say that the chief minister who's led you into an election, if the same alliance were to win again, would continue on as the chief minister. But will the BJP be content playing second fiddle this time round if they emerge as the single largest party?
Well, it's interesting, but let's not forget that they went into this election very clearly with Shinde leading. And if you spoke, I know that you're in touch with them as well. If you spoke with the BJP, they were very clear that he was one of their trump cards. Because let's face it, despite the kind of drama that had been there, and despite the fact that the people, as you've been talking about, the people in Maharashtra were sick of this kind of dirty politics. They were upset with all parties about the fact that, people were making governments at early in the morning and all of that. So there was this problem with that. They were very clear when I spoke with them that even though he'd been in the seat for 2.5 years, Eknath Shinde didn't have anti-incumbency, right? Now that is, and it's because of the shorter term or whatever, they knew that he didn't face anti-incumbency. Also, because he had been in that seat, he was also ensuring that, a lot of resources were used into bringing in schemes that are popular, this whole maafi to the toll maafi and things like that, so he brought in Ladli Behna. This has been the X factor in this election. If you speak to the MVA, they're very clear that if the whole kind of uncertainty about how they were going to perform has been the fact that this cash scheme, which had
offered to double it if they
this did magic in Madhya Pradesh, where they'd been in power for so long. They had so much anti-incumbency, but this just turned things around for Shivraj Singh Chauhan over there, for the BJP over there. So this was expected to work magic. BJP expected it to work magic, and it seems right now, by the fact that BJP has got 20 over there, is the number 1 largest party over there. So all of this fact goes into the thing that the Chief Minister Eknath Shinde is extremely popular in his particular thing. Also, as many pointed out, he has that Aam Aadmi factor. That even though, which perhaps wasn't there with Uddhav Thackeray. Uddhav Thackeray is, of course, born into, he's Bal Thackeray's son, he's there in Matoshri. Whereas Eknath Shinde is seen someone who is a working class hero, he's made it up over there. And, all his, the statements that he's made about his son, that his son will not get to be minister just because he's his son. This has gone down well with the regular janta on the ground. So these are some of the things that the BJP has to deal with. However, there have been complaints about the fact that because the BJP hasn't got the prime seat, their MLAs haven't got that much resources, which the Shinde Sena MLAs are getting. So with this, that claim perhaps becomes much more legit. We have to just wait and see how it's all. And let's also go by the fact that, it's very, very early. The factionalism part of it, the infighting part of it, perhaps within the Mahayuti is much larger than the MVA. That is debatable, of course, but in Maharashtra, you can definitely see such major personalities within all these camps that the poll factor, what's going to happen after if the Mahayuti pulls it off, what's going to happen, who's going to get fought. Because let's not forget, let's just look at NCP. Ajit Pawar was something that if you talk to people within MVA, they talked about the fact that it's the weakest link. But it doesn't look like, from looking at it, they're leading ahead of Sharad Pawar. And Sharad Pawar at this age had really gone out. He was personally campaigning everywhere. He was the one who was telling people that, look, it's the MVA which breaks up families. It was a very personal campaign on Sharad Pawar's side, talking about his daughter, talking about what had happened. And Ajit Pawar made this, took this entire strategy of not attacking his uncle, not saying anything against his own opponent, who's his nephew, Yogendra. And so they have right now, they're of course aiming for a 50% strike rate in their seats. So if Ajit Pawar manages to have a great strike rate, then he will also be saying that, look, what do I get? He has always wanted to be, the reason why he left the other camp, which is the MVA camp, is because he had chief ministerial ambitions. Will he be happy with deputy chief minister if he gets a great strike rate as well? So you have all these contenders over here within the Mahayuti who are strong contenders, and if they all perform well, who will get to be the chief minister? It's something that the BJP has kept open. Amit Shah has also spoken about the fact. Of course, let's not forget that very interesting press conference where you had Fadnavis. I think it was during their manifesto launch where Devendra Fadnavis was sitting next to Eknath Shinde, and someone asked them, who's your CM candidate? And he said, he's sitting next to me, and he pointed to Eknath Shinde. So you've had all of these statements. Devendra Fadnavis knows that it, because of the kind.
Post-poll scenarios change.
Definitely. Definitely.
You'd say that, we're going into an election with so-and-so as the face. The face could change right after the results. Now, speaking of chief ministerial, probables, there is, of course, the incumbent chief minister, Eknath Sambhaji Shinde, who is currently leading with 4,053 votes from the constituency of Kopri Patspakadi, which is in Maharashtra at the moment. His closest rival, of course, is from the UBD faction of the Shiv Sena, Kedar Prakash Dighe. And as far as Devendra Fadnavis is concerned, he of course is contesting viewers from the Nagpur Southwest constituency, and he's leading as well. These are numbers that I'm picking up from the Election Commission website, so from the official website itself. So from the Nagpur Southwest constituency, you can also go and look at these results at any time on the ECI website. Devendra Fadnavis is currently leading by 2,246 votes. Its closest rival from the Congress party, Praful Gudhade. Also joining us this morning, Kailash Adhikari, political analyst, and Nikhil Jain, political analyst as well. Good morning to both of you. At the moment, as of course, the numbers are trickling in, and you're looking at the trends, obviously very early trends, but it clearly shows that the Mahayuti is leading in Maharashtra. I will seek your views on that for the moment. First to you, Kailash, and then Nikhil.
Good morning to everyone, and good morning to you, Palmi. As we can see that the early trends are kicking in, and it is clear that the Mahayuti is slated to come back into power, and that too by a considerable margin. As I can see on our screen right now, it's the 119 versus 27, and of course these are just the early trends. But if we can just go by the early trends, we can see that how majorly the NDA or the Mahayuti is coming in. Now the question is that, of course, what we were debating some time ago about the chief ministerial phase. See, now it's not dependent on the fact that why is one particular party the single largest party, or can it have an edge because of the fact, or can it have a negotiating power on the table just because it is a single largest party? Because here, for the first time, it is a very momentous election in Maharashtra, and I come from Mumbai, so I can say that because it is a six-party fight. Earlier, it was always a four-party fight and two sides. It's just the NDA and the Congress, but now it's a six-party fight. Even though there are two factions, but three versus three. So we have to always weigh in that how much is the NCP Ajit Pawar faction contributing to that win, how much is the Eknath Shinde faction with the incumbent chief minister contributing to that win, and of course the BJP as the single largest party. So post-poll alliances, now with the early trends coming in, seems a little off the hand, because we can see that the Mahayuti is at a comfortable majority as of right now, as of this moment. But yes, what is most important to see is that will the Mahayuti go ahead with Mr. Eknath Shinde as the chief minister, looking at the fact that 2.5 years being as a CM now, these are the results which are coming in, or will there will be some different kind of negotiations with reference to 2.5 years, or breaking up that 5 years within the three parties.
Absolutely, absolutely. So it's not all over just because the Mahayuti may have gone with Eknath Shinde as the face of the alliance into these elections. We can't yet say that he's going to be the chief minister quite naturally if the Mahayuti were to win this assembly election. Shifting focus a little bit, Nikhil, of course, I'll get your thoughts in first in Maharashtra, and then we'll shift focus to the Jharkhand numbers as well. Nikhil.
So, Paulimi, personally, I feel that I completely agree with Vinod Sharma ji that the BJP would not have a choice but to retain Eknath Shinde as the chief minister if indeed these trends hold up and the Mahayuti ends up being in power, for the simple reason that there are a couple of reasons actually. Reason number one is that he comes from the Maratha community vis-a-vis Devendra Fadnavis comes from the Brahmin community. And the kind of political discourse that's been going around in the country since the past 1 year, it's all about the OBC and how OBCs have not been given their rights and other communities. And in a way, it goes against sort of a Brahminical hegemony. Now, this is not the BJP, or this is not the India of 2014 when Narendra Modi would sweep in with his rallies and get whatever results that he wanted. Look at how the Lok Sabha elections in 2014 or 24 played out for the BJP vis-a-vis how the state elections are playing out for them. What is mattering more and more is the local level leaders, is the local state level leaders, is the state level schemes and the narrative that is being built there. I don't think the BJP would risk messing with that narrative by replacing a Maratha incumbent chief minister with a Brahmin chief minister. That being said, even if they were to replace it, even if they were to replace Eknath Shinde with somebody in the BJP faction, whether it's Devendra Fadnavis or somebody else, the problem would be there would be nothing stopping Eknath Shinde from moving over to the Mahavikas Aghadi, joining hands with the other three players, and again becoming the chief minister or deputy chief minister or something like that. So I think the BJP would be stuck in the same situation as it is in Bihar, that despite being the single largest party, it would still have to make the CM of a party that is much lesser in terms of the vote share, in terms of the seat share. That all that being said, I am still not sure whether these trends are going to hold up, because I'm still reminded of Haryana from just a month ago when by 10 a.m. everybody thought that the Congress had made a clear victory, and then by about 12 p.m., 12 noon, it was a complete turnaround. I'm not quite sure whether these trends are going to hold up or not.
Disclaimer, I was quite literally in this very seat on that day, and I think my eyes just popped out when I saw the numbers just reverse on my screen, and I thought I'm just like, I probably need glasses or something very soon, because I couldn't believe what just happened right before my eyes. So hence we're putting out that disclaimer every few minutes that remember, early trends. These are not the results. We'll of course know the results. It will become much more clearer by this afternoon as well. But yes, at the moment, what we're seeing is that in Maharashtra, the Mahayuti is leading. And as well in Jharkhand, what we are seeing is that the NDA is leading as well. Shruti Ganpate is also an independent journalist, continues to be with us. Apologies, Shruti, for keeping you waiting for a while at the moment, but I just want to pull you in onto this discussion. Everyone has, brought in their thoughts as to who will be the chief minister. We were, of course, discussing this a while ago as well. But do you think it's going to be Eknath Shinde as well, because of these various factors that have been listed by our various panelists as well? What are your thoughts? Because you've got a better sense of the politics of the state.
I think we also had to see the number of seats won during Lok Sabha. So that time, Shiv Sena was just broken. I mean, the Shinde had split from the original party. But despite that, he won 7 seats, whereas BJP won only 9 seats. And Uddhav Thackeray also won 9 seats, and he contested 15 seats. So his strike rate was much more because all the sympathies were with Uddhav Thackeray. And despite that, he met 7 seats. So I think we have to also see the performance in this assembly election, that how many seats he's going to win. Though he's contesting lesser seats than BJP, but if his strike rate remains higher, like Lok Sabha, then there is no doubt that he'll be the chief minister.
Okay. So there is no doubt that he will be the chief minister. Let's just shift focus to Jharkhand for a bit. We shouldn't forget that Jharkhand results are also being counted at the moment. And on the Election Commission website, it says that, as far as Jharkhand is concerned, I'll try and pull up that number for you, as seem to some trouble with the website. Okay, it's back up. It says 3 for the BJP, 2 for the Congress, 2 for the RJD. Remember, this is the Mahagathbandhan as such, the India bloc in Jharkhand. So, 2 for the RJD, AJSUP 2, JMM 2, CPI-ML 2, MLL Leninist 2, and JLKM 1, and others and independents 1. So it's currently very interestingly split at the moment as we look at it. So very early numbers, just 15 seats as far as Jharkhand is concerned. This, of course, Kailash, is quite a prestige battle for Hemant Soren. He, of course, went to the people saying that, he being an Adivasi was unfairly incarcerated by the central government. And he, of course, tried to galvanize the support of the Adivasi community in Jharkhand. But is that going to be sufficient? He also had a very similar scheme for the women as well. But is that going to be sufficient? Because, he went to jail in January. The general elections were held after that, and the JMM's performance was not exactly as it was, they must have hoped would be, based on riding on the sympathy factor. Kailash. Kailash, am I audible?
Yes, now I think I'm on screen. Yes. I've heard your question. Yes. So, Paulami, the political landscape is completely different if you say Maharashtra and Jharkhand. And now, since we are talking about Jharkhand, a lot of other factors do also play in. Now, Hemant Soren must have played a sympathy card because of the fact that he was troubled by the agencies or etc. He was in jail and finally had come out. But we can see that during that particular point of time, also the sympathies were not with him during the Lok Sabha elections. And right now, also, the BJP has played a very smart card with the Champa Soren factor coming in. And if we look at the last term of BJP in Jharkhand, they had Raghubir Das as the chief minister, and that was the first time the Jharkhand had a non-tribal chief minister. Now the BJP, having Champa Soren in its fold currently, plays a very different card, because now that entire tribal void is now filled in. So B, this becomes a very different factor altogether, even for the voters of that particular state. And just because of the fact that Hemant Soren can play the sympathy card, won't go down well. Just
even Babulal Marandi, who they appointed as state president,
not go down well.
Kailash?
Sorry?
You were talking about the tribal factor. Babulal Marandi as well, former chief minister, first chief minister of the state of Jharkhand, who the BJP recently appointed as state president as well. That's going to be an important factor as well in the projection that we've got, faces from the Adivasi community in terms of Champai Soren, who's come in, Sita Soren, who's come in as well.
Absolutely. That is the main point. BJP understood that since a very long time in Jharkhand, while fighting alone independently, it lacked that kind of tribal appeal which is required in a state like Jharkhand. Now with Babulal Marandi, as I said, Champa Soren, then Sita Soren, that entire equation has changed. And that the people of Jharkhand, for the voter of Jharkhand, naturally the optics are now quite different. They feel that, and as Nikhil mentioned just before, after I spoke about the fact that of a Maratha CM and the Brahmin CM. Now, if you catapult that into Jharkhand, it's about the same. It's about a tribal CM and a non-tribal CM. So that void which was there in the Bharatiya Janata Party in Jharkhand for a very long time, now that is quite filled in. And we can see in that in the early trends, as we all rightly said, that sitting at 9:45 a.m. here, it is just the early trends, and we do not know by noon what to what manner it swings. But just to believe in that early trends, yes, BJP has filled in that void very well. And for Hemant Soren or for anyone, even in Maharashtra or in general, Paul me now, playing the sympathy card is not a very big factor that you can trump in now in a democracy. Just because you feel that a sympathy card is with you, people do not go with you. The voter is a quite informed voter, and he knows that a sympathy card would get him the results and the good governance that he or she wants from a government.
Right, right. Nikhil, do you want to weigh in on that as well quickly? Then I'll go back to Maharashtra, because the numbers seem to be, just as far as Mahayuti is concerned, they're quite big numbers as far as Maharashtra is concerned. Again, early trends. But as far as Jharkhand is concerned, do you want to weigh in on the Hemant Soren campaign, and of course versus the BJP's campaign that they're going after your Mati, your Beti, your Roti, the infiltrators are going after that. And then, of course, speaking about the corruption in the Hemant Soren government as well.
See, follow me, I largely agree with what Kailash has said, that I don't think the sympathy card works in Indian elections anymore. Whether it's Aam Aadmi Party playing that card in 2024 Lok Sabha, Sharad Pawar or Uddhav Thackeray doing that in Maharashtra 2024 state elections, or indeed Hemant Soren doing that in the state elections now, or the Lok Sabha elections earlier. But one thing that I disagree with in terms of what Kailash has said is, I don't think the voters are particularly or necessarily choosing good governance. I think voters today are very transactional, and it is essentially boiled down to a factor of who is going to put more money in my pocket. Now, that may or may not be good governance. I've always been in favor of giving subsidies to the poor, giving social welfare measures to the poor. But if you are going to have unconditional cash transfers right in the pockets of people without them having to work for it, without there being a direct developmental goal linked to it, as was in Manrega or as is in a lot of other cash benefit schemes, but is not the case in the Ladli Behna Yojana or the Ladki Behna Yojana in Maharashtra. I think voters today are opting for schemes like that, because up until 3 months ago, nobody was giving this election to the Mahayuti. But if indeed these trends hold up, the Mahayuti is going to sweep this election. Then what is it in the past 3 months that the Mahayuti government, the BJP alliance or Eknath Shinde did that they were not able to do in the past 2.5 years? We did see the kind of beating that they took in the Lok Sabha elections. The only one difference is the Ladki Behna Yojana, and that is not a very fiscally responsible scheme. We all know the fact that Ajit Pawar, who's a deputy chief minister in the same government, had very strong reservations against the scheme. The Congress party did go to the court and tried to get the schemes stopped, but later on, when they realized that the scheme is so damn popular with the voters, they finally had to cave in as well and offer a similar scheme. Now, I don't think that is good governance. That is going to make states across the country bankrupt. Again, I must make it clear to your viewers, I'm not against social welfare schemes. I think they are something very good. Every state government, BJP, Congress, JMM, whatever, they should do them. But unconditional cash transfers of that magnitude that are not fiscally sustainable, that is not sustainable by a budget, I think that's not the way to go. But sadly, that is how the voters today are voting. Whether it was the Kisan Samman Nidhi by the Prime Minister in 2019 Lok Sabha, or this Ladki Behna handouts in Maharashtra, or Ladli Behna handouts in Madhya Pradesh, I think that is what it has essentially boiled down to, along with the last minute election management. How many people can you actually pull to the booth? How many people can you reach out in terms of your messaging? How can you use state resources to your advantage? I think that how many dummy candidates can you prop up? Like if you have a Polami Saha from party A contesting, how many other Polami Sahas can I find in that constituency? How many other people can I get a similar symbol allotted? I think this is what is, winning elections for parties today.
Right. Because stay on with us. I'll bring in Shruti again because we're going back to the Maharashtra numbers at the moment. Let me just pull that up from the Election Commission website. It is as far as the Shruti, I'll just calculate that very quickly to give a sense of where Mahayuti stands at the moment and where MVA stands at the moment. So as far as Mahayuti is concerned, BJP is at 71, Eknath Shinde Sena is at 34, and Ajit Pawar's NCP is at 27. So that's 132. As far as the MVA is concerned, Sharad Pawar NCP is at 19, Congress is at 15, and UBT Sena is at 13. So that stands at 47 at the moment. Others and independents, Shruti, at 17. Are they suddenly going to become very key to which way things roll? But at the moment, of course, it looks like Mahayuti is looking at a comfortable win over here, but then again, not calling it, not saying anything, because we've all learned our lessons from Haryana. We're not saying anything. These are early trends. Shruti.
Yeah, I think MNS is also contesting on 125 seats. Vanchit Bahujan Aghadi is contesting on 200 seats. Mayawati's party is also contesting on 235 seats. And there are 2,000 plus independent candidates. So MNS, people are expressing doubt that they will get elected even a single candidate, but they will cut into the votes. If you see the Dalit votes, which were last time transferred to Congress and Shiv Sena, MVA, are somehow this time going to Bahujan Vanchit Aghadi. So they will be also cutting in votes this time for MVA. So all these factors are really going to affect the MVA in a way. And what we are seeing, the early trends, I can say that, BJP is leading and followed by Eknath Shinde. So it could be a result of that we have to take into consideration these independent and the smaller parties in Maharashtra. Okay, they may not win the seat or the candidate, but yes, they will cut into votes.
They will cut into votes as well. We, of course, saw, a very heated campaign in Maharashtra, several controversies from, the polarizing campaign, which was led by Yogi Adityanath, when he, of course, coined that phrase, batenge to katenge. The Prime Minister came in and said, ek hai to safe hai. There was the bag checking controversy. Uddhav Thackeray said, why are Election Commission officials only checking my bags? Why aren't they checking other, Mahayuti leader and their bags as well? So there were videos being released about Devendra Fadnavis's bags being checked, Amit Shah's bags and his chopper being checked as well. And then, of course, came that last controversy, Vinod Tavade in a hotel in Virar, sitting and allegedly distributing cash before election day. And then the BJP responding with a Bitcoin controversy, saying Nana Patole, Supriya Sule, in some ways monetized Bitcoins from a fraud cryptocurrency scam and used that money for the election campaign allegations, which were refuted by Supriya Sule and Nana Patole as well. As far as the campaign, Kailash, in Maharashtra is concerned, it was like I said, there were it was a very heated campaign, but the BJP strategy seemed very clear about, of course, consolidating the Hindutva votes. At least it seemed, with a campaign that was led by Yogi Adityanath. While some, of course, Shruti did point out that some didn't agree with it. Ajit Pawar, Ashok Chavan, Pankaja Munde didn't agree with that campaign, and they voiced it very vocally as well. And on the other hand, of course, bringing together the non-Maratha, votes as well, in the way that the BJP did in Haryana, bringing together the non-Jat votes. Kailash.
Palmi, you're absolutely right. See, every party has a political discourse and they have a certain ideology that they follow to. So while campaigning, the Bharatiya Janata Party, be it the Eknath Shinde or the NCP Ajit Pawar, they had a certain a go-to audience, and in order to capture that go-to audience, there is a certain means of communication and there's a certain language of communication that they're attributing to. Now, the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh spoke about batenge to katenge, or the Honorable Prime Minister spoke about ek hai to safe rahenge. Ek hai to safe hai, that speaks about in the larger prospect, it speaks about unity. Now, naturally, there will be opposition speaking about the fact that they're only talking about, or they're trying to polarize the elections by talking to their particular majority base of the voters. Now, this is a peculiar characteristic of Indian elections, not just Maharashtra elections, which we see across, be it any state election or be it any national elections in the past or going forward. So that is a particular reality that I think we all must have to live with. But at the end of the day, what resonates with the voter is most important. Be what a communication it be it the kind of language that one uses or any party uses. At the end of the day, what does the voter feel and whom does the voter feel for in his particular constituency? See, there are various issues that a voter may vote for. It could be infrastructure issue. It could be the issues that Nikhil just pointed out in the beginning, that what he is getting or he or she is getting at the end. But there are certain other voters who vote for the larger and the broader issues also. So I mean, the voter base is so large in the largest democracy like ours, and that too for a state like Maharashtra. I think 9.7 crore registered voters, about 6.5 or 6 crore voters. They exercise their franchise. So it is very difficult to pinpoint on a particular factor for any faction.
Okay, Shruti, I was just reminded of one of the questions that I was asking Sunetra earlier, I believe. About the RSS factor. How much of a role did the RSS play? I mean, it does play a role, many elections, and we've heard about how they've bolstered the BJP's campaign. You heard a lot about their re-energized campaign in Maharashtra this time round in the assembly elections. What do you have to say about that? What did you pick up from the ground, Shruti?
Yeah, I think RSS has always been supportive to BJP, and their campaign is not something new, whether it is a local body election or Lok Sabha or assembly election. So yes, they have their core constituency, they have their core people whom they really pass on that message. And if you see in last few years, as BJP supporters are growing in Maharashtra, the numbers have definitely went up, and even the vote share of BJP has went up in Maharashtra. So RSS somewhere has its own contribution in changing that image of BJP in state and in elsewhere also, because earlier only the particular caste, the Brahmin caste, which was more attached with the RSS, but now if we see, the people from different castes are also attached with the RSS, and I think it's their success that they have penetrated in other caste groups also, despite Maharashtra having a strong Maratha leadership and anti-Brahmin movements. So yes, they are going to play a major role in this election also.
Shruti, just to narrow this down a little bit, earlier we were speaking of Mumbai, Bombay, the Mumbai city and the constituencies that fall within Mumbai, the 36 seats. There are several where direct fights are being fought. Like the Shiv Sena, of course, has held a sway over seats in the past, but this time there are, of course, Worli being the most prominent, where Aditya Thackeray of the UBD faction of the Shiv Sena is facing off against Milind Deora of the Eknath Shinde faction of the Shiv Sena. How much of these have become like big prestige battles? Because these battles were fought during the Lok Sabha elections as well, and clearly the UBD faction came up with an upper hand in the Lok Sabha elections. So if you could just paint a picture of the contest across the assembly constituencies of Bombay for us, Mumbai city.
So there is, I think, Worli, you have already mentioned, there is Bandra East and Bandra West. Bandra is Zishan Siddiqui is contesting against Varun Sardesai. So Zishan was the sitting MLA, but then he switched to NCP. And Varun, we know that he's from Shiv Sena and cousin of Aditya Thackeray. Another constituency is Bandra West, which is contested by Shelar. He's a BJP bigwig. Then there are a few constituencies outside. Then also Anushakti Nagar, from where Nawab Malik is contesting against Abu Azmi, because Nawab Malik was arrested by the same government, alleging with so many, charges labeling against him. but the same politician has been given ticket by the alliance. So that is also going to be a very different fight. If elsewhere in Maharashtra, if you see, especially in Konkan, we have not spoken much.
Mankur, Shivajinagar, and Anushakti Nagar is his daughter, Sana Malik and
Yes, Anushakti
Fahad.
Nagar is daughter, Shivajinagar Mankur he is contesting. Elsewhere, we have not spoken about Konkan region. If you see, both the Narayan Rane's sons are contesting from Kankavli and Kudal. So that is also going to be a very prestigious election for Mr. Rane. Then in Bhokar, Nanded district, Ashok Chavan's daughter is contesting for the first time. Former Chief Minister Prithviraj Chavan's Karat constituency in Western Maharashtra is also going to be a really prestigious. And of course, Yevla in Nasik region, where Mr. Chhagan Bhujbal is contesting against Manikrao Shinde. So these are some 10-15 major prestigious constituencies that we are seeing in Maharashtra. And they will definitely give us, I think, surprising results, because these are all big wigs that they are contesting. And in short time, we'll come to know who's going to win, who's going to lose.
There's Mumbai Devi as well, from where Shaina NC is contesting.
Yes.
A BJP leader on an Eknath Shinde ticket.
Yes.
That's a very interesting arrangement as well as far as the Mahayuti is concerned.
Yes, I think the coordination was pretty well on some of these constituencies while it was about the seat distribution, if you see. So the adjustment was really good. So yeah, we could see that, from BJP, she's switched to Shinde group and she's now contesting against Amin Patel of Congress.
Right. We'll just come back to the Mumbai, the battle in Mumbai with our guests Nikhil and Kailash as well. Champai Soren, who's in fact the former chief minister, briefly held the position when Hemant Soren was in jail. He, now a BJP leader contesting from Saraikela, has spoken out. Let's listen in.
देखिए, हम यहाँ आराम से बैठे हैं, है ना? आज से 8 बजे से शुरू होगा। हमको पूरा विश्वास है, पूरे झारखंड प्रदेश में कोलान से लेके संतरपड़ा से पूरा झारखंड प्रदेश में भाजपा का ही जीत है, मैक्सिमम विधानसभा में। कहीं किंतु परंतु नहीं है, और सरकार भी बनेगी, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का ही बनेगी, इंडिया गठबंधन का ही बनेगी। क्या कारण है कि आप इतने कॉन्फिडेंट हैं? विश्वास है। हम लोग चुनाव प्रचार के समय से ही संकेत मिल चुका है। हर गांव, हर टोला, हर शहर से भाजपा के पक्ष में वोट हुआ, भाजपा गठबंधन के पक्ष में वोट हुआ। इसीलिए आप लोगों ने बहुत मेहनत की। क्या मुद्दे हैं जिनको लेके आप इतने विश्वास? देखिए, झारखंड में सबसे बड़ा ज्वलंत मुद्दा उठा है संथाल परगना में, बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठ, वहाँ का आदिवासी के जनसंख्या घटना, जिस धरती में ब्रिटिश साम्राज्यवाद भी वहाँ पर झुकना पड़ा, संथाल परगना में वीर सिद्धू कान्हू, चांद भैरव फूलो जानो के नेतृत्व में संघर्ष हुआ, संथाल परगना बना, संथाल पर खासकरी अधिनियम बना। उस जगह में
Okay, so that was Champai Soren, who's speaking out, and he, of course, is expressing, his confidence that the NDA alliance will win in these elections after, of course, the results are announced today, that the NDA will come out as a winner. Now, going back to the state of Maharashtra, Nikhil Jain, Kailash Adhikari, Shruti Ganpate continue to be live with us. Going back to the city of Mumbai, Nikhil, earlier, as far as 2019 assembly results are concerned. The whole political landscape, of course, of Maharashtra has changed between 2019 and now. There was the undivided Sena, which contested in 2019. There was the undivided NCP, which contested in 2019. And now both parties stand divided. The undivided Sena then won 14 out of the 19 assembly segments in Mumbai city that it contested at that point of time in the area. And then, of course, the BJP, which won about 16 seats. But the whole scenario has changed right now, where, of course, it's Sena versus Sena in many constituencies as well. How do you see that play out? Because there was a point of time, of course, there was a lot of confusion in the minds of the voters concerning symbols, concerning party people who they had known for a lifetime to be associated with a certain party, but not anymore. How is that? Probably has changed now, and there's much more clarity in the voters' mind. But how do you see that play out? Because Shruti earlier said that this is a local election. At the end of the day, the bigger narratives are not going to work over here.
Following, is that to me?
Yeah, Nikhil, go on.
Yeah, I'm sorry, your audio broke in the middle, so I could not hear the entirety of your question. But from what I could understand, you basically wanted to gauge the impact between Sena fighting Sena and how the symbols and all that confusion that happened during the Lok Sabha elections is going to pan out today. Now, I feel certainly the situation for the Shiv Sena Uddhav faction and the NCP Sharad Pawar faction today is much better than it was in the Lok Sabha. But I feel in a country where a large number of voters are either rural or are not as politically or socially aware as one likes to think they are, I think symbols still matter a lot, and you would find a lot of voters still voting for Sharad Pawar but pressing the symbol of a clock, or still voting for Uddhav Thackeray but pressing the symbol of a Dhanush and Ban. Of course, the impact of it would be lesser than that in the Lok Sabha. I won't deny that. One thing I would also want to point out for your viewers is that it's rather unfortunate that when we're talking about elections in a state as large as Maharashtra, with so many complex issues, with a diverse economy ranging from agriculture to service sector, financial, industry, everything, based all the points that we've been talking about, all the narrative that was played by both the sides is essentially political rhetoric. My chopper was caught, my एक है तो safe है, बटेंगे तो कटेंगे. It was all either communal rhetoric or political rhetoric. There was no real talk about real issues, whether it was the issues of soybean farmers, whether it was the issues of cotton farmers, whether it was drought-prone areas in Latur, whether it was the slow trains that you have in Nagpur to Pune and other parts of the state, despite being a very developed state. There wasn't a lot of talk about the issues that plague the people of the state, and I feel that is rather unfortunate for democracy in India in general, that our entire political discourse, even during election time, is constrained to just this politicking and not about real issues of governance.
Shruti, are people voting in Maharashtra? I mean, I'm just trying to get a sense, because you're speaking to the people on the ground as well. Kailash obviously can also come in on this later, because he hails from the city of Mumbai as well. When you're speaking to people on the ground, are they talking about development? Are they talking about what they're seeing around them when they're going out to cast their vote? Because I can say that I also, viewers, I'm a resident of Mumbai city. I'm a Mumbaikar. So when I asked my mom what was on her mind, when she went in to cast her vote, what played on her mind, and she said, well, I just have to look around me if work has been done or not, and basis that I will cast my vote. Shruti, what are people telling you?
I think it is also, the kind of split happened in Maharashtra and the kind of trend set by BJP. So people thought that, their vote has not been respected, because they voted for example, Shiv Sena in that case, and half of the MLAs just switched overnight and joined another party. So people sort of had that apathy towards the politics, that whichever party you vote, you don't know tomorrow they will just switch and something else will happen. So that is one major issue I think that people are concerned about, that their vote is really does it really have any value? Is it been respected or not? And there is that anger among people for not having that stable government for a longer period of time, because in that first MVA alliance for 2.5 years, people were quite happy. It was a COVID period and things were moving, and Uddhav Thackeray was doing so many things. He was talking with people. So he built that kind of a image that was required for Maharashtra to have the kind of CM, who considers people's opinion, who works for the people. And then suddenly that changed overnight. So I think that is one thing, apart from this development politics and apart from inflation, apart from unemployment and women. So this one thing is really, I think, the major concern for the voters, that whether anything going to happen after they vote for particular party or particular candidate.
That's an interesting point you're making. Sandeep Singh is also joining us at the moment. Good morning to you, Mr. Singh. I'll just come across to you. I'll quickly take that question with Kailash Adhikari as well, who comes from the city of Mumbai as well. Kailash, what plays on the minds of voters, as in Maharashtra, as they go out to vote? Is the development factor an important factor? Or, as Shruti said, a major concern that much of the electorate has in Maharashtra is that I'm going to cast my vote for this particular party, but who knows where the candidate will be post results.
Yeah, that's true. But there's another factor which I like to bring to your notice, which, I have found that has kind of evaded the elections debate so far, especially if we're talking of Maharashtra and focused on Bombay, Navi Mumbai, Thane, Nagpur, the constant attack on industrialists and industries. I've been talking to students, you talk to engineers or MBA students, their parents, and a lot of people who invest in stock market from this area. And they've been wondering why there's a constant attack on industries and the hit that stock market takes. So that is also one aspect, especially if you look Mumbai, Navi Mumbai, Thane, Nagpur, that has also impacted the voters' choice whom to vote for. That is something which you cannot ignore. And yes, definitely the development work is visible. And some of the things that happened, again, if we take specifically Mumbai, that the tolls have been waived off just few months before the election. And that was Bombay was one of the unique city that within the city you used to pay toll tax to move from one area to another area. And development, yes, indeed, the infrastructure has taken place. The metro work that was stopped earlier during Uddhav Thakeray's rule. Suddenly we have seen those metro work started happening and people are using those metro trains. So that developmental impact in Bombay is visible. And if you go to, I've visited these two places, Bombay and Nagpur. And again in Nagpur, the development, infrastructure development, people are very happy with that. So that will surely reflect in the voting pattern.
Okay. We'll try and get Kailash Adhikari back with us as well. But let's quickly take you through the updated numbers on the Election Commission website as we speak right now. BJP at 109. So the BJP's number in 2019 stood at 105, and that is what Devendra Fadnavis claimed, that we will get the same numbers as we did the last time round. So 109 for the BJP, Eknath Shinde Shiv Sena at 56, Ajit Pawar's NCP at 34. So well past the halfway mark of 145. If you just look at the trends right now, remember, again, these are not solid results. So we're looking at trends. As far as trends go, MVA, Congress at 19, UBT Sena at 19, and Sharad Pawar's NCP at 11, and others independent stand at 15 at the moment. We'll try and pull up some constituency-wise numbers as well in order to see who's leading where. So as we do that, Shruti, I'll take that across to you. So as far as early trends on the Election Commission website are concerned, Mahayuti well past the halfway mark, Shruti.
So I think as we have been talking about the Ladli Bahin Yojana, that must have we can see the impact if we really go by this trend, and if this trend continues even after the, even later also. Also, the infrastructure work, also we discussed that in urban areas, the infrastructure work has really worked well in favor of BJP, I should say. So these 2-3 factors, and of course their coordination was better as compared to MVA. The rallies were much more organized. So these all factors also would play a crucial role if these trends continue.
Okay. So as I'm pulling up some of the constituency, results, as far as Worli is concerned, a hotly contested seat, Aditya Thackeray currently leading by a very small margin, but again, many more rounds of counting to go. By 696 votes, Aditya Thackeray of the UBD Shiv Sena over Milind Deora, who is trailing at the moment. He, of course, is fighting on an Eknath Shinde Sena ticket at the moment. Let's look at Baramati, for instance, as well. Record margin of victory the last time round for Ajit Pawar. It was first held by his uncle there, Sharad Pawar, then by Ajit Pawar, nephew, and now uncle is pitted against nephew again because Ajit Pawar is pitted against Yogendra Pawar. Ajit Pawar is now leading by 7,111 votes in Baramati. Let's look at some of the other interesting seats that we were talking about from Mumbai, for instance. Anushakti Nagar. Let's go to Anushakti Nagar, where Sana Malik of the NCP Ajit Pawar faction currently is leading by 1,391 votes. Trailing behind her is Fahad Ahmed of the NCP Congress Party, Sharad Pawar. Fahad Ahmed is actor Swara Bhaskar's husband. So these are some of the, I'll keep pulling that up right now. Ashish Ranjan is also joining us this morning. Ashish, thank you so much for giving us your time. I'll quickly come across to you. Mahayuti appears to be well past the halfway mark, as if early trends are to hold on the Election Commission website. Shruti earlier was telling us this has got to do with the Ladki Bahin Yojana. This has got to do with the women voters turning out in record numbers in Maharashtra. If I gave you these numbers, 109 for the BJP, 56 for Eknath Shinde, 34 for Ajit Pawar. Ashish, what do you think has worked?
Apart from the result, first, thank you so much for ST and Polemy. Apart from the result, just look at the three major things in both Maharashtra and Jharkhand, which is the common thing. First, at both the place, there is a women-centric schemes. One, Maya schemes, Maya Sammani schemes in Jharkhand, and the Larki Bahan in Maharashtra. I mean, these are two the states which is just not the initiated first time. It happened in the Ladli Behna and Lakshmi schemes in Karnataka as well. However, these are the two states which first time initiated that kind of large scale of direct benefit transfer. And it is clearly seen, we can see in the trends that both the states has been, or the incumbent has been gaining that benefit. Where that number will stop, we don't know, we can't say right now, but the trend is clearly saying the women specific, due to these schemes, it has been benefiting to the incumbent parties or alliance. Second thing, which is also the common, in Jharkhand, you will see Hemant Soren as a chief minister. He used to be a party, he is a party leader and the popular among the party, but this times, even we done a survey in Jharkhand as well. So Hemant Soren's popularity has been far above than any other leader in the states. So even among the tribal leaders, so Babulal Marandi, Champai Soren, so the age is almost double. Similarly, in Maharashtra, what happened this time newly, that Eknath Shinde has been able to pull himself from the traditional, Mumbai Thane belt and Shiv Sena leader. Due to this Larki Bahan Yojana, his popularity has spread across the states. I'm not commenting on the number, but this can be visible any observer and in any data. This will be observed.
Okay, and if it all, it has been lacking in numbers in terms of getting,
we can't deny
bit of a
which has implemented.
Sorry, Ashish. Sorry, it's because of a network issue. What I was trying to ask you is that if at all there has been a dent, obviously it's not going to get absolute numbers, the Mahayuti, the dent, would you say, would be in Marathwada or which regions? As far as Mahayuti is concerned, like not performing as they would have wanted to as well.
Yes. So Marathwada and Vidarbha, these two regions where the Mahayuti lost most in Lok Sabha election. This is the region they were expecting that they will gain. I mean, Marathwada due to the Maratha reservation issue, and Vidarbha, we know it's a direct Congress versus BJP fights, and there is a good share of SC and ST in Vidarbha region as well, apart from the OBC. So the thing is, the Mahagari, I mean, many people thought that Mahagari will retain that lead and will give the good fight to the Mahayuti. However, the result, the trends, as far as we are seeing, it's completely denying that fact that the lead which supported to the Mahagari in Lok Sabha election, especially in Marathwada and Vidarbha, BJP or Mahayuti has been gaining there most of the. I mean, they have not gained, but they have almost crushing Mahagari in these two regions.
Okay. Sandeep ji, I'll come across to you right now. How do you read the numbers? How has the Mahayuti been able to turn the tide against it, as it were, during the Lok Sabha elections, where the MVA swept away 30 of the 48 Lok Sabha seats, and between then and now, just a few months later, it has literally turned the tables on the MVA, the Mahayuti?
The groundwork was much better. And I can vouch for it because, as I said, I stay in Mumbai. We have seen the campaigning, what happened during Lok Sabha election and now during Vidhan Sabha. And the campaigning was much better from the BJP and Mahayuti. And the door-to-door outreach, talking to people in small numbers. So, the schemes, what you are talking on the development are perfectly fine. But then one has to go and explain it to people. In Lok Sabha election, that was something which I found completely missing on part of BJP or Mahayuti. And this time that on that part, they have done really wonderful. I'm aware they went on doing meeting in different societies at the 10:30 p.m. in the night, and even in a smaller group of 8 to 10 people, not looking at a big group of 50, 100, people talking to each other, telling each other to go and vote in the society. And I think that's one of the reasons we saw a higher number of people going to vote. So as it was being debated that, the higher number of vote is generally anti-incumbency, but this time it has turned out to be pro-incumbent, that people wanted them to come with majority mark and focus on more development work. So yes, the development work has happened, but communicating them, talking to the voters has actually done the wonders for Mahayuti.
Do you think the BJP turned this into not very obviously so, because it will not exactly help them, but into a Marathas versus OBC sort of a fight, because they tried to consolidate the non-Maratha OBC vote bank in Maharashtra, given that they knew that Manoj Arange Patil will continue to be quite the headache for the Mahayuti, despite the promise of 10% reservation in jobs and education for the Maratha community, which Jharkhand Patil, of course, dismissed.
I look at it slightly differently than what you said. I think BJP took it to the next level when they said "batoge to katoge." So they said, forget the caste divide and come together. So I think that line actually helped them to prevent that split into OBC and Maratha votes. And they managed to convince a lot of Marathas that, you should, on that slogan, what they coined, "batoge to katoge." And that people came as by evening or tomorrow we'll know the number of voters which has come and the vote share, and that this theory will be tested. But I think Marathas have also come and voted for Mahayuti and BJP. And that is why in many pockets where BJP was traditionally not winning or has not won in the Lok Sabha is now doing well. This would not have been possible without getting Maratha votes.
Right. Ashish, what is your sense of that? Was the BJP able to consolidate the non-Maratha OBC vote?
So OBC has been a traditional support base for the BJP in Maharashtra, and it has been for a long time, and especially the Sahuteli, Vanjari, Mali, and Banjara. So they have been. I was traveling some parts of the Maharashtra. We met some of the people. Some OBC told me that this Eknath Shinde-led government is not good for the farmer because they are not getting the good price for good MSP for soybean and the cottons. But however, what they say when I ask them to whom you will vote, and they said ki it's a Mahayuti candidate because where we will go, it's our BJP is our traditional party, and we have to stick with them. So party affiliations or the especially the leader affiliation in Maharashtra is very high. Sir would explain more than me. But what I have observed in my limited traveling in Maharashtra, that's a party affiliation or the leader affiliation. So, for example, I can tell you the one of the example in Nanded Bhokar Assembly constituency, where Ashok Chauhan's daughter is contesting. So I made some of the SC voters, Dalits voters, and some others better. The similar things for them, they said the Congress is better choice for us, except the Matang. Matang is the pro BJP supporter. It has been traditionally, but Mahar and other SC communities are more inclined to support for the Congress. The similar question I asked, to whom you will vote, and answer was simply BJP. The reason say it's due to Ashok Chauhan. Ashok Chauhan is a big stalwart leader. He has developed in our area, and it was visible in that village as well. So said ki wherever the Ashok Chauhan will go, we will vote for them in assembly election especially. So that's all. The thing is ki we can't. I mean, we usually say ki Bihar UP has a caste association and other thing. Maharashtra has caste plus leadership association, and it's a long elite, traditional base. So Sharad Pawar in Western, Ashok Chauhan is there. Then you will say in Nagpur region. So there is a pocket of local elites, the party leaders, and they have a very much good influence on their voters. So both the things. So this times the party association as well as the Larki Bahan schemes has been able to give the benefits to the Mahayuti.
Right. Okay. Ashish, stay on with us. Remember that several elections and the votes are being counted for at the moment. So there is the Maharashtra Assembly 288 assembly segments, Jharkhand 81 assembly segments. There are the by-elections, Lok Sabha by-polls in Wayanad and Nanded, and then there are of course several assembly constituencies where by-polls were held as well, where those votes are being counted at the moment. In Uttar Pradesh, the NDA currently is leading over the India bloc. And as far as the Lok Sabha by-polls are concerned, Priyanka Gandhi is leading in Wayanad in Kerala. And in Nanded, it is the BJP, contender who is in fact leading over his nearest rivals. So those are the numbers. Ashish and Sandeep ji, will shift focus a little bit to Jharkhand as well at the moment. Let me pull up the latest numbers on Jharkhand on the Election Commission website. It gives 28 to the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha, 28 to the JMM, 24 to the BJP, 12 to the Congress, 6 to the RJD. So as far as the India bloc is concerned, it looks better positioned right now because 12 for the Congress, 6 for the RJD, 28 for the JMM. And as far as the NDA bloc is concerned, 24 for the BJP, 2 for the AJSUP. So over here, it seems, Ashish, that Hemant Soren and Team Hemant Soren seem to definitely have a lead in this. We'll try and pull up some constituency leads as well. Ashish, just take us through your sense of the numbers in Jharkhand, where the India bloc clearly seems to have an edge over the NDA.
Yes, of course. And if you compare, if we are talking about the Larki Bahan in Maharashtra, it's a completely Maya Samman schemes in Jharkhand. The second thing, two new things happen in Jharkhand as well. And this in the last 6, 7, 8, take it at 1 year. So after when Hemant Soren gone to the jail, so there is a sympathy for the Hemant Soren, especially among the tribals. And please remember, there is a 26% tribals population there, 15% Muslim population. So JMM Alliance, so India Alliance has been had already has been a strong base. So 40% is strong base there. And since there is a 26% tribal population, 28 seats are reserved for the STs. Last time in 2019, JMM Alliance won 26 out of 28. So it was expected due to the jail incident to the Hemant Soren. And second thing happened with the Maya scheme. And third thing, which is the first in this election, it was the entry of Kalpana Soren. I mean, we did the survey and
here is a shocking update on that, because she seems to be trailing in her constituency of Gande in Jharkhand. Munia Devi of the Bharatiya Janata Party is currently leading with 3,128 votes. So Kalpana Soren at the moment is trailing. So that's bad news for the JMM. Hemant Soren is leading from his seat of Barhet, and Champai Soren is trailing from Saraikela. Basant Soren, brother of Hemant Soren, is trailing from Dumka as well. Babulal Marandi is in fact leading from Dhanwar. So it's a split in terms of prominent faces are concerned. So some hits, some misses. Hemant Soren thumbs up, Kalpana Soren thumbs down, Basant Soren thumbs down. That's the JMM camp for you. Champai Soren thumbs down, Babulal Marandi thumbs up. So Ashish, your thoughts?
I can't say for each and everyone, but I can say Kalpana Soren will be able to pull out because the demography is also in favor of her. There is a good chunk of Muslim voters are there. So I mean, it's again it's a 10:30 only. So, but the final it might be close. But Kalpana Soren will be able to win that election, as far as I understand, because I went to that constituency as well. The second thing, what I wanted to say about the Kalpana Soren, we asked 3 questions about the Kalpana Soren. Did you heard? 74% people say they have heard about her. Then we asked, do you think Kalpana Soren is a potential future leader for Jharkhand? 51% people said yes. And when say, will you vote for them with JMM Alliance due to Kalpana Soren? There is a significant share of people say they will vote. Think about the Kalpana Soren is not a leader. Think about the timing of her entry in the electoral domain. When her husband went to the jail, then she came. Second thing, she is a tribal, and Jharkhand is a rural and tribal and also the poor majority state. So when the tribal feels that, some lady is there who can speak very politically, very influentially, and at the moment when her husband gone to the jail, so that all the phenomena bring a new freshness in the Jharkhand politics. I mean, 2 things happen new in Jharkhand politics this time. It's the entry of Kalpana Soren and entry of Jairam Mahato. And as far I understand, Jairam Mahato is cutting good share of Kurmi vote, especially in the rural, which used to be a BJP, pro-BJP or pro-NDA support base. And that's thing I am it was in visual in our survey as well, that the Jairam Thakur cut around 1/3 of Kurmi votes, which hurt them, the NDA most.
Right. We will speak about the Jairam Mahato factor as well, Ashish. But speaking of Kalpana Soren, Sandeep ji, it's very interesting. Of course, Ashish just pointed out to us the factors, but it's interesting that people do see a future leader in Kalpana Soren. She came in under some very different sort of circumstances, assumed a political role in those circumstances, and now is contesting the election. She, of course, contested the bypoll earlier as well. She is now, of course, contesting the elections. She's trailing at the moment, but things can change anytime. These are, again, very early trends to call the results one way or the other. This is a new a new sort of a fresh face as far as Jharkhand politics is concerned. That's how the people of Jharkhand view Kalpana Soren.
Yeah, the last few lines you said, I absolutely agree. I was talking to people, friends in Jharkhand, and many of them said that one of the important factors of this election, that the outcome of this election will be Jharkhand politics will see a lot of new faces. And definitely Kalpana Soren is one of them. And with all due credits to her, when you listen to her, she doesn't looks like a novice to politics. She speaks well. She looks like a lady of her own standing. She is not dependent on her husband for intellectual thought process, and that shows her that she has a leadership quality. So that is something which no one can take away from her, and that will definitely have an impact. She may win or lose. But even as a BJP supporter, I believe that she had an impact all over the Jharkhand. So her presence makes a difference. And definitely the other factor what we were discussing is the Jairam. Yes, he has indeed cut votes of BJP, and BJP will pay a slight price for that definitely.
Ashish, for the benefit of our viewers, take us through the Jairam Mahato factor and what sort of a role he's played in this election.
Look, so Jairam is, of course, a young leader. He comes from the student movement, and basically two things he has been asking for the voters. One is 1932 Khatyans, the proof for the Mool Nivasi. So 1932 Khatyans, which has mentioned the original indigenous peoples of the Jharkhand. And second thing, he is asking complete again and again to the voters what you have been got for the health education to your children. So even I was travel and it was in survey as well, that some of the not only the Kurmi, even the lower OBCs, women especially in rural area, they said and the young especially, the youth especially, they feel that Jairam is a new voice who is talking about sensible, who is talking about the school, education, health, roads, those things. I mean, the roads are comparatively with 5-10 years. It has been improving across the India, but the school educations and the hospitals are still has not been able to pull out in a better sense. So when someone talk about the education, good infrastructure of education and health, that's youth. And also please remember that unemployment is a issue which has been hurting most of the states. So many peoples and especially the youth are not much happy with the JMM government because there was not sufficient number of employment generation. Also there was some delay in JPSC Jharkhand PCS, and also there was some issue of paper leak. So all these incidents, or especially among the youths, apart from NDA, those who don't wanted to support the NDA, but at the same time they were not pro JMM alliance, India alliance. So that attractions Jairam Mahato able to pull it. Also the 1932 Khatyans issue, it's not just for the tribal also, but the Kurmi also, because the tribal Kurmis are more mostly they are especially in that region. When you see about the North Sota Nagpur regions and also the Kolhan region is upper Kolhan region, so there is a good chunk of Kurmi voters. And Kurmi, the aura of Sudesh Mahato, which used to be AJSU, All India Jharkhand Students Union leader, that has been declining, and Jairam Mahato has been gaining from that point.
Absolutely. He seems to have emerged as the biggest rival for Sudesh Mahato in these elections. And obviously, he's very young. So he's obviously, got a long political future ahead of him. Speaking of numbers, JLKM, which is Jairam Mahato's party, has already opened its account in early trends with one seat if we look at Jharkhand. So that is where Jharkhand stands at the moment. Viewers, let's go back to the largest state of Maharashtra now. Maharashtra, as you know, 288 assembly constituencies where counting is currently underway. And if you just look at the leads in Maharashtra on the Election Commission website itself, BJP currently standing at 118. The Eknath Shinde faction of the Shiv Sena at 56. Ajit Pawar's NCP at 37. So not doing very badly for itself. Could this mean, daggers out for the chief minister's position? Let's see how that pans out eventually. Congress at 22. UBT at 19. Sharad Pawar at 11. NCP Sharad Pawar at 11. Sandeep ji, is this the sunset moment for Maharashtra's stalwart politician, Sharad Pawar?
Yes, and I guess he had seen it coming. So he had said that this will be last election. Politicians keep saying election after election, this thing, but this could well be his last election. That he'll have to take a back seat. And now they say that he kept breaking different political parties. That's how he's known for. And somehow that is what brings an end to his career by breaking his own political party. So that's kind of, you call it karma or whatever. But yes, this is the sunset moment for one of the biggest politicians of Maharashtra. One important thing is that people often forget talking about Sharad Pawar is that he could never form a ministry government of his own party. Whenever he was in power, he was in support with someone, which is unlike a Lalu, Mulayam or a Nitish. There's a big difference, or in South, anybody. So that one thing should remain, people should keep in mind that he was a big politician, but he could never form government in Maharashtra of his own political party ever.
Well, you think of the last 2019 Assembly elections in Maharashtra, where many thought the turning point came towards the end of the campaign when you saw Sharad Pawar, an old man drenched in the rain, still addressing a public rally. And then, of course, you saw the numbers for the NCP at 54 at that point of time. Many thought that, you can't beat this man down. And then came the blow from his nephew. Just few days later, when he joined hands with Devendra Fadnavis in that early morning coup at the Raj Bhavan in Maharashtra and was sworn in as the Deputy Chief Minister of the state of Maharashtra for the first time then. Since 2019, I'm talking about, for the first time then for 3 days. And then, of course, subsequently again, Deputy Chief Minister, as well now at the moment as well. So Maharashtra has seen turbulent times between 2019 when it gave a decisive mandate for the NDA alliance, but Uddhav Thackeray, of course, said that the BJP had promised him chief ministership and split away when that didn't happen to join hands with the Congress and the NCP to form a government in Maharashtra. So it has seen 3 chief ministers, it has seen more deputy chief ministers in all of these 5 years of turbulent times. And that's all that the electorate is hoping, that we just want a stable government now. Let the mandate be clear. Let there be no underhand dealings and power play, after these election results are out. And at the moment, if you look at the early trends, clearly it appears that the Mahayuti is running away with the election results in Maharashtra. One of those who predicted that it could be a sweep and a wave for the Mahayuti in these elections was Access My India. The exit polls predicted an upper figure of 200 for the Mahayuti in Maharashtra. Here's what Pradeep Gupta of Access My India told Hindustan Times. Okay, we will try and pull up that over there, and the factors that he as an exit pollster thought as far as why would he give that number for the Mahayuti, where he gave decisive numbers for the Mahayuti and for the JMM-led alliance in Jharkhand as well. Remember, exit polls have been quite marred with a lot of controversy. The last time around, everyone, including us, the media, fell flat on our faces was in Haryana. So everyone's very cautious now in terms of predicting numbers. But here is what Pradeep Gupta said, and this is about Jharkhand. We'll play out the Maharashtra bit as well. But Jharkhand, he predicted a win for the JMM-led alliance, the India bloc. Here's what he said about Jharkhand. Currently, that is what the scenario looks like.
By now, you must have heard what the pollsters are saying. Most, actually all, are giving Maharashtra to the BJP-led Mahayuti alliance. And now, I should say most, see the NDA crossing the halfway mark in Jharkhand, except Pradeep Gupta of Access My India, who believes JMM, Congress and RJD combined, or the India alliance, will sweep. Yes, sweep Jharkhand. Mr. Gupta believes the India alliance will not just get the necessary numbers to form the government, but has also put the alliance much north of the halfway mark in the Jharkhand Assembly. He's with us. Let's ask him why. Mr. Gupta, thank you for joining us. And before anything, let that be the first question. Why your numbers in case of Jharkhand are so different from other exit polls?
So, 2-3 things, Abhishek. Thank you for having me here.
अब सवाल आता है कि ये जो नंबर हम दे रहे हैं वो क्यों दे रहे हैं। सो मेथोडोलॉजी की 1 मिनट के लिए बात कर लूँ कि अबाउट 12,078 लोगों से बात की हमने। जो हमारी मेथोडोलॉजी सिस्टम है कि वो हर एक विधानसभा में जाते हैं, कंस्टिट्यूएंसी में हम फेस टू फेस बात करते हैं विद रिप्रेजेंटेटिव डेमोग्राफी एंड ज्योग्राफी, एंड वी हैव conducted these interviews in 540 cities and villages of Jharkhand, and we have traveled across about 16,000 kilometers during that time. Now, what had worked in favor of JMM, which is likely to win, or in your terminology sweep the election, उसकी मैं थोड़ी सी चर्चा करूं और बताऊं। जैसे कि और भी राज्यों में इंक्लूडिंग महाराष्ट्र, लाड़की बहन योजना महाराष्ट्र में, यहाँ पर भी मुख्यमंत्री मैया सम्मान योजना, जिसके चलते 1,000 रुपये लोगों के अकाउंट में, महिलाओं के अकाउंट में पहुंच रहा है अगस्त से अभी 2024। एक वो बड़ी वजह है, और उसके कारण वुमेन का, महिलाओं का जो है पुरुषों के मुकाबले वोट बीजेपी को 4% इंडी अलायंस या जेएमएम प्लस को ज्यादा मिलता दिख रहा है। तो वुमेन फैक्टर इज वन फैक्टर। नाउ सेकंड फैक्टर इज दैट आदिवासी अस्मिता। व्हाट डज इट मीन इन द कॉन्टेक्स्ट ऑफ दिस इलेक्शन? आप यदि 5 साल पहले देखें जो बीजेपी की सरकार थी, उसमें नान आदिवासी जो रघुवर दास जी हैं वो सीएम थे, और उसके बाद ये पिछले 5 साल तक जेएमएम की सरकार रही, और ज्यादा समय तक हेमंत सोरेन रहे, और बीच में चंपई सोरेन थोड़े समय के लिए बने, और उसके पहले हमेशा से ज्यादा करके आदिवासी मुख्यमंत्री रहे, चाहे बीजेपी की बात करें अर्जुन मुंडा जी और बाबूलाल मरांडी। तो कहने का मतलब ये है कि आदिवासी अस्मिता, और हेमंत सोरेन जी के फादर भी, शिबू सोरेन भी चीफ मिनिस्टर थे, तो आदिवासी अस्मिता का एक बहुत बड़ा सवाल था। और झारखंड की बात करें और आदिवासी की बात ना करें, जो कि 26% डिसाइसिव निर्णायक भूमिका में आदिवासी समुदाय आता है, और करीब 15% जो है वो मुस्लिम है। तो ये जो ग्रुप है वो 41% यहीं पर ही बन जाता है नंबर 2। उसके बाद जो अरेस्ट भी हुई, एक आदिवासी की अरेस्ट, जब आप किसी को पसंद करते और चाहते हैं तो उसके खिलाफ जो भी चीज जाती है तो वो उनको अच्छी नहीं लगती है, आदिवासियों को खासकर, तो एक उसका भी असर उसमें थोड़ा बहुत इजाफा हुआ और नजर आया। अब बीजेपी प्लस या एनडीए के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से बात करें तो यहाँ पर अभी एक नई पार्टी का इमरजेंस हुआ है, जिसका नाम है JLKM, झारखंड लोकतांत्रिक क्रांतिकारी मोर्चा, लेड बाय टाइगर जयराम महतो, जो कि बड़ी संख्या में 8% हमारे इसमें वोट शेयर उनको मिलता दिख रहा है, और इस 8% का 90% जो है ओबीसी और महतो समाज से मिलता हुआ दिख रहा है, जो कि बीजेपी का एक बड़ा पाई था, जो कि ज्यादा करके जो दूसरे एजेएसयू के महतो हैं उनके साथ होता था, बट इस बार उन्होंने बीजेपी के साथ गठबंधन किया, जो कि उनको भी 8%, जब उन्होंने पिछले चुनाव में अलग वोट लड़ा था तो बीजेपी की हार का एक कारण तभी भी यही भी था कि इन्होंने वोट को स्प्लिट किया था। अब इनकी जगह ले लिए जयराम रमेश ने, जो कि 4% वोट उन्होंने लोकसभा में भी लिया। 4% बहुत बड़ा नंबर है लोकसभा के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में, प्रदेश के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में। तो इसकी बड़ी वजह दूसरी जो है ये भी थी, और जैसे मैंने बताया कि सामाजिक ताना बुना इस तरह से है कि 41% तो केवल आदिवासी और मुसलमान हो गए, 12% के करीब दलित हैं, जो हमारे सर्वे में करीब करीब आधे आधे दोनों पार्टी को मिलते हुए दिख रहे हैं। तो 53% यदि इधर से हट जाता है तो बाकी का जो 47% रखा ओबीसी और जनरल क्लास का, यादव भी उसमें 5% है, जो भी करीब करीब आधे आधे मिलते दिख रहे हैं। जहां भी आरजेडी लड़ रही है वहां पर आरजेडी के फेवर में ज्यादा जाते हैं, जहां पे आरजेडी नहीं है वहां पर बीजेपी प्लस या एनडीए को वोट मिलता हुआ दिख रहा है। तो इसकी वजह जो है प्रमुख, ये मैंने गिनाने की कोशिश की, जिसके चलते जेएमएम प्लस आराम से जीतती हुई नजर आ रही है।
अच्छा, जब आप इलेक्शन की बात करते हैं तो आप अक्सर कहते हैं कि आप इलेक्शन को एंटी इनकम्बेंसी और प्रो इनकम्बेंसी के नजरिए से देखने की कोशिश करते हैं। आपके सर्वे में जो एक बात और उभर के आई है वो ये है कि हेमंत सोरेन को ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोग राज्य में चीफ मिनिस्टर बनते फिर से देखना चाहते हैं। इसकी कोई पर्टिकुलर वजह? आपने एक वजह गिनाई कि अरेस्ट, आपने ये वजह भी गिनाई कि वहां पर जो मैया योजना जो चीफ मिनिस्टर ने चलाई थी, और जाहिर सी बात है जो एक हद तक फ्री इलेक्ट्रिसिटी देने की भी सरकार की कोशिश है, बट इसकी सबसे बड़ी वजह आपको क्या लगती है?
सबसे बड़ी वजह है, देखिए महिलाओं की बात करें, 50% यूनिट जिसको वो छूता है, 50% से भी ज्यादा करीब करीब हर घर को छू लेता है, यानी घर में और भी मेल मेंबर भी होते हैं। तो ये उसकी सबसे बड़ी वजह है। दूसरी बड़ी वजह है आदिवासी मुख्यमंत्री का सामने होना। तो आदिवासी समुदाय का एक एन मास वोट जो है उनको मिल रहा है, और मुस्लिम समुदाय भी 15% है। तो ये जो 41% है अपने आप में बहुत बड़ा नंबर है। बिजली जैसे आपने बताया माफ करी, बहुत सारे छोटे छोटे विषय भी हैं, बट उनका असर जो है वो अक्रॉस द बोर्ड नहीं होता है, जैसे कि लैंड एक्ट का विषय है और बहुत सारे विषय। हर आदमी को हर लैंड से लेना देना नहीं होता, बट फर्क तो थोड़ा थोड़ा करके ज्यादा होता है। तो ये सारी बातें थी जिसके चलते वहां पर प्रो इनकम्बेंसी देखी गई है इन फेवर ऑफ हेमंत सोरेन सरकार।
और एक और दिलचस्प बात है जो नंबर्स में देख रहा था, आपके आंकड़े जो देख रहा था, उसमें जब युवाओं के वोट की बात होती है तो आप जरा दर्शकों को बताइए कि जहां तक युवा पीढ़ी की बात है उसने किसके लिए वोट किया।
युवाओं को हम ऐसे क्लासिफाई करते हैं, दो तरह के युवा होते हैं। एक होते हैं 18 to 25 ईयर ऑफ एज, जो कि काइंड ऑफ जॉब सीकर होते हैं। 20 साल 22 साल की उम्र के बाद ग्रेजुएशन होते हैं और उसके बाद वो प्रोफेशनल लाइफ में आते हैं। तो उसको हम 18 से 25 की श्रेणी में कैटेगराइज करते हैं। तो यहाँ पर इंडिया अलायंस को 46 और एनडीए को 33% वोट शेयर मिलता दिख रहा है। जो कि गैप की बात करें तो सबसे बड़ा गैप है दो अलायंस के बीच में, 33 वर्सेस 46, काफी बड़ा 13 पॉइंट्स का फर्क है। उसके बाद है 26 से 35 जो एक जॉब करना चालू कर चुके हैं, जो 34 और 48% का यहाँ फर्क है। यहाँ भी बहुत बड़ा गैप है। उसके अलावा आप 36 से 50 उम्र और जिसको आप यूथ तो नहीं कह सकते हैं, वहां पे देखते जाएंगे तो गैप थोड़ा थोड़ा कम होता जाता है। जैसे 36 से 50 बड़ा संख्या होती है, 30% इस श्रेणी से आते हैं, तो 10% का ही फर्क रह जाता है। जो पहले 13 और 14 था, अब 10 रह गया। और 51 से 60 में आप देखेंगे तो फर्क केवल 7% का रह जाता है। तो उस हिसाब से युवाओं ने ये कह सकते हैं दूसरे एज ग्रुप के मुकाबले इंडिया अलायंस को ज्यादा पसंद।
तो अगर मोटे तौर पर देखा जाए और ये कहा जाए कि एनडीए के अगेंस्ट जो बात गई, सबसे बड़ी चीज उसमें से ये थी कि जैसे आप बता रहे थे कि एक आदिवासी चेहरा है हेमंत सोरेन, तो बीजेपी जैसा कि करती है हमेशा, कोई चेहरा पहले से ही चीफ मिनिस्टर का लोगों के सामने लेके नहीं जाती है। तो एक चीज वो, और दूसरी चीज ये जो अलग अलग स्कीम थी सोरेन सरकार की जो उनके पक्ष में गई, इसका नुकसान बीजेपी को और एनडीए को उठाना पड़ा।
और तीसरी चीज जयराम महतो का आना, टाइगर जयराम महतो की पार्टी का आना, जिसने बीजेपी के वोट को स्प्लिट कर दिया। तो आप वोट शेयर के लिहाज से यदि देखेंगे तो 45% इंडिया अलायंस को मिलता दिख रहा है, 37% बीजेपी को और 8% महतो को। यदि ये महतो नहीं होते तो दोनों का 45-45 होता। उस परिस्थिति में बीजेपी के चांस ज्यादा होते, क्योंकि ये भी सही है कि जो जेएमएम प्लस या एनडीए अलायंस का वोट शेयर है वो एक अमुक समाज और अमुक क्षेत्र, जिसको आप संथाल परगना कहते हैं, वहां से आता है। तो उस मामले में बीजेपी ज्यादा स्कोर कर जाती, क्योंकि वहां की सीटें लिमिट है, बजाय इसके जैसे 28 सीटें रिजर्व सीट है। 28 को छोड़ के जो 81 में बची वो रिजर्व नहीं है, यानी वहां उतनी संख्या में आदिवासी नहीं है। तो वहां पे बीजेपी स्कोर कर सकती है। बट अगेन ये जो बंटवारा हुआ वोट का जयराम महतो का, उससे बहुत बड़ा डेंट पड़ा।
तो जेकेएलएम और जयराम महतो की वजह से बीजेपी को भारी नुकसान कम से कम आपके सर्वे के हिसाब से झारखंड में उठाना पड़ रहा है। अच्छा, आप अपने सर्वे में एक चीज और पूछते हैं, सिर्फ ये नहीं पूछते हैं कि आपने वोट किसको दिया, आप ये भी पूछते हैं कि क्यों दिया। ये जो वजह आप गिना रहे हैं उनमें ये वजह भी थी क्या?
बिल्कुल। तो इंडिया अलायंस को जो वोट मिला है, यदि इंडिया अलायंस को जो 100% मान लिया जाए मिला जितना भी, उसका 24%, बहुत बड़ा नंबर है। लोगों ने कहा मुख्यमंत्री मैया सम्मान की वजह।
Okay, so that was Pradeep Gupta, of course, speaking earlier to my colleague Abhishek and giving his sense of why he gave the numbers that he did. This is after his exit poll projection. So this is a recorded interview. So he's obviously going to be extremely happy that he seems to have got it right as far as both the states are concerned. Maharashtra is seeing a tsunami of the Mahayuti viewers at the moment. Just look at the numbers in Maharashtra. BJP 125, Eknath Shinde faction of the Shiv Sena 55, Ajit Pawar's NCP 35. Now look at that total number in itself, well past the halfway mark of 145 in Maharashtra. A decisive mandate by the electorate, it appears, for the Mahayuti. The incumbent government seems to be back in the hot seat. At least that's what the Election Commission is telling us at the moment, if you go on the website at the moment. Now, BJP already is celebrating in Baramati. We're getting in pictures of firecrackers being burst by supporters of Ajit Pawar, who of course are celebrating his win already. Of course, those results are to come in at the moment, but let's try and look at those pictures and get in some voices from the ground as well. You can see firecrackers being burst in Baramati at the moment.
दादा का लीड 25 रुपये हो गया है, 25,000 के ऊपर हो गया, इसका मतलब 1 लाख के ऊपर जाने वाले अभी 15 फेरी बाकी। 15 फेरी में ये पूरा लीड जो रह गया वो लाख के ऊपर रहेगा। इसके वजह से हमको जानकारी थी कि ये होगा, इसलिए हम फटाके फोड़ के वो जल्द कर रहे हैं अभी।
Okay, so that is of course an enthusiastic supporter of Ajit Pawar saying that his lead is going to be massive. Remember, Ajit Pawar last time round in the 2019 Assembly elections had a record margin of 1.67 lakh votes. He in fact was pitted against Yugendra Pawar, his nephew, in these elections from Baramati. Currently on the Election Commission website, where 4 out of 20 rounds of counting have taken place, Ajit Pawar is leading by 15,382 votes over his nearest rival, Yugendra Srinivas Pawar, his nephew. And just speaking again of the numbers in Maharashtra, now the BJP already is celebrating, it's mocking the MVA, saying, like, look at our numbers. Even the combined MVA seems to be falling apart completely. Some of our individual constituents are doing better as far as the performance is concerned. So the BJP in itself saying our seats by ourselves, 125, is much ahead of the combined MVA. So the BJP mocking the MVA over there, saying even others and independents, if you look at the Election Commission website at 20 right now, are much more than Sharad Pawar's NCP at 13, UBT at 17 at the moment, Congress just one above at 21. So as far as others are concerned, even they seem to be doing well as far as comparison is concerned with Uddhav Thackeray's Shiv Sena or Sharad Pawar's NCP. Sandeepji, I'd like to bring you in over here. Earlier we saw a victory, we saw an edge maybe, but this is a landslide as far as Mahayuti is concerned in Maharashtra.
Yes, and just look at the BJP. Actually, there are 17 candidates of BJP who have fought on Uddhav on Shinde Sena's ticket. Like China NC is one of them. So if we add those numbers to BJP's tally, BJP might be getting majority on its own. So that's a huge thumping victory indeed for BJP. And as far as Ajit Pawar, it's like finally coming of age. It's not only his victory because his party's victory, and his party's victory over his uncle's parties. So that calls for that will be coined as a coming of age for Ajit Pawar. It's a big achievement for him indeed. And now the interesting part will be that how this Mahayuti goes forward, because now they have three very powerful constituents, and BJP being very close to being majority on its own. So there'll be again a lot of churn in Maharashtra politics, as I see. There'll be a lot of winning candidates will be again moving to the winning party. So that might bring more misery to the Mahavikas Aghadi party, that what they have been facing so far. So a lot of people will desert those parties. Some people will get into oblivion. Their political career is over. So yes, a lot of new changes will happen in Maharashtra politics. And
absolutely,
I hope,
we can expect a lot of churning in Maharashtra politics, because those who have chosen to stay with the NCP faction of Sharad Pawar or the Shiv Sena faction of Uddhav Thackeray might reassess their political careers based on these results, because this is unexpected lines as far as the Mahayuti is concerned. Now, obviously, there will be a race to take credit for this, but a lot of it has to go, of course, to Eknath Shinde and his image as well as a politician, as an administrator, someone who came in with a smaller mandate when he joined hands with the BJP, was made a chief minister. Many thought there was a lot of backroom BJP politics involved in this in itself, probably a way to put down Devendra Fadnavis by some within the central BJP, making Eknath Shinde the chief minister. But Eknath Shinde continues to have and seems to have built some currency with the people of Maharashtra, for them to have taken him seriously, for them to have not had too many ill things to say about Eknath Shinde when he went in to campaign as well. So these are, of course, the numbers as they're trickling in at the moment. We'll try and pull up some of you, but the BJP, of course, saying that our strike rate seems to be so much better, just simply in terms of vote percentage. If you look at it, 84% is the BJP strike rate, 71% for the Eknath Shinde faction, and 62% for the Ajit Pawar faction of the NCP. Now, the MVA strike rate is 19.2% for the Congress, 20.5%, 6% for the UBT faction of the Shiv Sena, and for Sharad Pawar, 11.6% of the NCP. Now, Sandeep, I'll come back across to you. Earlier we were speaking about the political career of Sharad Pawar. What about Uddhav Thackeray and his career, and the gamble that he took while splitting away from a natural ally like the BJP to join hands with the Congress and the NCP that many thought was an unnatural alliance, which is why Eknath Shinde said he split away and joined hands again with the BJP to now. What about the political career of Uddhav Thackeray?
Yeah, he'll have to go back to the drawing board very seriously. Like he gave up his ideological stand for which Shiv Sena was known for. And we have heard Chandrakant Dada Patil today morning and yesterday evening saying if people want to come back, we'll welcome them. So we don't know which way the politics will go. Well, Uddhav Thackeray come back to the BJP again. As you said, whether Uddhav Thackeray comes back or not, his winning MLAs may. And that is, he'll have to think what happens to his political party. Actually, he's been reduced to almost MNS level, where he'll be completely insignificant player, and that is, which means leading. If you extrapolate this, he's going to lose the BMC election, and which is very powerful thing. And that kind of Shiv Sena existed because of Shiv Sena used to win BMC elections, and now if they lose BMC elections also, which if this trend continues, they will. Then obviously, Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray's existence is in question mark. That along with Sharad Pawar, his career might be over as a individual politician of Uddhav Thackeray. His son might keep winning his elections, but as a political party, yeah, the days are over.
Yeah, the knives are going to be out in the UBT Shiv Sena for sure after these election results. Many will start questioning the choices and the decisions that have been made by Uddhav Thackeray as far as his political graph is concerned in terms of alliances and joining of hands with the Congress and the NCP earlier on in 2019 to be concerned. Now, let's listen in to what UBT Sena leader, Rajya Sabha member Sanjay Raut has to say, because he's already questioning the results.
गड़बड़ तो है, क्या है मतलब अभी गेम में गड़बड़ है। अरे भाई ठहरो, फंडिंग हुआ है, पूरे नतीजे आने तो हम बाद में बात करेंगे ना, क्यों नहीं करेंगे। पैसा तो ऐसा है कि हर चुनाव क्षेत्र में नोटों की मशीन लगाई थी। अरे शिंदे का एक भी उम्मीदवार सिटिंग एमएलए गिरता नहीं, और शिंदे ये बोल रहे थे हमारा एक भी सिटिंग विधायक गिरेगा नहीं, आपको मालूम होगा तो मैं इस्तीफा दूंगा। ऐसा होता है क्या चुनाव में कभी? हमारा एक भी नहीं गिरेगा। ये कौन सा भरोसा है? ये कौन सा लोकतंत्र है? 200 के ऊपर किसी को चुनाव में नतीजे मिलते हैं क्या? जिस देश में, जिस राज्य में सबसे बड़ी बेईमानी हो गई है, इस राज्य की जनता बेईमान नहीं है। ये नतीजे ऐसे दिए आपने कि आपने राज्य को, जनता को बेईमान ठहराया है। इस राज्य की जनता बेईमान नहीं है। नहीं, नतीजे कबूल नहीं है। मैं मानता हूँ जनता को भी नतीजे कबूल नहीं है। जनता को भी जनता का निर्णय नहीं हो सकता है। मैं बार बार बोल रहा हूँ और मुझे बार बार आप वही सवाल पूछ रहे हैं।
लेकिन जो महाविकास आघाड़ी के कुल आंकड़े दिखाई दे रहे हैं, कुल संख्या दिखाई दे रहे हैं, उससे ज्यादा शिंदे गुट के
कैसा हो सकता है? आप अपने मन को पूछे, आप पत्रकार है, आप अपने मन को पूछे क्या महाराष्ट्र में संभव है? आप अपने मन को पूछे कि महाराष्ट्र में शिंदे को 60 सीटें मिलती है, संभव है क्या ये? अजीत पवार को 40 सीटें मिलती है, क्या ये संभव है? भारतीय जनता पार्टी को 125 सीटें मिलती है, क्या संभव है? क्या इस राज्य की जनता भी बेईमान है? इस राज्य की जनता बेईमान नहीं है, इसके ऊपर हमारा विश्वास है। चलिए, थैंक यू।
Okay, so that was the very agitated Sanjay Raut saying हमको ये results हमको मान्य नहीं है, because it's not possible that Eknath Shinde सेना gets 60 seats in Maharashtra, 40 plus seats अजीत पवार के आ जाते हैं, 200 के पार चली जाने वाली है महायुति। ऐसा हो सकता है क्या? Is what Sanjay Raut is questioning. Joining us right now, Yuvraj Pokharna, political analyst, Jiten Gajaria of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Jiten, I'll come across to you first. Good morning. Congratulations. It appears I can be possibly say it at the moment. Jiten, okay, is yet to be connected with us. We'll try and reconnect with him. He, of course, is a spokesperson for BJP Maharashtra. He will be joining us shortly. Yuvraj Pokharna, a landslide for the Mahayuti. Did you see this coming? Other than Pradeep Gupta, I don't think so anybody predicted this for the Mahayuti in Maharashtra. What went down and how did it happen? Jiten, I believe, is with us. We'll try and fix that frame so that we take that with Jiten shortly. But Yuvraj, first to you.
Hi, Palomi, can you hear me?
Yeah, Jiten, I'll come across to you. We can hear you. You're audible. Yeah, Yuvraj, go on. Yeah, I think you're muted.
I'm sorry, I was muted, I think. This landslide victory that we are witnessing right now is nothing short of a vindication for Pradeep Gupta for starters, because I admire the man and I've seen him crying on national TV. So this is a big watershed moment for him. Second, this election has proven that Hindu votes are consolidated and that are safely now in the kitty of the BJP, and the Mahavikas Aghadi has safely been deemed as Muslim or Mullah Vikas Aghadi, that the campaign that BJP tried. And the last, it is very clear that there is no dispute or scuffle in the BJP and RSS ranks and files, and the campaign that we witnessed is a sort of vindication to the media hype that was created, the speculations that were created that there is some kind of rift between BJP and RSS. And I am sure that BJP will safely cross 125 mark. Mark my words. BJP in itself is, vying for 125 seats. This is my limited intervention as of now, and will continue as the discussion furthers.
Okay. Yuvraj, stay on with us. Jiten Gajaria, spokesperson for BJP Maharashtra, is joining us at the moment. This is a tsunami, Jiten. 128 for the BJP, 55 for Eknath Shinde Shiv Sena, 35 for Ajit Pawar. What do you credit this to, Jiten?
I will start by saying that Ladki Bahin came out and said, "Ek hai to safe hai." This election can be described as the women of Maharashtra coming out and saying, "We have been heard by some government and we want to support it." So Ladki Bahin Yojana and Ek Hai to Safe Hai has resulted in this major victory. It is a vindication. Follow me, 2019 also was a victory of BJP alliance, but betrayal happened and we had to sit in opposition for 2.5 years. This time around, the people of Maharashtra said we will not give any scope for any betrayal anytime, and we will go with BJP because of the 5 years of Devendra Fadnavis as the CM from 2014 to 2019. Then the 2.5 years of misrule that they saw from the Mahavikas Aghadi, where we had a homebound CM who did nothing for 2.5 years, and then came the 2.5 years of the Mahayuti, the programs, the policies, the schemes, and the way they reach the lowest strata of the society. So this election is a vindication of the good work that BJP does whenever it is in power. Remember one thing: this is the first time after a long time that one party has won three mandates in a row, with the major party winning 100 seats, more than 100 seats thrice. Not even Sharad Pawar has ever been able to win more than 100 seats for his party thrice in a row. Devendra Fadnavis ji has done that. Three, 122, 105, and 128 and counting. So this is a vindication of the pro-incumbency, the faith that people of Maharashtra have in BJP and its allies.
You're saying Devendra Fadnavis ji has done that, Jiten. Will he be credited with this?
Oh yes, absolutely. If you look at the history of BJP, everybody who's done great work, good work in their states have been credited. You could see what happened with Modi ji. Great work done in Gujarat. You see what has happened with Shivraj Chauhan ji. He is one of the senior most ministers in the center. You see, so credit will be given, and we have to give the credit. Devendra ji has worked tirelessly for the last 15 years in this state. Even when he was in the opposition, don't forget, Paulami, that Mahavikas Aghadi tried every trick in the trade to trouble Devendra Fadnavis, including trying to frame him in the Rashmi Shukla case. And we have people going on record saying that, the IPS officers and everyone. The man stood tall. The man worked hard. He kept at it. He never wavered from his path. And thanks to him, I would say as a Karyakarta of BJP, we all got the strength. Okay, talking about personal, you are aware that people like me were hounded by the Mahavikas Aghadi with police cases. Devendra ji stood tall with all the party workers. He has been brilliant. I mean, he was great as a chief minister, one of the best. He was brilliant as a leader of opposition, and when he came back with his large heart, when he came back as deputy CM, he kept on ensuring that the schemes reach the thing. So yeah, he definitely has to be credited, and I will give a credit. While I'm on the show, I'll credit even the allies.
But many saw it as shocking to Devendra Fadnavis as well. Probably something he didn't see coming at the time that he must have been told that not he, but Eknath Shinde will become the chief minister of the state, and he'll be a deputy CM.
So, politics is not like a T20. Politics is a test match. Okay, one over will not decide how the player has played. So it is a test match. Yeah, at that point of time, a lot of people were surprised, including me. But when we looked at the larger picture, we realized it was done, and he himself said that whatever was needed for the party will be done. So I think so. We have to say that while it was disappointment maybe at that point of time, the party galvanized. And we can see the results today. Having said that, I will also give credit to the allies. They understood, they realized, unlike in MVA, where the two partners of Congress bickered bitterly with Congress over seats, and you see the results right now in Mahayuti, both Shinde Sena as well as Ajit Pawar faction of NCP understood that BJP was in driving seat, and that's why BJP fought 148 seats. I think so. Credit has to be given to them also for reading the message clearly on the wall.
Okay, Jitin, stay on with us. Yuvraj, I'll come across to you. Do you believe that it was the non-coordination between the partners of the Mahavikas Aghadi which also caused them, aside from the fact that clearly Ladki Bahin Yojana was a scheme that came out as a big trump card for the Mahayuti?
Follow me, if I can request by you, the back team, if they can fix my frame. It's somewhere tilted. If they can fix my frame.
No, it seems to be all right at the moment, but go ahead, Yuvraj.
Follow me, there are myriads of factors. If you talk about the game changer, the Ladki Bahin Yojana, so doling out freebies is one thing that Arvind Kejriwal gave to this nation. Every party, whether it is in Indi Gadbandhan or NDA Gadbandhan. Every party, so to speak, in Maharashtra, the Mahavikas Agadi also promised to dole out freebies. But it is about the credibility. It is about the way you execute. From what I have been told from my friends in the BJP Maharashtra unit, Eknath Shinde ji used the top to bottom approach. Let me elaborate on this. Eknath Shinde not only used the government machinery, but also asked requested the BJP and the Shiv Sena page pramukh, mandal leaders, and the gram panchayat leaders to approach each and every lady with the form, and the party leaders approach the ladies कि ये तुझा form आया इसको भरो. Did you get the scheme? After filling out the form, they also approach the ladies कि did you get the freebie? Did you get the scheme? So this is how the execution went. And he was such an approachable leader. I'll tell you, even a pani puri wala on the Juhu beach, if you approach him, he will flaunt this कि तुमचा मिलना है, आपको मिलना है, मैं मिला दूंगा सीएम साहब से. So this was his availability. He was 24/7 available to the people. Execution of the scheme included the state machinery and the party cadre. And if you allow me the last 30 seconds, Indi, or so to speak, the Mahavikas Agadi, if you observe the campaign was not concerted. It was a very confused and disconcerted campaign. And while I contrast this campaign with the campaign of Jitinji's party, the NDA or the Mahayuti was very much focused and concentrated with regards to its campaign. Ek hai to safe hai. This was the entire campaign, and from Mandal Pramukh to PM Modi, everybody was in unison with regards to the campaign. So kudos to you, Jitenji, and your party for bringing out such a massive landslide victory. And we did not predict it. Trust me, I gave you barely 90 seats. और आप लोग और कितने सरप्राइज देंगे, God knows.
Jiten, I'll come across to you. You know, the Ladki Bahin Yojana, you're crediting it with, turning things around for the Mahayuti since the Lok Sabha elections in May earlier this year to now. But, these direct cash transfer schemes, be it the Ladki Bahin Yojana here in Maharashtra, earlier in other states as well. It started with the Ladli Behna Yojana in Madhya Pradesh, or the Maya scheme in Jharkhand by the ruling government, the JMM government. How sustainable are these fiscally? How sustainable are these schemes?
See, follow me. I think so. What you have to understand is that whenever BJP has announced such schemes, be it in Madhya Pradesh or be it in Maharashtra, the fiscal aspects of it has been taken into consideration. Like they were both, all the three, Eknath Shinde ji, Devendra Fadnavis ji, and Ajit Pawar ji, they actually sat down and worked out on where will we get the money from without putting burden on the
common. Much in favor of this, Jiten, was he?
No, once he was given the logic, and once he was given, he completely understood it, and he was the finance minister, and he completely backed the Yojana. And listen, when it comes to fiscal matters, Devendra Fadnavis has actually shown in his 5 years as CM on how his grip over the fiscal matters is pretty strong. We have one of the most clear points about Maharashtra economic is that we are leading in the FDI and we are leading in the investment. If we need to do such scheme, we need to bring in more investments, and for which you need the government, which is actually trying to bring in more and more investments, approachable to foreign investors, foreign governments, and that is what you have seen in 2020. In 2020, Maharashtra for the first time lost its #1 position as the top FDI destination. But as soon as the government came, Maharashtra again went back to it. So there are the fiscal aspects of it.
Throughout the campaign, of course, clearly it wasn't a very successful campaign, but one of the criticisms was कि सारी industries Gujarat भेज रहे हो आप.
Because it was a fake campaign. That's why it didn't work. Follow me. See, listen, even in Lok Sabha, what two factors which hurt BJP in Maharashtra? One was the Muslim consolidation in a lot of minority-dominated parliamentary seats like be it Dhulia or Amravati or Mumbai Northeast. Second was the Samvidhan thing. Those were fake narratives. Similarly, industries going to Gujarat is a fake narrative. The numbers say a completely different story. More actually, industry had gone away to Gujarat mainly during Uddhav Thackeray's regime, because his regime was a regime of vasuli and inefficiency, and that's why a lot of this, even Foxcom, which was said, the first one that went to Gujarat, the decision of Foxcom to go to Gujarat was actually taken even before Mahayuti sub-government came to power. It was during Mahavikas Aghadi. So it was a complete fake narrative. Now you can run fake narratives once or twice. It worked in Lok Sabha. It completely did not work in Vidhan Sabha. In fact, in belts where this narrative that industries are going to Gujarat should have worked, Ubata, Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena has actually got completely wiped out. So people understand. People understand. People are not foolish. Sadly, some parties think, especially like Congress and its India Alliance, think that fake narratives will work every time, and will kind of give them seats and votes every time. It doesn't work. In fact, on a lighter note, I'll say that just between the Lok Sabha election and Vidhan Sabha election, we had basically said internally in our teams that Lok Sabha के हर fake narrative का बदला लेगा तेरा फैजी.
Okay, as far as BJP is concerned, clearly one decision that was definitely bang on was to not support Nawab Malik, who was an alliance partner candidate, because the numbers are astounding. He's trailing by 24,190 votes in Anushakti Nagar. Abu Azmi is leading from that seat, and his nearest rival is from the AIMIM. Then comes the Shiv Sena as well, and then comes Nawab Malik. So he's on fourth place right now in Anushakti Nagar. Mankhod Shivaji Nagar is where Nawab Malik is standing from, and his daughter is also trailing behind Fahad Ahmed in Anushakti Nagar. So Jiten, good calculation by the BJP.
Well, it's not just calculation, Bolomi. It's also a matter of ideology. Like, we understand that political is a game of pragmatism, but there are certain red lines you never cross. And BJP is pretty sure that it will not cross those red lines. Now, for example, the same red lines were crossed by Uddhav Thackeray, who claims to be the inheritor of Bala Saheb's Hindutva legacy, and he allows Abu Asim Azmi to enter Shiv Sena Shakha in Mankur. While Abu Asim Azmi might be leading in Mankur, every Hindutva voter saw through it, and they said, listen, we cannot vote for somebody. It is ideology. Political pragmatism cannot actually cross some red lines of ideology, is what BJP has always believed in. And this decision was taken at all the levels that we will not support this. And I think so it was the right decision. I mean, it might reduce one seat from the tally, but it was necessary initially. And look at the risk. Look at the risk, follow me. Everybody was predicting a very, very close hung assembly where every seat would have counted. To take a strong stand that it's okay if we lose 2 seats to the Mahayuti, but we will not compromise on ideology. I think that says a lot about BJP's character.
Okay, clearly the BJP will be smiling with that decision, and of course the larger numbers as they stand right now. 128. I'm rattling off these numbers, viewers, from the Election Commission website. So it's from the official website. 128 for the BJP, 52 for Eknath Shinde Shiv Sena, 36 for Ajit Pawar NCP. UBT Shiv Sena at 21, 19 for the Congress party, and Sharad Pawar's NCP stands at 12. BJP already mocking and sending out messages like some of those that I've received, saying even others and independents are at a better position than Sharad Pawar and the Congress at the moment, as far as the results are concerned. Obviously, the results will take some time coming in, because counting is still underway. 4 or 5 rounds of counting have taken place at the moment across most constituencies. So switch either way. So a short while back, for instance, Chhagan Bhujbal was trailing in Yeola, but he's leading right now after the next round of counting. Yuvraj, how do you think the NVA slipped? Because they massively consolidated the Dalit vote during the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. Big shock for the Mahayuti when they swept away with 30 seats of the 48 in the Maharashtra segment of the Lok Sabha. How did they lose the plot? Because I mean, sometimes I feel that's a rhetorical question, because in Haryana we thought that it was going to be the India bloc altogether. It was going to be the Congress, and then of course somewhere along the way Congress lost the plot and BJP came out trumps. Here, what do you think went down as far as the MBA was concerned?
Well, let me first of all, let me steal 30 seconds from yours and let me be devil's advocate. Jitin bhai, as a well-wisher, I have a few advice come suggestions for you, or let's say it's a question for you. I have some hard data with me. Just because of doling out freebies, Karnataka state is under a debt of 5.53 lakh crore. Telangana as a state is under a state debt of 6.71 lakh crore. And Himachal as a tiny state is under the debt of 86,589 crore. So how do you plan to deal with the state debt that the exchequer will be burdened with because of the freebie? That is one. Now, let me come to the question that Polemic posed. Polemic, creating a momentum is one thing, but maintaining and sustaining the momentum is another thing. And when I observe BJP or the rise of Hindutva politics from the very famous Madhya Pradesh elections of 1990 till the Modi wave, I find a number of points. For starters, BJP has managed the art of creating a flutter, what we call in UP's language, एक भोकाल बना देते हैं कि हम ही आ रहे हैं, हम ही आएंगे. BJP has a legion of star pracharaks, whether it is Devendra Bhau, Yogi Adityanath, or the man, the myth, the legend himself, PM Modi. And BJP has an organizational structure. So BJP is a very live organization. They are very fast in course correction. And from Lok Sabha election till this Maharashtra election, BJP has successfully course corrected and underlined the single only factor that their cadre, the BJP, which is supposed to be cadre oriented party, but I'm sorry Jiten ji, आपकी पार्टी का कैडर आलसी हो चुका था. It was very much complacent because of that clarion call that Modi ji gave 400 par. So the party cadre was very much overconfident and complacent. But to very good fortunes of Jiten bhai, in the last 3 to 4 months, BJP has successfully course corrected and वो लोग ground पे गए. And as I said, the party machinery switched out of social media and switched to the real ground mode. And yes, polarization indeed works. जब उन लोगों ने मुस्लिम तुष्टीकरण की बात की, they've started appeasing Muslim vote bank. BJP has successfully given us the slogan of एक है तो safe है. And last 30 seconds, Polomi, if you see from Jawaharlal Nehru to PM Modi, India as a country, you and me as voters, we have never voted for ideologies. I'm sorry. We have never voted for parties. I'm sorry. We have always voted for individuals. Whether it is PM Modi, Atal Bihari Vajpayee, I'm going in the reverse countdown, Indira Gandhi or Jawaharlal Nehru. We have always voted for individuals. We have always voted for slogans. Garibi hatao, ek hai to safe hai, Samvidhan khatre mein hai. So this is what I feel. So here, Modi ji worked, Yogi ji worked, Devendra Fadnavis worked, Eknath Shinde worked, ek hai to safe hai worked. So this is my limited intervention of this issue.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that, whether it's about the individual or is it about the schemes on the ground and how the BJP Karyakarta regalvanized itself after the Lok Sabha debacle in Maharashtra and then worked. Jiten, I'll come across to you and you will answer that question about the fiscal implications as well that Yuvraj posed. But before that, remember Sanjay Raut has questioned the numbers that are coming in from the Election Commission. The BJP has now responded. Let's listen in.
कहा था मोदी जी हार गए हैं, लेकिन चाहे महाराष्ट्र हो चाहे और स्टेट में गड़बड़ की है. महाराष्ट्र के नतीजे भी उससे ज्यादा आने वाले थे अच्छे. हमारी 4 या 5 सीटें लोगों ने चोरी की है, मैं आपको बता रहा हूं.
पर राउत साहब, अब दिख रहा है कि महाराष्ट्र के विधानसभा में विपक्ष के लिए भी कुछ, मतलब विपक्ष
यही लोकसभा के 2 चुनाव में 2014-2019 ने मोदी और शाह ने यही किया था कि विपक्ष का नेता कांग्रेस को नहीं मिलना चाहिए. इस बार भी वही स्ट्रेटेजी महाराष्ट्र में की है कि विधानसभा में कोई विपक्ष का नेता नहीं रहेगा। ये हमेशा बीजेपी की स्ट्रेटेजी रहती है।
लेकिन आप कह रहे हैं कि कुछ गड़बड़ है।
गड़बड़ तो है।
गड़बड़ क्या है? मतलब
अभी
ईवीएम में गड़बड़ है या
अरे भाई ठहरो,
फंडिंग हुआ है,
पूरे नतीजे आने तो हम बाद में बात करेंगे ना, क्यों नहीं करेंगे। पैसा तो ऐसा है कि हर चुनाव क्षेत्र में नोटों की मशीन लगाई थी। अरे शिंदे का एक भी उम्मीदवार सिटिंग एमएलए गिरता नहीं, और शिंदे ये बोल रहे थे हमारा एक भी सिटिंग विधायक गिरेगा नहीं। आपको मालूम होगा तो मैं इस्तीफा दूंगा। ऐसा होता है क्या चुनाव में कभी? हमारा एक भी नहीं गिरेगा। ये कौन सा भरोसा है? ये कौन सा लोकतंत्र है? 200 के ऊपर किसी को चुनाव में नतीजे मिलते हैं क्या? जिस देश में, जिस राज्य में सबसे बड़ी बेईमानी हो गई है, इस राज्य की जनता बेईमान नहीं है। ये नतीजे ऐसे दिए आपने कि आपने राज्य को, जनता को बेईमान ठहराया है। इस राज्य की जनता बेईमान नहीं है।
जो नतीजे आ रहे वो महाविकास आघाड़ी को कबूल है
नहीं,
तो आगे की क्या भूमिका रहेगी महाविकास?
नतीजे कबूल नहीं है। मैं मानता हूं जनता को भी नतीजे कबूल नहीं है। जनता को भी ये जनता का निर्णय नहीं हो सकता है। मैं बार बार बोल रहा हूं और मुझे बार बार आप वही सवाल पूछ रहे हैं।
लेकिन जो महाविकास आघाड़ी के कुल आंकड़े दिखाई दे रहे हैं, कुल संख्या दिखाई दे रहे हैं, उससे ज्यादा शिंदे गुट के
कैसा हो सकता है? आप अपने मन को पूछे, आप पत्रकार है, आप अपने मन को पूछे क्या महाराष्ट्र में संभव है? आप अपने मन को पूछे कि महाराष्ट्र में शिंदे को 60 सीटें मिलती है, संभव है क्या ये? अजीत पवार को 40 सीटें मिलती है, क्या ये संभव है? भारतीय जनता पार्टी को 125 सीटें मिलती है, क्या संभव है? क्या इस राज्य की जनता भी बेईमान है? इस राज्य की जनता बेईमान नहीं है।
अभी तो उनका विमान जमीन पे लैंड करने की आवश्यकता है। केवल गाली गलौज करके विजय हासिल नहीं होता है, ग्राउंड रियलिटी समझना चाहिए। महाराष्ट्र की जनता ने विकास के बाजू में मतदान किया। जो धर्मयुद्ध देवेंद्र फडणवीस साहब ने पुकारा था, उसके लिए बड़े पैमाने पे हम सब एक हैचा नारा त्या ठिकाणी जनतेनं मान्य केला। आणि मला वाटतं केंद्रात भाजप सरकार, एनडीए सरकार और केंद्र में भारतीय जनता पार्टी का सरकार और राज्य में सरकार आएगा तो महाराष्ट्र और विकास के रास्ते पर तेजी से जाएगा। इसलिए जनता जनार्दन ने भारी कौल देने का निश्चय किया।
आपने 200 तक क्रॉस किया है, महायुति ने 200 क्रॉस किया, कैसे देखते हो इसको?
मुझे लगता है हम लोग कौन से शब्द में महाराष्ट्र के मतदारों का अभी आभार मानेंगे समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, क्योंकि हमें भी विजय की तो खतरी थी, लेकिन इतना ग्रैंड आशीर्वाद महाराष्ट्र की जनता देगी। मैं तो बोलता हूँ मेरी लाडली बहना है, उनको मैं सैल्यूट करता हूँ, उनके मैं नतमस्तक होता हूँ कि यह विजय में उनका बड़ा रोल है।
कौन सी शिवसेना असली शिवसेना है? कौन सी शिवसेना असली शिवसेना है?
अभी कौन सी असली नस्ली, इसका जवाब लोगों ने दिया है, शिव सैनिकों ने दिया है, और एकनाथ शिंदे साहब के पीछे सब शिव सैनिक और मराठी जनता रहती है। एक मैं बताना चाहता हूँ कि महायुति का ही सीएम बनेगा, और बट ऑब्वियस जिस पार्टी बड़ी है उस पार्टी को ज्यादा चांस रहता है, और भारतीय जनता पार्टी आज 125 के आसपास जाने की शंका अपना चांसेस है, और मुझे लगता है भाजपा का सीएम बनेगा तो हमारे देवेंद्र फडणवीस साहब ही इस महाराष्ट्र के मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे।
Okay, so that is the BJP saying कि जिसकी ज्यादा सीटें आती हैं, ज्यादातर ऐसा ही होता है कि वहीं उसी पार्टी से मुख्यमंत्री भी चुना जाता है. So clearly the BJP wants Devendra Fadnavis back in the hot seat of the chief minister, given that the BJP's numbers currently stand at about 127 as far as trends after a few rounds of counting go on the Election Commission's website. Chetan Chauhan, our National Affairs editor at Hindustan Times, is also joining us at the moment. Jiten Gajaria of the BJP Maharashtra spokesperson is still with us as well. Chetan, just the numbers at the moment, how do you see this landslide victory as it appears for the Mahayuti? Your reading of it?
No, I think many factors played in favor of a Mahayuti in Maharashtra. One was a very weak campaign of the Congress.
They didn't have any issues, any narrative in the polls except the corruption, Adani. They did not find any issue which basically brought the people issues to the forefront and linked the alliance with people. On the other hand, the Mahayuti, since the setback in the Lok Sabha elections, they have been with people. Their scheme for women, the direct benefit scheme for women, in which some households, the Dalit households, got up to 5,000 rupees because they started in the back date, was a huge amount of allurement for the voters, especially from the backward communities and Dalits. So it appears, apart from women, the BJP-led Mahayuti had got votes from all the different communities, Marathas, OBCs. So the plank of MVA to target the Marathas, saying the Maratha reservation has not been given, and some sections of OBCs, it appears that it has not worked at all. And as per the mandate, so far more than 200 seats, almost 3/4, is one of the biggest mandate any party has won or the alliance has won in Maharashtra for the last 2 decades. So it appears that the BJP's election machinery was much more efficient. They were on the roll for the long time, and they have effectively delivered a state to BJP. And there is no doubt that the BJP leader would be the CM, because they would be getting, I think, more than 125 seats in a 288 member house, and getting a huge number gives a huge advantage to BJP. If you see the numbers, then without even one of the alliance partners, for instance, Shiv Sena, they can form the government, but I don't think that will happen. But in this case, I think that the BJP leader Devendra Fadnavis is in the front race for the chief minister's post. So another upset, I would say, that like in Haryana, where the Congress had done really well in the Lok Sabha elections, in Maharashtra, and we did reasonably well in the Lok Sabha elections, but 4-5 months down the line, they have totally floundered on the whatever advantage or whatever narrative they have set. So basically, it appears that the MVA did not learn much from the mistakes it had committed in Haryana. One big factor which went against MVA was they took almost 2 months to decide on the seat sharing, and there was a lot of confusion, lot of bickering in the public in it. Some of the Congress leaders also admitted that they should have decided on the seat sharing much ahead, and it was done in phases. Like earlier, they said 85 seats each, then they distributed 5, 5, 7 seats. So it gave BJP narratives to tell them that, okay, see how they are fighting among themselves. They're not even in the government, in opposition also. They can't even decide the seat sharing. So that sort of a narrative was set, and I think Congress contested lesser number of seats, and UBT got much larger number of seats, which many people believe that UBT contested much more a number of seats. It was not as per the strength. So in a way, the narrative or on the issues, the MVA lost the polls much ahead. They had nothing to counter the Ladki Behna scheme of Shinde. They offered some money, but the guarantees also were not publicized properly. So on ground, their campaign was very weak. It was basically they left it to the candidates to campaign, and the party didn't do much.
Right. We will, of course, have a spokesperson for the Eknath Shinde faction of the Shiv Sena also joining us very shortly. But Jiten Gajaria from the BJP Maharashtra continues to be live with us. Jiten, you must have heard Sanjay Raut over there speak. He's saying that ऐसे numbers आ कैसे सकते? कभी आपने सुना है 200 तक चली जा रही है किसी alliance के numbers महाराष्ट्र में? BJP crossing 125 at least, what it looks like at the moment as well. It is all पैसों का खेल, says Sanjay Raut. Jiten.
Is Sanjay Raut trying to say that people of Maharashtra are corrupt, that they would, take money and vote for a party? Second, I would like to remind Sanjay Raut that even in 2014, BJP had 122 seats. Okay, so BJP has done that earlier, and BJP has done that again. 2. 3, I think he was extremely frustrated, and Paulomi's frustration has to be looked at 2 levels. Politically, while they have got completely wiped out, and there is hardly anything left for them. on a personal level, he has to now worry for his own Rajya Sabha seat because UBT Shiv does not have numbers to send even one Rajya Sabha member after this. So I'm sure that frustration and anger was because he doesn't seem to be going to Rajya Sabha after this. So yeah, so and coming back to some factors, MVA law, and I think so. The first person in MVA who saw the writing on the wall was Mr. Sharad Pawar. That's why Sharad Pawar said that I will be retiring after this election. Because somewhere Sharad Pawar Saab was pretty sure that his party might not get the numbers which are needed to send somebody to Rajya Sabha. And then getting to a situation where he does not have numbers to go to Rajya Sabha and not going to Rajya Sabha, it is better to take a dignified exit from the politics. I think so. He's a smart, seasoned politician, and he had read the writing on the wall at that point of time. So on Sanjay Rawat, I think so. Just ignore because we will have to get used to his frustrations and anger over in the next few months. I actually agree with Mr. Chavan on what he said. Congress and these guys played entire election only on two things: Adani and Gujarati. They didn't have anything else to talk about except Adani and Gujarati. And people of Maharashtra are not. Listen, it is one of the most progressive states in this country. Such things will not work in Maharashtra. They tried to do casteism by pitching Marathas against OBCs. That has backfired very, very badly against them in this election. And
Who's
and,
going
and,
to be
and
the
on the other hand,
who's going to be the chief minister? Jiten, a Maratha or a Brahmin?
the chief minister of Maharashtra will be a Hindu. That's what I can safely tell you.
Let me take that question with Advocate Sushil Vyas, who's a spokesperson for the Eknath Shinde faction of the Shiv Sena. How do you read the results, sir? And did you expect this? And then, of course, is Eknath Shinde going to be back in the chief minister's chair?
Muskanji, let me answer your first question first. The manner in which the present government under the popular able leadership of Eknath Rawji Shinde worked for the people of Maharashtra for last 2.5 years, we as a strong team along with Devendra Fadnavis ji and Ajit Pawar ji's party, we were expecting such kind of results. Although people were not believing when we were saying, but the kind of response and the support we were getting during our campaign, that gives us confidence that we are definitely going to come back as in power to serve the people of Maharashtra.
Come back to socha hoga, but maybe these numbers, were you expecting these numbers?
I'm coming to that, Muskanji, I'm coming to that. See, the manner in which we have worked, the welfare scheme, development work, infrastructure development, that's something which you can't hide. People are looking at it. People are just seeing it. So they have responded back. See, and then we were expecting that we will come back to serve people of Maharashtra. And as far as the chief minister is concerned, the Mahayuti leadership will definitely sit together and they will select someone who is acceptable to all.
Okay, so you are saying that the alliance partners will sit together and select someone who's acceptable to all. Currently, Chetan, who would you say is leading the race to CM?
As of now, I see Devendra Fadnavis, who is one of the tallest leaders in the BJP in Maharashtra and also in India. So he is the front runner. But the BJP is known to spring surprises. That is the rider. In the past, they have done in many states. So if there is a surprise when the legislative party meeting happens, so it can happen. But I can also don't rule out Eknath Shinde becoming the CM again, because it was under his leadership that the schemes were rolled out. And though they were a smaller party compared to BJP even in the alliance government which is going on, but still he was made the chief minister. So the BJP repeating him, or the prime minister and the home minister, or the BJP's president, the high command, deciding that Eknath Shinde should get another chance, I don't rule out that possibility also. But to me, as of now, it is between Devendra Fadnavis, Eknath Shinde, and there can be a
but
third
you put
surprise.
Devendra Fadnavis at number one?
if you go by the traditional alliance politics,
Traditional, yes.
then the party with the largest number of MLAs, their leader becomes the chief minister.
Right.
But last time we saw that Eknath Shinde was made the chief minister, so he was the face, and his party has really done well. The strike rate is one of the best among all are almost same. So there's a possibility that they can a Maratha leader who has a strong base, so who has finished UBT, so he can come back as chief minister. I don't rule that out.
Okay. Pradeep Bhandari, spokesperson of the Bharatiya Janata Party, is also joining us this morning. Good morning to you, Pradeep. Are these results on expected lines? Because this is what Haryana looked like to us by about 11 a.m. on that morning when we were thinking something, and then it turned completely, and now we're looking at a landslide victory in Maharashtra for the Bharatiya Janata Party-led alliance.
Well, we had expected this. Yes, the quantity of it can differ, but what the people of Maharashtra wanted to choose Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Vikas. And if you recall and remember that this is for the first time in history of Maharashtra election since 1962 that the women vote surge was more than the men vote surge. The women vote differential and the men vote differential was just less than 2%. And we were very confident that the women of Maharashtra with their initiatives. So we were expecting a cross-caste vote, in particular in Vidarbha, which we did not perform very well in the Lok Sabha elections. We recovered very significantly. And if you analyze the results in further detail, you will see that in the 76 seats where we went head-to-head with the Congress party, our strike rate is more than 67-68%, which further establishes that for the first time in the history of Maharashtra elections, a party has got 100 seats for 3 consecutive times.
Okay, Pradeep, we seem to be having some trouble with your network. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I was saying towards the end that for the first time in the history of Maharashtra election, a political party is elected for 3 consecutive times as the single largest party. B, an alliance has crossed 200 seats. C, that Mr. Uddhav Thackeray has gone to number 6. And D, our seats total is more than the seats of BJP seats individually is more than the seats of Mr. Sharad Pawar, Congress party, and Uddhav Thackeray. And so overall, it's a huge surge of development as it was in Haryana. And we have seen in the past other elections where we continue to surprise the common analysts.
Okay, so who are you crediting this victory to, Pradeep? How did the tide turn between May 2024 and November 2024?
Well, it was a collective effort under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi, strategy by Home Minister Amit Shah, Devendra Fadnavis, JP Nadda, Eknath Shinde, and Ajit Pawar. So it is a united effort. It was not an effort in isolation, but yes, all of us are guided and inspired by our Honorable Leader, Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Do you think it will be easy taking this alliance forward as a unit, as a cohesive unit? Because Ajit Pawar on various occasions has questioned several decisions.
It will be a very, very smooth ride.
Nawab Malik, for instance, when the BJP clearly said ideologically we cannot support this candidate.
Well, this is a more for ideology. Those who had surrendered their ideology, which is Mr. Uddhav Thackeray, they are now at 6, which has never happened with Mr. Uddhav Thackeray. So this is a vote for ideology and not just sail through. We will comfortably sail through with more than 200 seats. This is as good as it can get.
No, but I'm talking about the alliance and its future. Ajit Pawar, I cited simply because on various occasions he has voiced his concerns about certain positions, certain decisions, be it the Ladki Bahin Yojana and its, how fiscally sound it is, or for the fact that, he was not on board with the Batenge to Patenge narrative of the BJP, which was coined by Yogi Adityanath. So on various occasions, he has been someone who has voiced his concerns very vocally, publicly against the unit.
Well, as Honorable Home Minister said in the press conference, we will never give Mr. Sharad Pawar an attempt to form the government. The mandate is for us, and it is a mandate against Mr. Pawar, Mr. Uddhav Thackeray, and Rahul Gandhi. So, irrespective of anything, any statements, it is a very comfortable ride for Mahayuti in the years to come.
Pradeep, who will be the chief minister? Is BJP going to throw its hat in the ring now that it has a decisive number, which is clearly emerging as the single largest party in the Legislative Assembly of Maharashtra? Will the BJP say, "Ab to mauka hamara hona chahiye"?
As said by Honorable Home Minister in the in a joint press conference, which was endorsed by Eknath Shinde ji, Devendra Fadnavis ji, and Ajit Pawar ji, all of us will sit together, and the NDA will have a chief minister. Be assured, when Hindustan Times takes the interview of the chief minister, it is an NDA chief minister, irrespective of any political party.
Of course, we will be doing that. Final question before I let you go: the Jarange Patil factor. You may have dented it in Marathwada. Clearly, at least the numbers are indicating that we'll get a closer sense of the data when it is in. But it is a headache which, if I may, is not going away anytime soon, because he is very clearly to the ruling government, the solution that was offered by Eknath Shinde, voicing his discontent with Devendra Fadnavis specifically as an individual. How are you going to tackle that?
Well, everybody has a right of freedom of expression in democracy. They can express their discontent and difference. But let me tell you what the people of Maharashtra today have voted for. They voted for an extremely stable government. They voted for welfare. They voted for development. They want Maharashtra to be a $1 trillion economy. So yes, Mr. Jarange Patil, we are cognizant.
Okay, we seem to have lost that line with Pradeep Bhandari, spokesperson for the Bharatiya Janata Party. But thank you so much for joining us, Pradeep. I'll go back across to Chetan. Chetan, one of the notes that has come from the BJP, of course, the BJP is currently just enjoying this moment. It says, as of now, Sharad Pawar's party, which has about 15 seats. So this is Sharad Pawar's worst ever performance in his political career, because his strike rate is just that of 11.6%. Worst ever political performance of the stalwart Maharashtra politician.
No, I think we should not see the one individual party. If you see the strike rate of all the three parties, it is similar. It is very, very low. So the people of Maharashtra have rejected the MVA alliance, and they have, not seen the how big the leader is. Sharad Pawar is the tallest leader, but he has lost. His party candidates have lost from the seats where the party had never lost. So it appears that there was a underlying wave against the MVA, which Sharad Pawar read some time ago. His statements in media were an indication that the party, the MVA, may not do well. But in politics, I should say that end of the road for any political party is difficult. After this, there will be real alignment in the opposition, some sort of realignment in the opposition. And what can happen after 5 years or 4 years, nobody knows, because there have been several instances where the party have almost been wiped out electorally, but 5 years down the line, they've again emerged as a kingmaker. JDS is one of the examples in Karnataka. It was almost finished, it appeared in Lok Sabha, but now they are in alliance, and they are again on the revival path.
Right. But as far as, Sharad Pawar and his political career, I mean, he did say that he'd retire after this. How would you sum that up?
Now a lot will depend on the family, the entire family, the possibility of the family getting divided between Ajit Pawar, who is now a stronger NCP leader as compared to Sharad Pawar's daughter Supriya Sule, though she won her Lok Sabha from Baramati. But I think the Baramati voters have very intelligently decided Supriya Sule for Lok Sabha and Ajit Pawar for Assembly. But a lot will depend on Supriya Sule now, because she will have to helm the party together. And the party has very senior leaders across the state. So a lot will depend on Supriya Sule, but she has guidance of Sharad Pawar. Even if he's not there in active politics, I think that he will continue to be navigating the party through these turbulent times for NCP Sharad Pawar. And but it is difficult time for saying that the worst, I think, is for UBT.
UBT, okay.
NCP can revive the Congress can do better. But for UBT, it is a clear shift that their voter has shifted to Eknath Shinde and the BJP, which ideologically is their partners. NCP and Congress for a Shiv Sainik is not their ideological alliance partners. They fought against them for years. So how they will vote for them for a Congress candidate, it is very difficult. So it also appears that in many places the vote transfer in the Mahayuti was very smooth.
Yeah.
And in
Which
case
was an
of
area of concern in the Lok Sabha elections.
yeah, in case of MVA,
Yeah.
it didn't happen. Especially the Shiv Sena vote did not go to the MVA candidates, because if you see, this is a bipolar election, mostly a bipolar election. If you see the voting percentages, the BJP has 53-54%, which is huge number, but the MVA vote share has not dipped dramatically. So they have their votes, but that edge of 4 or 5% or 6% votes that they needed from the Shiv Sainiks, that I think did not come to the MVA candidates, and that made a huge difference. Because in the bipolar contest, even 1 percentage point difference of vote share can have a huge impact. Like in case of Haryana,
Right.
it was only 2 percentage points, and you see the difference in number of seats. So in case of Jharkhand also, like in Jharkhand, a similar election, quite similar to Maharashtra in a way. Jharkhand, just before elections, Hemant Soren started this Maiya Saman scheme in which direct transfer was given to women, similar like Maharashtra. And if you see, of 81 seats in Jharkhand, in 68 seats, women voters turnout was higher than men, and most of these seats has gone to the India bloc. So the women voters is, and the welfare scheme, the direct money to the bank accounts of the people is the narrative of this assembly elections. I think after Lok Sabha, then if you see the trend, the people, the government which has been able to deliver on infrastructure, giving money directly into the bank account of people, very less corruption and governance, those parties are doing well.
Okay, we'll come back to the Jharkhand question. Jiten Gajaria, if he's still with us, I'd like to take a question with him as well, as far as the BJP is concerned, because a lot of churning is going to happen within Maharashtra politics. Yes, Jiten is with us right now. Jiten and Sunil Vyas is also with us very quickly. If I'm just throwing scenarios out there right now, because as Chetan was pointing out, this is going to be the biggest blow as far as if blows are to go. The biggest blow has been dealt to UBT Shiv Sena in this election. If Uddhav Thackeray wants to come back into the NDA fold, will the doors be open for him?
Well, in politics, you never write off anything, but then, the kind of statement which Uddhav Thackeray and his party has made in the last 5 years after 2019, the way he just kicked his father's legacy, the way he treated Hindutva. Follow me, do you know that in Maharashtra, in the last 3 days, the biggest narrative on the ground was that he actually betrayed the entire Hindu community by apparently going and saying certain things at Malegaon to the Muslim community, and that was pretty big on the ground.
I don't think that is true, right, Jiten? I think
No,
many
no, I'm just
factors
coming
that
there.
and
No,
said
I'm
it.
just well, whether it was true or not, that's a later story. But the fact that people believed it means that his credibility is at the lowest. I think Uddhav Thackeray will have to do a lot of introspection to do, especially on how much of leeway is he giving to his son Aditya Thackeray to run his party ideologically, because it is Aditya Thackeray who has taken who has actually converted Uddhav Sena, I call it Uddhav Sena, to a literally a Maharashtra Muslim League. It is Aditya Thackeray. I think Uddhav Thackeray has to take a tough call on, basically, if he does not really get his son out of the politics or the party, then I think his party is history. That's my personal advice to Uddhav Thackeray.
You're blaming it on Aditya.
Yeah, absolutely, because he's been running the party on the ideological level, and as we call it, the Bal Hut. The Bal Hut has caused Uddhav Thackeray very, very badly, and Uddhav Thackeray has undone everything that his father had done, or the credibility his father had gained over the years, and not just amongst the allies, but also amongst the voters. I think so. He needs to do a very serious course correction. the road ahead for him to make a comeback, to again come to, the Hindutva fold or anything is going to be extremely long and it would be a painful one. But he will have to take extreme harsh decision. Yeah, in politics you never write off anything, but now the ball is in his court. What does he want to do? Does he want to go back to the Hindutva fold or does he want to continue? He says, I personally believe that he now would sense that he is the one with Sharad Pawar retiring. He will feel that he would hold the Congress and the NCP Sharad Pawar thing. The so-called secular. He would like to be the messiah of the seculars in Maharashtra. Is what would be an easier task for him to do. And my first gut feel and my personal opinion would be that he would go there. But yeah, as of now, the doors are shut for him.
As of now, the doors are shut for him. And in fact, speaking of Sena versus Sena, if we look at the Worli constituency in Mumbai, where Aditya Thackeray is facing off with Milind Deora of the Eknath Shinde faction of the Shiv Sena, Aditya Thackeray at the moment is trailing by a small margin of 597 votes after the fifth round of counting of a total of 17 rounds of counting. So it can switch and go either way. But I'll take that question across to Advocate Sunil Vyas as well. This must be
these results for the Eknath Shinde faction of the Shiv Sena, as it were. This must be vindication for Team Eknath Shinde.
Muskanji, trailing of Aditya Thackeray. Oh, sorry. Hello.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
The trailing of Aditya Thackeray himself from Worli, his stronghold, that itself shows who is the real Shiv Sena. So the people have endorsed the leadership of Eknath Rawji Shinde, the manner in which he has taken forward the legacy of Hindu Hriday Samrat Bala Saheb Thackeray, and the manner in which he has worked for the people of Maharashtra. That has been today endorsed by the people of Maharashtra. So this is a real Shiv Sena. There is no confusion of any nature whatsoever is remained now in the mind of anyone, those who knows the politics. So now people must realize that the Shiv Sena is with Eknath Rawji Shinde under his leadership. So you just now informed us a very good news that even in Worli, Milind Deora is leading by of 600 votes, but the lead will go on increasing by round by round. Still there are 11 rounds left. So we hope and trust that we will become more stronger.
Okay. Advocate Sunil Vyas and Jitin Gajaria, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Sunil, Sameer Bakre, spokesperson of the BJP, is also joining us at the moment. So there's good news and there's bad news for the BJP in these two assembly elections. As far as Jharkhand is concerned, it seems like Hemant Soren will be back in the hot seat. But as far as Maharashtra is concerned, it's not just good news, it's probably great news for the NDA, Mr. Bakre.
Yes, actually, it's a great news for NDA led by our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi. See, in Maharashtra, you can see that it's a spectacular turnaround. Since the days of Lok Sabha elections, we got 9 seats only. From that time, we were working hard on government front as well as our organization front also. So, whatever fake narratives were floated by the opposition who had only a negative agenda, they never talked about any development or any vikas or any infrastructure development or any agenda related to women, farmers or youth. They had only negative agenda. So our first task was to just puncture these fake narratives, and we were able to successfully puncture those narratives which had taken at that time of Lok Sabha. So with this background and with the background of the Mahayuti's government performing exceedingly well on all fronts, be it for women like Ladki Bahan Yojana, or be it for youth, that is Yuva Prashikshan Yojana is there, or be it for farmers, Kisan Samman Yojana was there, there are loan waivers, MSP. So every aspect and every sector of the society was covered by our Mahayuti government. If you carefully analyze the results, now you can see that BJP-led Mahayuti is performing exceedingly well all across the state of Maharashtra. It is always said that the state of Maharashtra is divided into and every region votes differently. But this time, you can see, be it Vidarbha, be it Maharashtra, be it Uttar Maharashtra, be it Mumbai, Konkan, everywhere our performance is exceedingly well. Marathwada also we are winning in a big way. So this is an basically we respect and salute the people of Maharashtra for understanding who are going to do vikas for them, who are going to do a better life for them. So overall, I can say that it's a mandate which we respectfully accept, and I can say that it casts more responsibility on us to perform even better, because the people have given a landslide victory to the Mahayuti government in Maharashtra.
Right, Mr. Bakri, stay on with us. Chetan, what does this say about the future of election campaigns? Because it now appears to be it's the same sort of campaign strategy which is being used by political parties, be it in Maharashtra and the Ladki Bahin Yojana or the Maya Samman scheme in Jharkhand. Women voters, direct cash transfers. This seems to be, what was started by Arvind Kejriwal and was touted as the Revadi culture by Prime Minister Modi, though nobody is against social welfare schemes per se, but this seems to be the campaign, the clickbait which seems to work.
Yeah, women voters, I think for the first time.
I mean, I want to understand how sustainable is this?
No, it is not in politics, no model is sustainable. You will see after 4-5 years, something else will come because the voters will demand more. Because if you remember in 2009, when UPA came back, Manrega was credited as the scheme for return of Manmohan Singh government. Then the corruption. So now in the direct benefit transfer, they also started, but the Congress was not able to benefit from.
This is unconditional transfer of money into your account, right?
Yeah, this is for women. This is for the name of this Rajasthan. Ashok Gehlot did a similar thing, but he lost the election. And in Madhya Pradesh, when Shivraj Singh Chauhan was the chief minister, they increased the amount. In Madhya Pradesh, this scheme was started, I think, few months after Rajasthan started a similar scheme. They initially called it a Menghai inflation camp, and then transferred money to the account of women to get relief from inflation. The similar scheme, Madhya Pradesh also started. In Rajasthan, the Congress lost. In Madhya Pradesh, they won. This scheme, with an effective election machinery on ground, helps because delivering the message to the voter, reaching out to the voter, is very essential for elections. The BJP is very, very effective in that. So that's why in Jharkhand also, Jharkhand JMM is a cadre-based party. JMM has a cadre in every village. Even in the seats where they are not contesting, they have people. So they were able to deliver that message effectively to the women voters. In Jharkhand, one factor which I think the BJP may not have taken into account is Kalpana Soren. She was a star campaigner for the India Bloc. Her demand for campaign was even more than Hemant Soren. So her popularity, the BJP was not able to form any sort of a counter there, even though the BJP tried to match the Maya Saman scheme money, but JMM, I think, because of the tribal vote bank, the Muslim votes, was able to ride over the BJP-led alliance.
Soren is still trailing. Do you think this will turn?
This will turn. In Gande, this will turn. She is contesting from a general seat. She's not contesting from a reserved seat. So it will, I think it will turn.
Okay. Yeah.
But JMM has done not well only in the tribal seats, even in the general seats. But it is, I don't think that if you say that Congress has also done well, RJD has also done well. The alliance vote transfer has been very smooth in Jharkhand, which did not happen in Maharashtra. Whereas for the BJP, one factor which did not help them is also they gave 10 seats to all Jharkhand Student Union Party. Then
came Jairam Mahato.
And Jairam Mahato came. If you see the seats, initial trends I saw, in at least 20-25 seats, Jairam Mahato's candidates have got more votes than the difference between the lead and the second lead. So his factor has dented BJP more than JMM. JMM also has a sizable Kurmi Mahato vote bank, but ASU was a party which was considered the party of Kurmis Mahatos. And the BJP had thought that they will bring the Kurmi Mahato votes to BJP. Where ASU was not contesting, I think the Kurmi Mahato votes transfer to BJP has not happened. Those votes have gone to Jairam, and JMM has been able to retain some of its Mahato votes. JMM is considered tribal party, but its founders were Mahatos and tribals both.
Right.
So,
right.
so
yeah.
the big narrative, I think, for this election, from assembly elections in the last few months, is that if you transfer money directly to people, it has a huge impact. And the timing of the transfer is also very, very essential. In case of Maharashtra, it happened just before polling. In case of Jharkhand also, it happened just before,
But
few
the
days before
impact,
polling.
as you said, it's about the implementation and the execution of it on the
It
ground.
has to be
as well.
smooth. You have to give money to all.
Yeah, you have to give money to all. You have to go and tell everyone. You have to speak to everyone. Have you received the money?
Have you received the money? You have to tell people you have benefits and the governance. You know, if the governance is smooth, there is less corruption in Haryana. What was one of the biggest factors in elections, apart from the money, was that the people felt that for the first time they were getting government jobs without any corruption. So if that thing can happen, if you can deliver government schemes or government programs, recruitment without any corruption, so the people will vote for you. People want cleaner this thing. They don't. I don't think that they matter whether how much corruption the individual leader is doing for himself. It doesn't matter. If you are able to deliver to people what we have promised, and Mahayuti, what they had promised, and they gave much more than what they have promised, and that was the reason that in Maharashtra they have swept the polls, and MVA failed to build any sort of narrative. And in Jharkhand, it was a similar thing. The Congress was a minor player there. Everything was decided by Hemant Soren.
Yeah.
The candidates, the number of seats. If you see, Tejasvi Yadav was there in Ranchi for days and saying that I will contest 10 seats. Last time he had contested 7. So Hemant Soren was able to convince him that you will have to give 1 seat because this time CPML is also contesting as part of the alliance.
And not a bad decision if you look at it. Right.
CPIML has a vote. Last time their 2 candidates were number 2. So it was a very intelligent decision to have them in the alliance. And they have been in the alliance in Bihar also, and their strike rate in Bihar was the best among the RJD-led alliance. Among all parties, their strike rate was well because they have a dedicated vote bank.
Yeah.
If you know, in Jharkhand, if you see in 60-70 assembly constituencies, CPIML has 30 to 40,000 voters, and they will vote to the party which the leadership wants. So then you get a benefit of 40,000 is a huge number in a small state like Jharkhand, where the number of voters maybe 2 lakh, 1,50,000 is a huge number.
Absolutely,
So
absolutely.
it makes a difference, and I think Hemant Soren was extremely intelligent. He was extremely strategic in Jharkhand polls. He understood what the BJP is up to. The BJP's narrative, I think, as the BJP leaders from Maharashtra is saying, accusing MVA of a negative campaign, Jharkhand campaign for BJP was negative. On the developmental agenda, their campaign was very less. They just did tribal Muslims.
What does this mean for Hemanta Biswa Sarma? It's a question I'm going to ask you next. But let me just give you, because we were talking about Jharkhand, viewers, the numbers right now as they stand. Jharkhand Mukti Morcha, JMM, stands at 29 in terms of leads. Remember, there are 81 assembly segments in the state of Jharkhand. BJP at 26, so not very far behind between the two parties. But the Congress, which is in alliance with the JMM, 15, RJD, 5 again, the CPI, Marxist-Leninist Liberation at 2 at the moment. ATSU Party, which is AJSUP, which is in alliance with the BJP at 1. And then there is the LJP at 1 right now. Janata Dal United at 1 and Independent 1 at the moment. So the India bloc comfortably positioned in Jharkhand at the moment. Going back across to the state of
1 minute, I want to,
yes.
one thing.
Yeah.
In Jharkhand, the BJP is contesting 68 seats.
Yes.
JMM is contesting only 43.
Yeah.
So you see the strike rate.
Strike
From
rate.
it appears the number, they are very
Oh,
close.
yeah, right. Absolutely.
So the number of seats they are contesting is huge difference.
Absolutely. So out of 68, the BJP currently at 26, and out of 43, you said.
43?
For the JMM, it
It is
stands at 29 right
29.
now. So obviously, JMM has a better strike rate than the BJP. Going back across to the state of Maharashtra, Sameer Bakre, spokesperson of the BJP, continues to be with us. While, of course, you clearly, if the results are to hold, if the trends are to hold, Mr. Bakre, it would seem 220 at my last calculation when I totaled up the numbers, 220 for the Mahayuti. It clearly looks you have, worked your charm in Western Maharashtra, in Vidarbh, in Marathwada, in Khandesh, all across regions. Konkan we talked about as well. So it has worked, but there will remain the issues, because while there is all very well with the direct cash transfer, the issues of agrarian distress, rural distress in Vidarbh, in Marathwada, talking about soybean prices, talking about cotton prices, talking about, of course, the Congress made the promise of MSP on, of 2,000 rupees per quintal on soybean, but that didn't work. But these are issues, Mr. Bakre, that will continue to remain, and the likes of many, agrarian leaders over there will continue to bring this up, and that will continue to be a focus area for the Mahayuti.
I agree with you. There are a lot of issues to be still addressed for the people of Maharashtra. But let me first say that whatever you are saying, that cash, direct benefit cash transfer is the only reason a government gets re-elected or elected. I will like to differ very respectfully with you, with the contention that the person, people also see which party is making the promise, whether they have a credible past. Like you say, from 2014, BJP has never gone back on any promise which they have promised to the people of India or people of any particular state. In contrast, you see in Karnataka or you see in Himachal, Congress has promised so much to the people, and now they are not able to deliver their guarantees, or they are increasing the taxes on other fronts. So first thing, that BJP, whenever it makes a promise, it makes with lot of homework, and BJP has a credibility in the eyes of the people that yes, this party will deliver. You are saying that whether the schemes will be continued or not. Let me say that these schemes have been properly allocated, having properly allocated budgets, and it has been carefully planned with all the three leaders, Devendra ji, Eknath ji, and Ajit Pawar Dada. So there is no problem in continuing the scheme. That's why we have made a promise that we will increase the woman transfer by only 600 rupees. Now you see, Congress promised 3,000 rupees. Earlier they were saying that 1,500 is not sustainable. So how they can promise 3,000 rupees? So these are all the issues which the people of Maharashtra were seeing through. On agriculture front also, Kisan Samman Nidhi we have increased, we will increase it to further more. There is a proposal for loan waiver also. In terms of MSP, we have given that 20% variation government is going to protect. Yes, we accept that all the issues are not solved. That's why it's a continuing government. And with this mandate and with this responsibility, we will work day and night to solve all the remaining issues of the people of Maharashtra, especially in agriculture sector. So
okay, let's take you raised a point. Let's take that with the Congress. Meeta Chakraborty of the Congress party is also joining us at the moment. How do you see the results in Maharashtra? Because very unexpected lines, it appears that the Mahayuti has swept the assembly elections in Maharashtra. Much of it is being credited to the Ladki Bahin Yojana of the Mahayuti. But then the Congress, like Mr. Bakre was pointing out earlier, you said this is not sustainable. The promise of 1,500 rupees and monthly in the accounts of women, it's not very sustainable. And then eventually you also promised to double that if the Congress and the MVA were to be brought to power. So clearly it worked on the ground, but nobody heard your promise of doubling that.
Okay, good afternoon to all your viewers and to the fellow co-panelists as well. First of all, congratulations to the NDA for the emphatic win in the state of Maharashtra, and I wish them all the very best. And I hopefully they will fulfill the promises that they have made before this assembly elections. And also in the state of Jharkhand, we're excited that there is a considerable amount of lead, given that it's a smaller state with only 81 constituencies, and we are leading currently in 49. So I think it's safe to call out that state that we are in a pole position to form the government there. And there's a pro incumbency in the state of Jharkhand, so it's kind of it's a validation for the kind of work that has happened under the previous regime. So yes, we won in one of the states. We lost out in the other state, which is the biggest state, and we accept that gracefully. Uh, However, having said that, in Maharashtra, my limited query is: had the incumbent government been so confident of their welfare schemes, of their Ladli Behna schemes, of their governance, then what was the need of the hyper polarization and the religious divisiveness that we saw from none other but from the most senior leaders of the BJP, including the Prime Minister, including the Chief Ministers? Slogans like "Batenge to katenge." My limited query is "Kon katega?" Are you kind of suggesting a civic unrest here? Comparing an assembly state election to a dharm youth. It's no, sir, it is not a dharm youth. It's just a state election to elect a state government. Two set of political formations have gone with their visions to the people of Maharashtra, and the people of Maharashtra will choose one vision over another. It is not a dharm youth. Even in Jharkhand, things like land jihad, love jihad, as how people are indulging in love jihads to get grab tribal lands. All of this being played out, this hyper communalization of this election that we saw, this communalization went up several notches, and it were not only the local MLA aspirants who were doing it, mind it was coming straight from the prime minister, from the home minister, from the UP's chief ministers, from some of the most senior leaders of the BJP. That shows that they were not that confident about their Ladli Behna scheme or their welfare scheme. Yes, the welfare schemes were there, but there was a communal plank on which this election was fought, and the results are there for us to see. And this is very, very unfortunate because in a state like Maharashtra, which kind of takes pride in social reforms, which has a history of leaders who were social reformists and activists, now we have a campaign that is being completely being run by us versus them. And we all
Okay,
already know that hate is
Mr.
a very
Bakre will
strong
answer.
emotion. It's
Mr. Bakre will answer to that. Why was the need to communally polarize the election when
not only that,
you
if I could
would
just
have
quickly
been
finish
should
my
have been
last
confident
point,
about your welfare
just
scheme?
in 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not only that, there was this communal plank that was being played out, but also this excessive use of money power and muscle power. We saw BJP General Secretary Vinod Thaure caught on camera distributing cash. So, use of central investigating agencies, use of cash for votes, use of communalization, they have gone to
No,
any
but
length.
Meeta Chakraborty, are you saying that the voter of Maharashtra was bought out by the NDA? Was bought out by the NDA, and that's why this mandate.
Is it not a fact that unprecedented amount of money was pumped into the Maharashtra election? And I'm singling out Maharashtra. It didn't happen in Jharkhand, but in Maharashtra, unprecedented amount of money was being spent by the NDA candidates. And we saw as how BJP's general secretary, which is a very senior position, that
Are you effectively saying that the
distributing
voter
cash
sold himself or herself out for money in Maharashtra? Is that what you're saying?
Can I just reply?
Yes, Mr. Bakre, come in. Come in.
Actually, listen, the Congress spokesperson is actually creating a narrative that people were bought or there was a communal divide in Maharashtra. Before answering her question, let me first remind her that in lot of Muslim organizations and lot of ulemas were openly canvassing for the Mahavikas Agadi. They have identified around 25 seats where they were calling upon Muslims to vote for Mahavikas Agadi. So what kind of argument she is putting about communalism? And second thing, money power. Our Honorable Vinod Taudeji was not distributing money power. He has clearly explained the total whole incident, and on that only he has given legal notice to Mr. Rahul Gandhi and Mr. Kharge, who will have to explain their allegations now. And about the money being pumped, there is a huge Bitcoin scam which is going on, where the names of Supriya Soya and Nana Patoliji have come up. So what kind of the double thing you are talking, ma'am? Actually, communal polarization you were doing, money power you were using, and the
there is a
slogan which you
fundamental
said.
difference.
One second. Let me complete. The Prime Minister only said that "Ek hai to safe hai." What's wrong in it? We have been canvassing since 2014 that sabka saath, sabka vikas. So एक है तो safe है, that it's a call for the countrymen to unite. What's wrong? What's communal in it? And why you are attributing that it is targeted at a particular community? We have not said that. We have clearly said that because of the Ek Hai To Safe Hai 2014, we have become a fifth largest economy in the country. Our country is progressing on all fronts. And what kind of, that's why I am saying that Congress always speaks about negativity. Congress always tries to create divide in the society, be it on religion or be it on caste. In Maharashtra, for the last 2 years, you have seen what kind of there was agitation for reservation and what kind of adjectives were used for our leader. But we never reacted because we thought that people of Maharashtra are smart enough, they have wisdom to understand the whole game, what is being played. And today I'm very happy. Yes, we have promised and delivered to people because it's our duty to do. It's not that we are trying to buy the voters. If you do for women, if you do for farmers, if you do for youth, when Mr. Rahul Gandhi promises khatakat, he's saying 8,500 per month. That time, that is not a thing for buying the votes. We have actually promised what we can deliver. Congress always promises what it can't deliver. So there is no communalization in Maharashtra. It's a very forward-looking state. We have won across Maharashtra. So there is no saying that it's a region politics or it's a communal politics or
Okay,
it's a
okay,
financial
yeah,
politics.
Meeta Chakraborty, please respond. Yeah.
Okay, my limited query is बटेंगे तो कटेंगे. Okay, कौन काटेगा? You know, one community saying that we want to support one particular MLA candidate from our constituency, that's fine. Even if a bunch of people come and say that, you know, we want to support BJP, there's nothing wrong in it. In election campaigning, when you're interacting, please
No,
let
but
me
can you
finish.
say that on
Please
religion
let me
basis there
finish.
were
Please, I did not interrupt you. Now you have to let me finish my point. Stop interrupting me. Otherwise, I'll interrupt you every time you start speaking. No one
Mr.
will.
Bakre, just hold on for a few moments. Yes, please go
Okay.
on.
So whenever, so a community or a group of people supporting a candidate, supporting a political party, political formation is absolutely acceptable. What is not acceptable is when you use words related to violence. When you are saying कि बटेंगे तो काटेंगे, my limited query is कौन काटेगा? One Indian citizen दूसरे Indian citizen के ऊपर हमला करेगा क्या? What do you mean by saying बटेंगे तो काटेंगे? So are you not talking about civic unrest here? Being in a position of power, you have to act very responsibly, sir. And which you did not do. Just because you want to win an election, your love for power is so high that you do not want, you are willing to compromise with Indian security. And after that, you say India first. Which is a complete contradiction. For you, it is power first. It's always power first. And also, this excessive use of cash, excessive use of power, the role of election
Can I come
commission,
in?
the way the entire
Okay,
election was being
quickly,
conducted
because
is
now we just have a few more minutes left. Amita, I just have a question right now. Sanjay Raut, who's a partner in the Mahavikas Aghadi, he's just tweeted in Marathi, and because I understand the language, let me just translate that. What he basically wants is a re-election on ballot paper this time around, because he says these results are not what the Janta has actually voted. So they are not exactly what the people's mandate is. And asa nikal laguts shakat nahi, which means this is impossible. So he wants ballot paper election. Does the Congress agree with that? Do you accept the results or do you not?
Okay, first of all, we have to have a closer look at the election results. Listen, when after Haryana elections, when we went back to the election commission and we made some complaints in writing, we had some specific data and evidences backing it up. Like we had certain EVM machines which were 98% charged, whereas bulk of the EVM machines were 50 to 60 to 70% charged. So our limited queries, can you please scientifically explain, as after the whole day of usage on the voting day and after so many days being kept in the strong room, how come some EVM machines, without being tampered or without being recharged, have 98% charge? So our query was very specific, and we had supporting evidence and data supporting our claims. So here, without looking into the data, without looking into specific instances, I don't think I'm in a position to say that whether we think this election
Okay.
have been rigged or not. Having said that, right now we always have shown grace in defeat. It's not that we haven't, and we always accept the results. The results are to be accepted.
Okay, so the Congress is accepting the results. The Shiv Sena UBT is completely, confounded. Mr. Bakre, just because you raised your hand, I'll let you have a quick 30 seconds to wrap it up.
Just short, in very short time.
Yeah.
Mr. Sanjay Raut says a lot of things every morning. People of Maharashtra have stopped taking him seriously. I don't know why friends from media are quoting his tweet, because his all arguments have become so nonsensical and without any basis that people of Maharashtra, even his party, from today he will not take they will not take Sanjay Raut seriously, because he was the reason for making Uddhav Thackeray misguiding him to go to Congress and other things. So people of Maharashtra, people of media should not take Sanjay Raut very seriously. He says things which he doesn't believe to be true also, and nobody takes him
Okay.
seriously.
Okay, so you are dismissing everything that Sanjay Raut has said. Meeta Chakraborty and Mr. Samir Bakre, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon on Hindustan Times. So it's clear, the mandate is clear, at least the voter in both Jharkhand and Maharashtra can heave a sigh of relief, because if the results and the trends so far that have come in are to hold up, then it's clearly thumbs up for the JMM-led India bloc in Jharkhand, and a landslide victory for the Mahayuti of the BJP, the Eknath Shinde Shiv Sena, and the Ajit Pawar NCP in the state of Maharashtra. That's a wrap from me. Thank you so much for watching us here all morning on Hindustan Times. These are some political reactions that have been coming in meanwhile. Thank you.
जिस तरीके से अनअवेलेबल रहे फ्रॉम द स्टार्टिंग यू वर सेइंग अनअवेलेबल एंड नॉट एक्सेसिबल एमएलए आई थिंक ही इज ऑन द वर्ज ऑफ losing his seat. So I think people in last 2.5 years, the way Eknath Shinde has worked, the way he has carried forward the legacy of Balasaheb Thackeray, the way Mahayuti has worked under his leadership, and the way Mahavikas Aghadi or the Ubhata netas, leaders, जो सिर्फ गाली गलोच और आलोचना, उसके सिवा उनको 2.5 साल में कुछ जमा नहीं करने के लिए, उसमें से एक नाम था आदित्य ठाकरे का भी, लोगों ने उनको उनकी जगह जो है दिखाने का काम इस इलेक्शन में किया है।
सर कौन बनेगा मुख्यमंत्री सर? मुख्यमंत्री को लेकर सर मोठ्या प्रमाणात महायुतीच्या सीट्स या लीडवर पाहायला मिळत आहेत. जल्लोष सुरू झालेला आहे. सर पहिली प्रतिक्रिया तुमची काय सांगाल? निकाल तुमच्या बाजूने येतो दिसत आहे.
तमाम जनतेचा करतो जो प्रचंड विश्वास हा महायुतीवरती दाखवला, माननीय मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथजी शिंदे साहेबांवरती दाखवला, त्यांच्या नेतृत्वाखाली जे आज महायुती इलेक्शनला सामोरे गेली, त्यांच्याबरोबर दोन्ही उपमुख्यमंत्री महोदय देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी, अजित दादा, ज्या प्रकारे या तिघांनी मिळून काम केलं गेल्या 2.25 वर्षांमध्ये ना, तर भूतो ना भविष्य असे रेकॉर्ड तोड निर्णय घेतले, डेव्हलपमेंटची कामं केली, आणि त्याचबरोबर वेगवेगळ्या योजना आणण्याचं काम आज महायुतीच्या सरकारच्या माध्यमाने झालं. आज त्याचाच हा विजय आहे की प्रत्येक घटकापर्यंत पोहोचण्याचं काम महायुतीच्या सरकारच्या माध्यमाने झालं. म्हणून आज हा एवढा मोठा विजय जो आहे तो आपल्याला पाहायला मिळतोय.
मुख्यमंत्री कोण बसणार?
मी एक साधा कार्यकर्ता आहे बाबा, मला हा प्रश्न कसा विचारता तुम्ही? आम्ही कार्यकर्ता म्हणून
जल्लोष आप देख रहे होंगे कि हर कार्यकर्ता के आज फेस के ऊपर जो अलग तरह की स्माइल है, महिला के तो सब स्माइल हो रहा है। जो 15 दिन से हम लोग जो इलेक्शन के माध्यम से लोगों के दार पे जाते थे और इसका रिजल्ट और हमारे आदरणीय अजित दादा का हौसला, जो हमारे सब कार्यकर्ताओं को एक साथ रखने का और रिजल्ट अच्छा आने का जो आज दिन है, जो फैसला आया है और जो महायुति के बारे में आया है, अच्छी सीट हमारी आ गई है, रिजल्ट भी अच्छा आ रहा है और उसी माहौल के हिसाब से हम लोग त्योहार मना रहे हैं आज।
अजीत दादा भी जो है बारामती में लीड कर रहे हैं, एक जो है लगातार उस सीट को लेकर चर्चाएं चल रही थी।
नहीं, सीट पक्की। वो दादा ने आज इतने सालों से बारामती में, पुणे में जो काम किया है उसका ही रिजल्ट है ना। आज एक दिन में रिजल्ट चेंज होने वाला नहीं है ना, उसका रिजल्ट जो सालों से बारामती में जो काम करते हुए हमारे दादा, आप सुबह 6 बजे देखते होंगे कि बारामती में दादा घूमते रहते हैं, ये रोड का देखो, वो रोड का देखो, तो वो रिजल्ट उसको लोगों ने आज पहचाना है कि बाबा नहीं, जो काम करने वाला।
नैसर्गिक युती होती ती शरद पवार साहेबांनी, उद्धवजींनी 19ला तोडली. त्याचा एक वेगळा राग विशेषतः माननीय बाळासाहेबांच्या मतदारांच्या मनात होता. रोज सकाळी राज्याचं राजकारण कलुषित होणारं वक्तव्य भांडूपवरनं यायचं आणि ज्यावेळी एकनाथ शिंदेनी बाळासाहेबांचं हिंदुत्वाचं धनुष्यबाण, हिंदुत्वाचं शिवसेना नाव हे हिंदुत्वाच्या मूळ प्रवाहात भाजप बरोबर आणल्यामुळे एकनाथ शिंदे साहेबांना बाळासाहेबांच्या विचारांची मतं ही बीजेपीच्या बरोबर मिळाली. मला असं वाटतं की महाराष्ट्रातला हा विजय, बिहारमध्ये पोटनिवडणुकीत 4 पैकी 4 जागा एनडीए पुढे, उत्तर प्रदेशमध्ये 9 पैकी 6 जागा भाजप पुढे आणि तसंच राजस्थानमध्ये 4 जागांवर भाजप पुढे. त्यामुळे देशातल्या या सगळ्या निवडणुकांमधलं चित्र हे सांगतंय की माननीय नरेंद्र मोदींच्या नेतृत्वाखालील एनडीएला जनतेने आपला विश्वास दाखवलेला आहे आणि महाराष्ट्रातला विश्वास अभूतपूर्व आहे. तुमचा पुढचा प्रश्न असणार मुख्यमंत्री पदाचं काय, तर एकनाथ शिंदेजी, देवेंद्र फडणवीस, अजितदादा पवार आणि भाजपचं केंद्रीय नेतृत्व याबाबतचा निर्णय घेईल. आज महायुती म्हणून आम्ही विजयाचा आनंद घेतोय. खूप खूप धन्यवाद. महाराष्ट्र में मतदाताओं ने जो भाजपा महायुति को जबरदस्त जीत दिलाई है, माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में एकनाथ जी शिंदे, देवेंद्र जी फडणवीस और अजित दादा पवार, रामदास आठवले आरपीआई के इन सब ने मिलकर जो चुनाव अच्छी तरह लड़ा, जो सरकार अच्छी तरह चलाई, विशेषकर मुझे लगता है कि प्रत्यक्ष लाभ की राजनीति और अप्रत्यक्ष लाभ की राजनीति होती है. अप्रत्यक्ष लाभ की राजनीति में जो पायाभूत सुविधा होती है, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट होती है, वंदे भारत ट्रेन होती है, मेट्रो होती है, सड़क होती है, पानी होता है, और प्रत्यक्ष लाभ में लाडली बहना होती है, किसान सम्मान होता है, जीरो इलेक्ट्रिसिटी बिल का विषय होता है. इसका एक बहुत सुरेख मिलाप एकनाथ जी शिंदे, देवेंद्र जी और अजित दादा ने किया और इसलिए जनता ने पूरा भरोसा रखा. साथ ही 2019 में माननीय शरद पवार साहब ने आदरणीय उद्धव जी को लेकर बीजेपी का अलायंस जो तोड़ा, वो माननीय बाला साहब ठाकरे जी के वोटर्स को पसंद नहीं आया। और जब एकनाथ शिंदे बाला साहब जी का हिंदुत्व का धनुष्यबाण, हिंदुत्व का शिवसेना ये नाम भाजपा के साथ मेन स्ट्रीम में ले आए, तो लोगों ने उनको भी बहुत अच्छी तरह से उसका स्वीकार किया। ये आज दिखाई दे रहा है। मुझे लगता है कि बिहार में 4 में से 4 जगहों पर एनडीए आगे है, उत्तर प्रदेश में 6 जगहों पर एनडीए आगे है और राजस्थान में 4 जगह पर आगे है। तो देश में ये बता रहा है कि देश की जनता का फिर एक बार आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी पर उन्होंने अपना विश्वास जताया है। आपका सवाल ये होगा कि मुख्यमंत्री किसका होगा, कौन होगा? तो एकनाथ शिंदे जी, देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी, अजीत दादा पवार और भाजपा का केंद्रीय नेतृत्व साथ मिलकर इस विषय में निर्णय करेंगे और आपको बताएंगे। आज महायुति विजय का जश्न मना रही है और महाराष्ट्र की जनता को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद दे रही है।
तुमचा विजय सुकर?
आता एक 2 तासात सगळाच कौल, जनतेचा कौल समजेलच आपल्याला. परंतु कसं आहे बघा, विजयाची खात्री असल्यामुळे मी बिंदास आहे. आजही मी बिंदास आहे, कालही होतो आणि उद्याही तसंच.
तेव्हा बनता नाही आलं, आता आमदारच्या रिंगणात तुम्ही उभ्या आमदार बनणार, विश्वास वाटतो?
मला एक तुम्हाला सांगतो ना, मी जेव्हा राजकारणात आलेलो, म्हणजे मला वाटते 93-94 ची गोष्ट आहे. आमच्याकडे BMC ला रानडे बाई होत्या आणि ती मला एकदम मुलासारखी करते. तेव्हा खिशात पैसे नसायचे, तीच नाश्ता द्यायची. तेव्हा मला ती सहज बोलेल, तुझा हात दाखव रे. मी आपला दाखवला हात. ती तेव्हा मला ती वाक्य अजूनही आठवतात. मला बोले, तू आयुष्यात नगरसेवक होणार ना, तू बनणार तर आमदारच बनणार. आणि हे सगळं बघा आता ऑटोमॅटिक सगळं
घटकाने या ठिकाणी भरभरून महायुतीला मतदान केलं. गेले 2-2.5 वर्ष जे महायुतीने काम केलं त्या कामाची पोचपावती या निवडणुकीमध्ये जनतेने दिली आणि म्हणून महाराष्ट्रातल्या जनतेला मी पुन्हा एकदा त्यांच्या मनापासून आभार मानतो, त्यांना मनापासून धन्यवाद देतो की पूर्णपणे जे काम आम्ही केलं 2.5 वर्षामध्ये त्याचं मोजमाप, नोंद आणि त्याची कामाची पोचपावती या महाराष्ट्रातल्या जनतेने आम्हाला दिलेली आहे. खरं म्हणजे आता आम्ही 2.5 वर्षात जे काम केलं, आता पुढच्या कार्यकाळामध्ये आमची आणखी जबाबदारी वाढली आहे आणि म्हणून जनतेला त्रिवार वंदन करतो आणि माझ्या सर्व कार्यकर्त्यांना देखील महायुतीच्या मनापासून धन्यवाद देतो. महायुतीचे सर्व कार्यकर्ते मनापासून काम करत होते आणि म्हणूनच हा विजय, एवढा मोठा विजय मिळतोय. मी माझ्या ठाणे मतदारसंघातल्या कोपरी पाचपकाडी मतदारसंघातल्या देखील मतदारांना धन्यवाद देतो की खूप मोठ्या लीडने, मार्जिनने त्यांनी मला विजयी करण्याचं काम करतायत आणि त्यामुळे मी पुन्हा एकदा सगळ्यांना मनापासून खूप खूप शुभेच्छा, मनापासून सगळ्यांचं, सर्व मतदारांचं मनापासून अभिनंदन. आज मैं महाराष्ट्र के तमाम मतदाताओं को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ, उनका अभिनंदन करता हूँ क्योंकि ये विक्ट्री जो है ये लैंडस्लाइड विक्ट्री है. ये मैंने कहा था कि महायुति को थम्पिंग मेजोरिटी मिलेगी और इसीलिए मैं तमाम मतदाता जो है, मेरी लाडली बहनाओं को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ, लाडले किसानों को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ और लाडले हमारे भाई है, लाडले सीनियर सिटीजन है, सभी वर्ग जो है, सभी वर्ग को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ कि उन्होंने ऐसी विजयश्री प्राप्त कर दी है कि न भूतो न भविष्य तो ऐसी विक्ट्री जो इस बार मिली है, जो 2-2.5 साल हमारी महायुति ने काम किया है. ये महायुति ने जो काम किया है उसके काम के ऊपर ये जनता ने शिक्कामोर्तब किया है, काम को तवज्जो दिया है, प्राथमिकता दी है और इसीलिए महायुति को इतनी बड़ी जीत हासिल हुई है. इसलिए मैं महायुति के पूरे महाराष्ट्र की जनता को तो धन्यवाद देता ही हूँ, उनका स्वागत करता हूँ, लेकिन महायुति के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को भी धन्यवाद देता हूँ. उन्होंने जो काम किया है बहुत ही बढ़िया काम किया है और इस चुनाव में हमारे महायुति को जिताया है, इसलिए मैं बहुत बहुत उनका आभारी हूँ.
उमेदवाराचं वडील आहे,
त्याच्यामुळे मी काही त्याच्यावर भाष्य करणं उचित ठरत नाही. धन्यवाद.
अब क्या कहेंगे आप, क्या उम्मीदें लेकर आज आए हैं? काफी कैंपेनिंग बहुत ही एग्रेसिव रही दोनों तरफ से, क्या कहेंगे?
नहीं, कैंपेनिंग सब लोग तो जीतने के लिए करते हैं, तो कैंपेनिंग तो एग्रेसिव ही रहेगी, बट अच्छा हुआ कुछ माहौल बिगड़ा नहीं. आपने देखा है कहीं कोई झगड़े नहीं हुए, कुछ शांति सब चल रहा था, तो सब एक दूसरे को जानते हैं. बारामती ऐसे बहुत सुलझा हुआ था, ये है क्या बोलते हैं कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी है, तो अच्छी तरह से वोटर्स तो बहुत समझदार है. जो 60 साल से शरद पवार साहब को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, तो उनसे इंटेलिजेंट वोटर तो हो ही नहीं सकते.
क्या लगता है बारामती का वोटर क्या सोच रहा है इस बार? आप भी बारामती के,
तो
आप भी
वो मुझे कॉन्फिडेंस है कि वो साहब के पवार साहब शरद पवार साहब के हक में रहेगा.
अजीत पवार कहते हुए कि मैंने काम किया है, मुझे ऊपर सुप्रिया सुले, नीचे यानी विधानसभा में मैं, तो उसको लेकर किस तरह फिर आप लोगों ने
वो उन्होंने अभी शुरू किया. अब अगर जब लोकसभा चल रही थी तब तो वो नहीं बोल रहे थे, तब तो एक वो, और दूसरा अगर वो अभी ये बोल रहे हैं तो क्या हमारे वैनी को हराने के लिए खड़ा किया था? करना ही नहीं चाहिए था.
आपने अपने एक बात और कही कि ये विचारों की लड़ाई है, और जो बारामती का वोटर है वो काफी स्मार्ट है, वाइज है, उसका क्या होता है?
तो विचारों की लड़ाई है, उन्होंने दूसरा विचारधारा पकड़ी जो हम लोगों को मंजूर नहीं थी, तो इसीलिए हम कांग्रेस की विचारधारा को मानते हैं, तो उस हिसाब से हम चल रहे हैं.
अपने बेटे की जीत को लेकर कॉन्फिडेंट है आप?
100%.
महाराष्ट्र का चेहरा है नागपुर. हम लोग तो बहुत फॉर्चुनेट है कि दक्षिण पश्चिम के हमारे वो नेता है. सारे महाराष्ट्र के लिए वो देवेंद्र जी फडणवीस हो सकते हैं, हमारे लिए तो देवा भाऊ है, तो हमारे दिल की बात है. अपेक्षा तो कोई है ही नहीं, एक ही अपेक्षा और एक ही नाम है, देवेंद्र जी फडणवीस.
मराठीत सांगा आजचा दिवस किती महत्वपूर्ण आहे? देवेंद्र फडणवीसांच्या मतदारसंघात तुम्ही कार्यकर्ते आहात.
आम्ही देवेंद्र फडणवीसांच्या मतदारसंघात कार्यकर्ते आहेत. त्याचं कारण असं आहे, देवेंद्र फडणवीस म्हणजे सुशिक्षित, सुरक्षित आणि सुसंस्कृतिक महाराष्ट्र, म्हणून आम्ही देवेंद्र फडणवीसांचे कार्यकर्ते आहोत. आम्ही भारतीय जनता पार्टीचे, ज्याची फिलॉसॉफी हिंदुत्ववादी आहे किंवा ज्याची फिलॉसॉफी खूप पॉझिटिव्ह, अशा या राष्ट्रप्रेमी जी आमची पार्टी आहे त्याचे आम्ही कार्यकर्ते आहोत. त्याच्यामुळे आमच्यासाठी हा दिवस अत्यंत महत्वाचा आहे.
फडणवीसांसाठी आजचा दिवस कसा असेल?
अत्यंत महत्वाचा, आणि मला पूर्ण आशा आणि पूर्ण हे आहे की पूर्ण महाराष्ट्राचे नेते आहेत देवेंद्रजी फडणवीस, परंतु आमच्या दक्षिण पश्चिमचा फॉर्च्युनेट भाग असा आहे की आमचे ते देवाभाऊ आहेत, एवढे सगळ्यांच्या मनामनात आहेत असे देवेंद्रजी फडणवीस यांच्यासाठी हा दिवस खूप मोठा, आणि त्यांच्यापेक्षा जास्त आज एक कार्यकर्ता माझ्यासाठी मोठा म्हणजे मी देवेंद्र फडणवीस, ही आमची सगळ्यांची भावना, आणि या भावनेमध्ये आम्ही या सगळ्या गोष्टी करतो.
महत्वाचा दिवस आहे आजचा, तुम्ही फडणवीसांच्या मतदारसंघातले कार्यकर्ते आहात.
मी हेच म्हणेन की आजपासून खरं आमची दिवाळी सुरू होते. दिवाळी ही आता आम्ही मनवणार आहोत. आजचा रिझल्ट आल्यानंतर खरी दिवाळी आमची आज सुरू होईल. देवेंद्रजी फडणवीस यांच्यासारखा कार्यकर्ता न भूतो न भविष्यती असल्या प्रकारचा कार्यकर्ता आहे, आणि असे माननीय श्री देवेंद्रजी फडणवीस हे आम्हाला लाभले, हे आमचं खूप मोठं भाग्य आहे.
आजचा दिवस फडणवीसांसाठी कसा असेल?
आजचा दिवस फडणवीस साहेबांसाठी सर्वात महत्वाचा दिवस, अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण असा दिवस आहे. एक इतिहास रचला जाणार आहे, हेच मी सांगू इच्छितो.
थँक्यू.
आज का दिन बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है, इसलिए हमारे देवा भाऊ अभी मुख्यमंत्री बनने जा रहे हैं, इसलिए हमारे लिए ये आज खुशी का दिन है. बहुत जल्लोष करेंगे, वो मुख्यमंत्री बन जाएंगे तो पूरी योजनाएं वो गवर्नमेंट बैठ जाएगा तो हमको बहुत खुशी हो जाएंगे.
आणि खास करून दक्षिण पश्चिम
मतदारसंघासाठी आजचा दिवस खूप खास आहे, आणि आम्ही सगळे कार्यकर्ते उत्स्फूर्तपणे अगदी सकाळी 6-6:30 वाजतापासून इथे निघाले आहे, आणि आतमध्ये आमचे बरेचसे लोक गेले पण आहे, आणि जेव्हा रिझल्ट येईल तेव्हा आम्ही खूप जोरदार जल्लोष करू, आणि देवेंद्रजींना मुख्यमंत्री नक्की आम्हाला पाहायचं आहे, त्यामुळे त्यांना आम्ही महाराष्ट्रात पाठवू.
मुझे बताइए कितना महत्वपूर्ण दिन है आपके लिए और देवा भाऊ के लिए?
हमारे लिए तो बहुत ज्यादा महत्वपूर्ण, क्योंकि केंद्र में मोदी जी की सरकार और महाराष्ट्र में देवा भाऊ की सरकार, ये विकास और इसके कार्य के लिए बहुत जरूरी है, क्योंकि आज की तारीख में देवा भाऊ हमारे लिए हमारे देवा भाऊ हैं, और हम चाहते हैं कि 25 तारीख को उनके शपथ विधि में हम जरूर जाएंगे मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में.
लाडकी बहीणला पाठिंबा दिला त्याबद्दल धन्यवाद. आणि मला वाटते की गणपती बाप्पा आणि ठरवणार प्रगती आणि फक्त प्रगतीच्या राजकारणात.
प्रचारामध्ये मुंबईमध्ये मोठ्या प्रमाणात प्रतिसाद लोकांचा पाहायला मिळाला होता. आता निकालात दिसेल का, तुम्हाला काय वाटतंय?
100% लोकांचा पाठिंबा आहे, महिलांचा पाठिंबा आहे, युवाचा पाठिंबा आहे. आणि आमच्या क्षेत्रामध्ये काय कस्टडी डेव्हलपमेंट आहे, स्कूलची समस्या, अस्पतालची समस्या, लायब्ररीची समस्या, नक्कीच आम्हाला पाहिजे की परिवर्तन येईल.
सिद्धिविनायकात तुम्हाला काय सांगायचं?
गणपती बाप्पांना हेच विनंती की महाराष्ट्र एक विकसित महाराष्ट्र आणि पुढे जाऊन महायुतीच्या नेतृत्वामध्येच सरकार करेल महाराष्ट्र. I think that so many changes required. 15 years you had an MLA, but no development at all. Cluster B development and housing is the biggest issue for people in Mumbai. If you look at women, what do women want? They want safety, security. There are no hospitals, there are no schools. Unfortunately, open spaces is a distant dream. So I think the entire blueprint needs to be chalked out with a proper development plan to make it into a model constituency, because unfortunately today it's probably the most backward constituency in Maharashtra. How did you reach the voters there, since demographic plays a very significant role? And you know, I have never played divisive politics. I've tried to take everyone along in every sense. But having said that, there are certain parties that only appease vote banks and play pseudo-secular politics. I think we need to move beyond that. The time has come to only talk about development, and the younger generation understands that. The women have been so inspired by the Chief Minister's Life Yojana and the kind of applause that women have given to the scheme, because their lives have been empowered. So in Mumbai, we have 40,000 women, we have 15,000 lucky men, which are Muslims. So everyone has come out and supported, and I'm sure it will be a historic victory. माँ मुंबा देवी का आशीर्वाद तो हमेशा देते हैं, लेकिन मुंबईकर होने के नाते गणपति बाबा मोरया, तो सिद्धि विनायक ने यहाँ गणपति बाबा का आशीर्वाद देके यही एक लक्ष्य है कि महायुति की सरकार आए, हम जनहित में काम करें, सेवक और सेविका के रूप में, और देखें कि भारत एक विकसित भारत की तरफ और महाराष्ट्र एक प्रगतिशील रफ्तार से, जैसे 1.5 साल में हमने देखा है एकनाथ शिंदे, देवेंद्र फडणवीस, अजीत पवार को और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री के इतने सारे लाभार्थी हैं, तो लोगों ने विश्वास जताया है। मुझे लगता है कि मत जरूर मिलेंगे, लोगों को पता है कि मैं सच्चाई के साथ काम करना चाहती हूँ, और जो काम प्रधानमंत्री और मुख्यमंत्री ने किया उसका लाभ फायदा जरूर है, लेकिन जनता जानती है कि जब 15 साल आपने एक नेता को मौका दिया जहाँ एक क्लस्टर की डेवलपमेंट नहीं, एक प्रोजेक्ट कंप्लीट नहीं, एक स्कूल नहीं, एक अस्पताल नहीं, बेसिक कम्युनिटीज नहीं, अभी भी इतनी समस्या, लोग त्रस्त है पानी और बिजली को लेके, और मुंबई देवी सबसे पिछड़ा कंस्टिट्यूंसी है, तो मैं मानती हूँ लोग मुझे जरूर चुनेंगे। लोकसभा इलेक्शन रिजल्ट्स might have set the tune for results, or look, for people who try to set a false narrative, they will constantly go on about numbers. But as they say, that जो जीता वही सिकंदर, and I'm very confident that today that seat is going to be of the Mahayuti.
सिद्धिविनायकाच्या दर्शनासाठी आलेला काय मागणं केलं, विजयाची खात्री आहे का, काय नेमकं काय सांगाल?
बघा, गेल्या 20 वर्षापासून मी अंधेरी पूर्व विधानसभेत काम करत असताना महायुतीने माझ्या साधा एक कार्यकर्त्याला संधी दिली आहे, आणि हा इलेक्शन अंधेरीकरांनी स्वतःच्या हातात घेतलं. म्हणजे 100% मला खात्री आहे हा निवडणुकीत मी 20,000च्या मताधिक्याने निवडून येईल.
मागची पोटनिवडणूक जेव्हा झाली तेव्हा तुम्हाला माघार कुठेतरी घ्यावी लागली होती, तेव्हा तुम्ही थांबला होता. आता मात्र उमेदवार म्हणून रिंगणात आहात. किती मताधिक्यांनी निवडून येऊ शकता, काय विश्वास काय?
मी एक पक्षाचा कार्यकर्ता आहे, पक्षांनी निर्णय घेतला होता आपण माघार घ्यावी, म्हणून पोटनिवडणुकीत मी माघार घेतली. आता पक्षाने मला सांगितलं की निवडणूक लढायची, म्हणून लढलो. हा 20-25,000 मताधिक्याने आम्ही निवडून येऊ असं मला पूर्ण विश्वास आहे.
जानना चाहेंगे आपने सिद्धिविनायक मंदिर में आके हमें चरणों में नतमस्तक हुआ,
वैसे भी हफ्ता 10 दिन में बापा का दर्शन करते रहता हूँ। आज इलेक्शन का काउंटिंग का दिन है तो मैं शुभ शुरुआत बापा के दर्शन लेके करूँ, ऐसा अभी गणपति बापा का दर्शन किया है। अभी जाऊंगा काउंटिंग में। और अंधेरी पूर्व हाँ विधानसभा गए 20-22 साल से हम वहाँ पे सेवा करते आ रहे और अंधेरी की जनता ने ये इलेक्शन अपने हाथ में ले लिया था। कम से कम 20,000 के ऊपर ये विजय हम प्राप्त करेंगे।
पिछले टाइम भी आप इच्छुक थे, बहुत सीट जो है वो मिली उनकी, पक्ष ने बोला था रुक जाइए, ये टाइम सीट मिली, लगता है मतलब इसका रूपांतर आपके बाजू में हो जाएगा?
बिल्कुल होगा। ये सीट हम 20,000 के ऊपर जीतने जा रहे हैं और जो चुनाव में हमने माहौल देखा पिछले कई सालों में ऐसा अंधेरीपुर विधानसभा में माहौल कभी था ही नहीं।
सर, किन मुद्दों पे ये पूरा निवडणूक और किन मुद्दों पे आप आगे जाके काम करेंगे?
हम विकास के मुद्दे में ये पूरा चुनाव लड़े हैं। अंधेरीपुर में ट्रैफिक की समस्या है, सरकारी हॉस्पिटल नहीं है, अच्छे रास्ते नहीं है और काफ़ी सारी समस्या अंधेरीपुर में है। पिछले 10 साल ये अंधेरीपुर पीछे गया था, उसको विकास करके आगे लेके जाने की पूरी कोशिश हम करेंगे।
ठीक है, थैंक यू।
क्या म्हणतात तज्ञ थे मला माहिती नहीं।
बापू, हिंदी में बताइए, कितना विश्वास है आपको योगेंद्र की जीत को लेकर, और जिस तरह कैंपेनिंग हुई, क्या लग रहा है आपको?
क्या पूरा विश्वास है। ये डेमोक्रेसी है, आपको पता चलेगा तो 2-3 घंटे में ही पता चलेगा। और दोनों उम्मीदवार तगड़े हैं।
आपने कहा की ये विचारों की लढाई आहे. आता 30 वर्ष बारामतीकरांनी आधी मला दिलं निवडून, नंतर दादांना दिलं, आम्ही दोघांनी काम केलं, तर पुढच्या 30 वर्षांचा विचार करण्याची गरज आहे. तर मतदारांमध्ये या सगळ्या